Chapter 1. The Battle of the Beasts, Tigers and Lions. In the Jiangnan province, within the bustling city of Jiangcheng, lies the Qing Mountain Wildlife Park. Here, Jiang Feng languidly reclines beneath a grand tree, basking in the warmth of the sun. The heat renders him lethargic, prompting a desire for stillness. Beside him lay two formidable tigers, his loyal companions. Transforming into a tiger isn't so bad, Jiang Feng mused. No studying, no exams, no work, nothing to do but lie here in tranquility. He reflected on his previous life, laboring tirelessly in a 996 work culture, only to succumb to an untimely demise. Fortuitously, fate had transported him to this parallel realm, granting him the existence of a national treasury and emperor of the wild, who had embraced the art of relaxation. Since youth, within a mere 2 years, he had grown to a staggering 600 pounds, reigning as the king of the Tiger Sanctuary, with over 30 loyal followers. The rapid ascendance in size astonished even him. After all, his contemporaries had only just grazed 500 pounds. It could only be attributed to his voracious appetite. The only drawback of being a tiger is the brevity of life. If only I could live to 100, I would enjoy a century of blissful idleness. Jiang Feng sighed, sinking back into his repose. The ease of having food delivered to his mouth was indeed a luxurious existence. However, Jiang Feng ensured he engaged in regular exercise to stave off obesity and premature aging. The park was frequented by tour vehicles and private cars alike. "Mommy, that big tiger is enormous." A little girl's voice broke through his reverie. Was she referring to him? He tilted his massive head toward the sound. A black SUV pulled up, its window partially rolled down to reveal a small head. Indeed, it was a little girl, around 5 years old, with two adorable pigtails framing her face, radiating youthful exuberance. Jiang Feng responded with a smile, albeit one that revealed his fangs, rendering it somewhat fearsome. "Mommy, the big tiger is so cute," the girl exclaimed excitedly. "Haha, sweetie, tigers are not just cute, they can be quite fierce as well," her young mother chuckled in response. "Daddy, drive closer. I want to see the big tiger." Jiang Feng remained motionless, opting to showcase his majestic form to the oblivious humans. However, his two companions stirred, showing an unusual interest in the SUV. "Roar!" Jiang Feng bellowed, commanding his subordinates to remain still. Otherwise, the foolish humans might not approach. As the SUV drew nearer, it finally halted about 20 meters away from him. "Big tiger! Big tiger!" the little girl shouted gleefully. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, rising to stretch, relishing the sensation. This tiger is so large. The excitement was palpable not only from the little girl, but from the other occupants of the vehicle as well. Perhaps encouraged by the proximity of the SUV, other vehicles began to gather around Jiang Feng, including a tour bus filled with over 20 enthusiastic passengers. "This big tiger must weigh over 500 pounds. Indeed, without a doubt." "Wow, it's significantly larger than the lion next door." "Is that so?" "The lion next door is also quite large." "You think tigers are more formidable than lions, or vice versa?" A woman in her 40s suddenly posed this question. "Clearly, tigers are superior. Just look at this magnificent beast. It could easily overpower the lion next door." A young man in his 20s responded without hesitation. "Nonsense. How could a tiger possibly contend with a lion?" retorted a young woman in her 20s, a mole adorning her cheek. The young man, indignant, countered, "Look at the tiger's powerful limbs. Tigers possess greater bone density and bite force than lions. How could a lion be a match for this tiger? Ridiculous. The male lion is adorned with a mane. Even if this tiger has a strong bite, it would merely end up with a mouthful of fur. That a lion could easily subdue this tiger in no time," the mole-faced young woman scoffed. "Precisely. This tiger is no match for a lion. Historically, lions have guarded the home, proving their superiority over mere tigers. Lions symbolize strength and justice, while tigers are the embodiment of evil. Lions are the epitome of the feline family, having evolved to perfection, effortlessly dominating tigers." The other three young women echoed their admiration for lions. The young man, frustrated by the illogical discourse, muttered, "In the tiger's den, the lion stands sentinel." "What do you mean by that?" The mole-faced woman pointed at him, her irritation palpable. "Just what I said," he replied with a huff, taken aback by her ferocity. "Enough already. As for which is superior, I believe lions reign supreme," the tour guide interjected, eager to quell the burgeoning dispute. The modern woman appeared easily agitated, seeking to assert dominance over trivial matters. The young man begrudgingly settled down, grumbling under his breath about the lion's inferiority compared to the tiger in every conceivable aspect. Yet, there exists a breed of individuals, particularly women, who remain impervious to reason. The four young women, buoyed by the tour guide's support, exchanged victorious glances. Look at this clumsy tiger, it pales in comparison to the Lion King next door. Certainly, it resembles a fat pig, it might as well tire itself out. The four women unleashed a torrent of mockery upon Jiang Feng. Curse those four wretches, Jiang Feng muttered, incensed he had heard every word of their debate, understanding human speech with clarity. To insult him as a mere tiger, pup, did they not recognize the existence of lion pups? He was the Tiger King. Dispatching such lion pups would be a mere flick of his paw. Even the Lion King would fall in just a few exchanges. That it was ludicrous that these women would idolize the lion. Amidst Jiang Feng's indignation, an unsettling sensation washed over him, reverberating through the sanctuary. Roar. A chilling sound echoed from a distance, instilling a sense of dread. Jiang Feng focused intently, sensing an aura of malevolent savage, brutal and frenzied. What manner of beast was this? Vehicles sped frantically toward his direction, some crashing into trees in their haste, revealing their panic. What on earth is happening? Tourists in the observation vehicles stared in bewilderment at the commotion. Panic gripped the crowd, a collective fear of the unknown looming over them. Quickly, a male lion from the neighboring enclosure has gone berserk and entered the tiger sanctuary. A white sedan shouted at the stationary vehicles before speeding away. A mad lion? Why should we fear? Lions are just and do not attack humans. The young woman who had previously disparaged tigers chimed in again. Yes, yes, we need not fear. Perhaps we might even witness a lion in the tiger's sanctuary. Hey, weren't you the one who claimed lions were no match for tigers? Now that a lion has stormed into the tiger's sanctuary, you should observe closely how it dominates the tiger. The mole-faced young woman turned her ire back toward the young man who had argued for the tiger's superiority. The young man felt utterly exasperated, but was equally curious as to how a lion had ventured into the tiger's sanctuary. Roar! With a thunderous roar, a terrifying male lion emerged, signaling the onset of chaos. Chapter 1. The Tiger and the Lion. Who is superior? Jiangnan Province. Jiang City. Qingshan Wildlife Park. Jiang Feng lazily sprawled beneath a grand tree, seeking refuge from the sweltering heat. He had no desire to move. Nearby, two formidable tigers lounged, his loyal subordinates. Transforming into a tiger has its perks: no studying, no exams, no work, nothing to worry about. I am truly living a life of leisure, he mused contentedly. In his past life, he had toiled under a grueling 996 work schedule, exhausting himself to the point of an untimely demise. Fortunately, fate had delivered him to this parallel universe, allowing him to become a national treasure, a tiger who had embraced relaxation from a young age. In just 2 years, he had grown to a staggering 600 pounds, reigning as the king of the tiger park, commanding over 30 younger followers. To be honest, reaching 600 pounds in 2 years startled even him, considering that tigers of his age typically weighed around 500 pounds. It could only be said that he possessed an insatiable appetite. Alas, the only drawback of being a tiger is the brevity of life. If only I could live to be 100, I would enjoy a century of leisure, Jiang Feng lamented as he continued to bask in comfort. The life of having meals served effortlessly was simply exquisite. Of course, Jiang Feng also made it a point to exercise regularly, preventing himself from succumbing to obesity and premature aging. In the tiger park, tour vehicles occasionally passed by, as did a few private cars. Mommy, that big tiger is enormous. A young girl's voice caught Jiang Feng's attention. Was she speaking of him? He tilted his massive head towards the sound. A black SUV had its window partially rolled down, revealing a small head. Indeed, it was a little girl, around 5 years old, with 2 adorable pigtails and a face brimming with youthful vitality. Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile at her. However, his smile revealed sharp teeth, which might have appeared somewhat frightening. Mommy, the big tiger is so cute, the little girl exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha, dear. Tigers are not only cute, they can also be quite fierce, the young mother replied with a chuckle. Daddy, drive closer. I want to see the big tiger. Jiang Feng remained still, merely showcasing his majestic form to the unsuspecting humans. However, His two subordinates stirred, seemingly intrigued by the SUV. Roar! Jiang Feng let out a commanding roar, warning his subordinates not to misbehave, lest the foolish humans be deterred. The SUV inched closer and finally halted about 20 meters away from Jiang Feng. Big tiger! Big tiger! The little girl shouted with glee. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, rising to his feet and stretching luxuriously. What a delightful feeling! Look at this enormous tiger. The excitement was palpable among the passengers in the car. Perhaps it was the sight of the approaching vehicle that prompted the tiger's calm demeanor. As other cars began to gather nearby, a tour bus filled with over 20 people erupted with childlike enthusiasm. This tiger must weigh over 500 pounds. Absolutely. Wow, it's much larger than the lion next door. Really? The lion next door is quite large too. Which do you think is stronger, the tiger or the lion? A woman in her 40s suddenly posed this question. Of course, the tiger is stronger. Just look at this magnificent beast. It could easily topple the lion next door. A young man in his 20s immediately responded. Nonsense. How could a tiger possibly compete with a lion? A young woman in her 20s, marked by a beauty spot, retorted vehemently. The young man, unconvinced, countered, look at this tiger, its limbs are so robust. Moreover, in terms of bone density and bite force, the tiger surpasses the lion. How could the lion be a match for this tiger? Ridiculous. The male lion boasts a mane. Even if this tiger has a powerful bite, it would merely end up with a mouthful of fur. A lion could easily pin this tiger down. The beauty-spotted young woman scoffed. Exactly. This tiger stands no chance against a male lion. Historically, lions have guarded the gates. It's evident that lions are far superior to tigers. Lions symbolize strength and justice, while tigers represent malevolence. Lions are the most perfectly evolved felines, easily dominating tigers. The other three young women expressed their admiration for lions. The young man, feeling exasperated, muttered, tigers sit regally, while lions guard the entrance. What do you mean by that? The beauty-spotted young woman glared at him, fuming. Literally what I said, he huffed. His simple statement provoked her to unleash a tirade of indignation, akin to a rabid dog. All right, everyone, let's calm down. As for which is stronger, the lion or the tiger, I believe the lion prevails, the tour guide interjected hastily. These modern young women seem overly sensitive. They must turn every trivial matter into a debate. No, there's no compromise. Only victory, otherwise they would not relent. The young man, feeling disgruntled, sulked in silence, muttering under his breath, lions are no match for tigers. In every conceivable way, tigers excel. Lions are practically akin to canines. Tigers are the epitome of feline evolution. Yet, in this world, there exists a kind of person women who are utterly incomprehensible. The four young women, buoyed by the tour guide's support for their opinion, beamed with self-satisfaction. Look at this foolish tiger. It pales in comparison to the mighty lion next door. Absolutely. It resembles a plump pig. It should be careful not to exhaust itself. The four young women hurled insults at Jiang Feng. Damn it, those four harpies. Jiang Feng cursed under his breath. He had heard every word exchanged between the young women and the man. He could comprehend human speech. How dare they belittle him as a mere tiger? Did they not know that there is no such creature as a lion dog? He was the Tiger King. Defeating those lion dogs would be a mere flick of his paw. Even a lion king would be easily subdued in just a couple of rounds. It was truly pathetic that these women idolized lion dogs. Just as Jiang Feng simmered with indignation, he suddenly sensed an anomaly within the tiger park. Roar! A chilling, terrifying roar echoed from afar. Jiang Feng focused intently. He felt an overwhelming aura of menace. Fierce, brutal, and ferocious. What manner of creature could this be? Vehicles sped towards the sound in a frenzy, some crashing into trees in their panic. What is happening? The tourists in the tour bus gazed in confusion toward the disturbance. No one knew what had transpired, but a palpable sense of dread enveloped them, fueled by their fear of the unknown. Quickly, flee! A male lion from the adjacent lion enclosure has gone berserk and entered the tiger park, shouted a white sedan as it sped away from the cluster of halted vehicles. A mad lion? Why should we fear if we remain in our cars? Besides, lions are just and do not harm people. We need not be afraid. The young woman who had previously disparaged the tiger spoke up again. Right. We shouldn't be afraid. Perhaps we might even witness the lion in the tiger park. Hey, weren't you just saying that lions are no match for tigers? Now, a lion has charged into the tiger park. Open your eyes and see how a lion dominates a tiger. The beauty-spotted young woman redirected her ire toward the young man who had claimed the superiority of tigers. The young man felt utterly exasperated, yet he too was curious about how a lion had come to be in the tiger park. Roar! With another deafening roar, a fearsome male lion emerged. Chapter 2. The lion devours, the tiger rescues. The clash of beasts. Before the onlookers stood a terrifyingly magnificent lion, far larger than an ordinary male. Its mane, a striking golden hue, cascaded down in length. Jiang Feng's expression was grave as he perceived a murderous intent glimmering in the lion's eyes, an ominous chill that sent shivers down his spine. The beast's weight rivaled his own, likely reaching 600 pounds. However, he pondered the impossibility of such rapid growth, having recently visited a nearby lion enclosure where the lions weighed around 500 pounds. This lion, known as Carla, was the king from the adjacent sanctuary, and its mane had seemingly undergone a transformation, as if it had evolved. There was something amiss. A significant concern indeed. What a majestic lion king! It would easily overpower those tigers, exclaimed a young girl with a beauty mark, unable to resist capturing the lion's likeness with her phone. I told you, the Lion King is stunning. Look at its golden mane. Could this be a mutation? So regal. Just like the men from the land of the free. I wish to feed this golden Lion King. Several girls echoed their admiration for the Lion King. The young man observed the Lion King's icy gaze and urgently warned the four girls, stop taking pictures. What do you mean? I want to take photos of my guardian. The golden Lion King. You can take pictures of your tigers, retorted the girl with the beauty mark, continuing her photo session. Jiang Feng felt a rising panic, hoping fervently that the ferocious lion would not approach their tour vehicle. Everyone, look. This Lion King is so powerful. It will surely defeat those tigers. If we record it, it's bound to attract attention, one girl exclaimed excitedly. I want to film too. I need more followers, chimed in another, as the four girls continued their photographic pursuits. Jiang Feng remained still, preparing for defense, awaiting an inevitable attack from Carla. He recognized that the Lion King had fixed its gaze upon him. However, just as he anticipated the strike, Carla seemed provoked, charging directly at the tour vehicle instead of him. With a thunderous roar, Carla lunged, striking the vehicle with a mighty paw. The impact shattered the glass, and even the protective barrier buckled under the force. Help! Someone, please. The four girls, still snapping photos, were suddenly paralyzed with terror, collapsing in their seats and screaming. The sight of the lion's ferocity left the other passengers in shock. How terrifying. It dented the barrier. Thank goodness it didn't break. Otherwise, we would be in grave danger. Carla, upon realizing the barrier remained intact, descended into a frenzy, relentlessly assaulting the tour vehicle. The glass shattered completely, and the metal frame crumpled under its assault. The passengers trembled, frozen with fear, while the driver's legs turned to jelly. Hurry! Carla's cold, cruel eyes shifted towards a nearby SUV. It's finally leaving. How terrifying. Thank goodness for Li. Otherwise, we would surely perish. The other girls praised the one who had redirected Carla's attention. The young man sighed in resignation. This was merely shifting the danger. The occupants of the black SUV were now at risk. Yet, he felt powerless to attract the lion back towards them. Inside the SUV, 5 people were present. Hurry. We must go. That lion is coming, urged the mother of a little girl named Xiao Meng. The father, nearly in tears, fumbled with the ignition, but the engine repeatedly stalled, filling him with despair. The tour vehicle had protective barriers, but their private car had none. A single swipe from the lion could easily crush the door. With an earth-shattering roar, Carla lunged at the black SUV, striking the rear left door. The sound echoed. The window shattered, and the door crumpled. In a shocking display of strength, Carla's sharp claws pried the door off its hinges. Jiang Feng witnessed the horror unfold as 3 occupants, 2 children and a woman in her 30s, found themselves face to face with the Lion King. Jiang Feng could see the terror etched into their faces. The lioness' intelligence was alarming. It understood how to manipulate its claws to dismantle the car door. I cannot remain a mere spectator. I must act, or that little girl and her mother will surely perish. Jiang Feng roared, charging towards Carla. No matter the cost, he would save those lives. Although Carla possessed remarkable intelligence, it was also ferocious, incapable of distinguishing between a single meal and a feast. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was acutely aware of the rewards awaiting him from the zoo. With swiftness comparable to the wind, Jiang Feng surged forward, a formidable presence emanating from him, directed at Carla. Just as the lion prepared to feast, it turned in anger upon hearing Jiang Feng's roar. The clash of titans was imminent. Quick, record it. The lion is attacking the tiger. The girl named Li, filled with excitement, began filming. In the eyes of the onlookers, the colossal figures of Jiang Feng and Carla collided with a resounding crash, rolling to the ground. Without a moment's respite, they resumed their fierce battle. Jiang Feng's claws pierced Carla's eye, while the lion's claws grazed Jiang Feng's neck, narrowly avoiding a fatal bite. It was a brutal, chaotic encounter. Jiang Feng, consumed by the instinct to survive, did not contemplate the extraordinary length of Carla's claws. His sole focus was to vanquish his opponent. The lion's formidable strength matched his, and a moment's distraction could lead to his demise at the jaws of the Lion King. "Go, tiger!" cheered Xiao Meng from the SUV, her voice ringing with encouragement. Jiang Feng felt a surge of adrenaline. He could not afford to lose to this beast. He aimed to conclude the battle within 3 exchanges, determined to slay the Lion King. Yet, he sensed something was amiss with Carla. Its wounds were healing, its strength augmenting, as if it had been empowered. Kill! With grace and agility, Jiang Feng lunged towards Carla, targeting its remaining eye. With a furious roar, Carla retaliated, its vision compromised. It sought vengeance, intent on devouring Jiang Feng to gain even greater power. The second clash of these titanic creatures commenced, and the hearts of the onlookers raced, holding their breath in anticipation. Chapter 3. Activating the System, Unlocking the Treasure Chest in the Battle of Wonders. The terrifying Golden Lion King engaged in a fierce battle with the Tiger King of the Tiger Park. The brutal scene struck fear into the hearts of all present. Even Jiang Feng's subordinates gathered around, eager to take down the Lion King, Kara. In the second round, Jiang Feng inflicted a long gash across Kara's face and left several deep lacerations on its back. Yet he did not manage to blind the other eye of the Lion King. His own condition was dire as his abdomen had been torn open. This Lion King, Kara, was undoubtedly the most powerful lion, far surpassing the wild lions of the vast grasslands. With one eye blinded, he became the one-eyed Lion King. The terrifying eye fixated on Jiang Feng, letting out a furious roar before fleeing. Jiang Feng, licking his wounds, chose not to pursue. The ferocious lion was soon shot down by the security of the wildlife park, rendering his efforts unnecessary. In Kara's remaining eye, Jiang Feng perceived resentment, fury, astonishment, disbelief, and anger, an embodiment of wisdom. The Lion King Kara possessed extraordinary intelligence. Jiang Feng felt a twinge of worry. He feared that this lion would return stronger, seeking revenge. Damn it, I am reincarnated as a human. Why should I fear a mere beast? If you dare to return, I shall slay you. Jiang Feng lay motionless on the ground, waiting for the zoo's medical personnel to arrive and stitch his wounds. That tiger is so despicable for attacking the Lion King's eye, Lily exclaimed in anger. Indeed, were it not for the treachery of the tiger, the Lion King would have long since killed it. The tourists in the observation vehicle frowned at the 4 girls who were cursing the tiger, their faces filled with displeasure. The young man next to the 4 girls was infuriated, asserting that the lion was about to eat a person, if not for the large tiger. Those in the black SUV would have surely perished. All of this was due to the 4 girls taking photographs, with one named Lily leading the lion towards the black SUV. Now, she dared to call the tiger despicable. That wretched girl, indeed. He had recorded everything, intending to post it online shortly. In the black SUV, a little girl watched Jiang Feng bleed, her concern palpable as she shouted, "Big tiger, are you hurt?" Hearing her voice, Jiang Feng turned to the little girl and smiled, a genuine smile that radiated warmth. Wow, the big tiger smiled. Mommy, the big tiger smiled. The little girl shouted in excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained a true fan. The invincible luck system has been activated. Do you wish to claim your beginner's gift? Jiang Feng questioned his sanity. How could he hear a voice in his head? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained a true fan. The invincible luck system has been activated. Do you wish to claim your beginner's gift? System? Dear host, the invincible luck system is activated to assist you in becoming stronger. Jiang Feng was elated. He was now a system user. No, he was a tiger with a system. Soon, Jiang Feng regained his composure. System, why did you not appear earlier? Dear host, this system is the invincible luck system. It could not activate without a true fan. Damn it, it required a true fan to activate. Jiang Feng was furious. He had worked tirelessly to become the Tiger King, and now the system chose this moment to appear. Do you know how I have spent these 5 years? Dear host, you are only 2 years old. Where do 5 years come from? Jiang Feng claimed the beginner's gift. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have claimed the beginner's gift, which consists of a drop of white tiger essence blood, now stored and available for retrieval at any time. Eagerly, Jiang Feng claimed it. He wondered if this white tiger essence blood was from the legendary white tiger he had heard of in myth. The moment he claimed the essence blood, a drop of blood appeared in his heart. He trembled, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from it, which made him feel an overwhelming urge to submit. He sensed that this drop of white tiger essence blood could potentially destroy the world if unleashed. Truly, the system delivered something astonishing in the beginner's gift. Ding. Host's power is too weak to assimilate the white tiger essence blood. It has been retracted and stored until the host becomes stronger. The essence blood vanished from Jiang Feng's heart. He breathed a sigh of relief, only to soon realize that the beginner's gift was gone. MMP system. Stop giving me useless things. Hurry and provide something useful. Please, host, quickly gain luck to participate in a lottery. You have one opportunity to draw from the black iron treasure chest. What luck? How does one obtain luck? Jiang Feng was bewildered. For instance, if the host gains a true fan, they can draw once from the black iron treasure chest, also gaining 100 heartfelt praises, which allows for another draw from the black iron treasure chest. Jiang Feng's mind was overwhelmed. System, wait a moment. What is a true fan? What are 100 heartfelt praises? I'm a bit confused. Let me sort this out. As Jiang Feng pondered, a transparent panel appeared before him. Host, Jiang Feng level. Top-tier beast true fans. 1. Zhou Xiaoming. Heartfelt praises. 35 draw opportunities. 1. Black iron treasure chest. Stored. 1 drop of white tiger essence blood. Jiang Feng read through it multiple times, understanding that the system required him to gather luck to exchange for treasure chests and draw prizes. The contents of the treasure chest were random, potentially containing valuable items or not. The true fan must be that little girl, Zhou Xiaoming. He made a mental note to express his gratitude to her in the future. Draw. Ding. The host has drawn a pound of spirit stone, now stored and available for retrieval at any time. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. He had drawn the legendary spirit stone. If he absorbed the spirit stone, perhaps he could become even stronger. The Lion King Kara had been overwhelmingly powerful. Had it been any other tiger, they would have stood no chance. How do I absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stone? The host may consume it directly. Direct consumption sounded like a good plan. Claim 1 pound of spirit stone. Jiang Feng thought it wise to start with a small amount, fearing he might upset his stomach. In the next moment, a small stone appeared in his stomach. It manifested there directly, which was quite convenient, sparing him the need to bite and chew. Soon, Jiang Feng felt a warm current flowing from his stomach throughout his body. His torn wounds began to heal, and his bones absorbed the warmth, becoming sturdier. However, after just a few seconds, the warm current dissipated. Claim all spirit stones. Another large stone appeared in his stomach, creating a slight feeling of fullness. But the warmth was 9 times more potent than before. Jiang Feng felt a delightful warmth, his strength increasing by at least a fraction. Not bad at all. To grow stronger while lying down, what a win. Just moments had passed since Jiang Feng activated the system and claimed the spirit stone. Yet, in those brief minutes, the rescue vehicle from the wildlife park had arrived. In truth, once the Lion King Kara underwent its transformation, the zoo's security had noticed, rushing to the lion enclosure immediately. However, they were unprepared for the ferocity of the lion, which overturned their vehicle and vanished without a trace. They had no choice but to search, ultimately spotting the lion entering the tiger park via the surveillance cameras. They hastily made their way there. The security is here. The security is here. Some car owners, tense to the point of breathlessness, shouted excitedly. They felt as though death was imminent, a chilling proximity to mortality they had never experienced before. Security! Security! Kill that tiger! It was about to devour a human. Lily shouted at the guards, hearing the tourists on the sightseeing vehicle scream about a tiger attacking. The guards were instantly filled with trepidation. If the tiger truly harmed anyone, the zoo would bear the consequences, and that man-eating beast must be eliminated at all costs. However, how to proceed was a matter for the leadership to decide. One of the guards raised a tranquilizer gun, aiming it at Jiang Feng. Do not kill the tiger. That tiger saved us. It drove away the lion that was attacking us. You can ask anyone. A young man yelled at the guards. The security personnel were bewildered, their minds racing at the conflicting accounts. The girl claimed the tiger was dangerous, while the boy insisted it was a savior. What a perplexing situation. Uncle, it was this great tiger that rescued us. It chased away the lion and saved our lives, shouted 5-year-old Zhou Xiaoming. Indeed, if it weren't for this tiger, our family would be doomed. You must quickly deal with that lion, and moreover, the tiger is injured. Please, tend to its wounds, Zhou Xiaoming's father implored. Recounting the recent events, the guard nodded, assuring them, rest assured, I will first sedate this tiger and call for medical personnel to examine it. With that, he fired a shot, the tranquilizer dart striking Jiang Feng's rear. This time, Jiang Feng did not evade. Otherwise, the dart would have missed him entirely. Furthermore, the tranquilizer would have little effect on him, but to avoid further sedation, he pretended to be unconscious. Lili, very well. You've managed to have the guards turn against me. I will remember you. I hope you do not meet an untimely end, Jiang Feng thought to himself, etching that name into his memory. He was generally amiable, but for those who sought his life, he had no mercy. Chapter 4. The Tiger Feigns Sleep. Frightening the crowd, 2 wildlife park medical personnel arrived, startled at the sight of Jiang Feng. Fear not. We have administered a tranquilizer to this great tiger. It will not move, declared Security Chief Lu Ming with unwavering confidence. All right, I shall commence treatment on this magnificent creature. The 2 doctors steeled themselves as they approached Jiang Feng, their legs trembling with apprehension. The tiger was colossal, 3 meters from head to tail, and nearly 4 with its tail included. Though in slumber, fear enveloped them all. Visitors, please vacate the area immediately. Security Chief Lu Ming shouted through a megaphone to the gathering crowd. We wish to observe the great tiger. Will it be all right? Someone called out. Do not concern yourselves. It is unharmed, Lu reiterated with urgency. Very well, just a fleeting glance, and we shall depart. Lu felt a headache coming on. They had yet to capture the fleeing lioness, Kara, and were still apprehensive about her potential to harm again. A casualty had already occurred, and the zoo administration had contacted the authorities, currently negotiating with the victim's family. Their primary duty was to ensure the safety of all visitors while swiftly locating Kara. They possessed only tranquilizer guns, which had recently struck Kara, yet she remained unscathed. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed Lu's mind. Could this tiger, having bested the Lion King, also be resistant to the tranquilizer? The realization sent a wave of panic through him, his legs quaking. If the tiger were to wreak havoc again, it would be his failure. Turning with difficulty, he observed the 2 medical personnel diligently staunching the tiger's wounds and stitching it up. A sigh of relief escaped him, thankfully. The tranquilizer seemed effective. However, his relief was short-lived as he noticed the tiger's eyelids twitching, as if in unbearable pain. Surely not. Was this tiger merely pretending to be unconscious? Fear gripped Security Chief Lu Ming, rendering him breathless. Chief, what is the matter? A young guard beside him inquired, noticing the tremor in Lu's body. Struggling to extract a cigarette from his pocket, Lu's hands shook so violently that he couldn't even light it. The young guard hastily offered a flame, mistakenly believing his superior was distressed over the recent tragedy. In truth, he had never witnessed such a ferocious, savage lion, which had flipped over a small vehicle and dragged the owner out, killing him instantly. Fortunately, their timely intervention had saved the other occupants. Otherwise, they too would have met a grisly fate. The sightseeing vehicles were in ruins, with the doors of the off-road vehicle torn off. It was terrifying. Yet, this formidable lion had been vanquished by the very tiger before them, even suffering the loss of an eye. This tiger was undeniably formidable. Shali, the tiger is awake. Lu Ming whispered, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. The sound of a lighter clattering to the ground echoed as the young guard's heart sank. He understood the implication. Should this tiger go berserk, the 2 medical personnel would be doomed. Chief, how do you know the tiger is conscious? The young guard stammered, his voice trembling. The tiger's eyelids are twitching, Lu responded softly, desperately hoping the great beast would remain still. What shall we do now? Should we call the doctors back? The young guard asked. Do nothing. That tiger is cunning. It remains still while being stitched. Just breathe, Lu reassured himself amid rising panic. Just then, a little girl unexpectedly exited a vehicle missing a door and approached Jiang Feng. Lu's heart raced with alarm as he wished to shout a warning, but fear silenced him, his legs still quaking. The crowd was equally astonished. However, with security and medical staff nearby, their anxiety eased somewhat. Xiaoming approached Jiang Feng from behind and suddenly seized his tail. At that moment, Jiang Feng nearly leapt up, feeling an itch that urged him to move. The medical personnel smiled at Xiaoming, cautioning, Little one, please return. It is dangerous here. With a sweet smile, Xiaoming replied, Uncle, it's not dangerous. The big tiger is protecting me. She tugged at Jiang Feng's tail again. The tiger was exasperated. Why did this child have such an affinity for pulling his tail? Beep, beep, beep. Just then, a black sedan entered the tiger enclosure. Upon seeing the vehicle, Security Chief Lu Ming finally exhaled in relief. The car soon parked near the patrol vehicle, and a young woman stepped out. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with an oval face, slender eyebrows, and skin as fair as snow. Her figure was perfectly balanced. Though not overly adorned, she exuded an undeniable beauty. Luo, you have arrived. Lu exclaimed with delight. Luo Anchi, upon observing the tiger being treated, raised an eyebrow. Captain Liu, I heard that the Lion King, Kara, has breached the tiger enclosure. What is going on? And how did Panda get injured? She inquired. Today was her day off, and while at a gathering with classmates, a call from her superior informed her of the chaos at the tiger enclosure and that her beloved Panda had been severely injured. Having raised Panda since it was a cub over the past 2 years, she felt immense anxiety upon hearing of its mishap and rushed to the park. Lu Ming quickly recounted the recent events to her, assuring her, Panda is fine. It seems to be pretending to be asleep. Pretending to be asleep? As she approached Panda, she noticed it indeed appeared to be feigning slumber, with 2 medical personnel stitching its wounds and a little girl tugging at its tail. Her mouth twitched in concern for both the staff and the child. However, knowing she was their broader comfort, Panda was her cherished companion, and she could handle it however she wished, without fear of harm. Even as the alpha of the tiger enclosure, the tigers would not dare to harm her. Luo Anqi reached Jiang Feng's side, gently lifting the little girl and smiling, Little sister, do not pull the tiger's tail. It is very dangerous. Xiaoming pouted, Sister. It's not dangerous at all. The big tiger loves to play with me. Luo Anqi was left speechless. Were children today so audacious? Your name is Xiaoming, correct? Let me tell you, your actions were very perilous. She carried Xiaoming to face Jiang Feng. Panda, stop pretending to be asleep. Rise. Upon seeing his caretaker, Jiang Feng reluctantly opened his large, round eyes and nudged her with his massive head. As he stirred, the 2 medical personnel were instantly struck with terror. What in the world? The tiger is awake? Did the tranquilizer wear off? It won't bite, will it? The onlookers were left in disbelief. Just moments ago, the tiger was slumbering, and now it seemed ready to pounce. Is the tiger pretending to be asleep, perhaps planning to eat someone? A girl with a mole by her eye, Li, suddenly screamed. The young man beside her harbored a fervent desire to deliver a sound beating to the girl named Li, oblivious to the sight of the tiger affectionately nudging its keeper. Yet, one could not help but marvel at the keeper's striking beauty and audacity, fearlessly tending to such a formidable creature. Luo Anqi gently patted Jiang Feng's large head, relishing the unparalleled softness of the panda's fur, which provided immense comfort. A day without stroking the panda felt profoundly incomplete. Sister, I want to pet it too, exclaimed the exuberant 5-year-old Zhou Xiaoming, reaching out eagerly towards Yifeng's head. Jiang Feng did not resist. It was this little darling who had awakened the system within him. Unable to contain himself, he extended his long tongue and playfully licked the child's face, eliciting peals of laughter from Zhou Xiaoming, while she giggled in delight. Her laughter sent shivers down the spines of those around her, especially her parents. Xiaoming, come back. Her father, Zhou Chong, cried out in a state of alarm, terrified that the giant tiger might whisk his daughter away. Just moments ago, he had been transferring items from their vehicle to the rescue truck, and in a moment of distraction, his daughter had dashed over to tug at the tiger's tail. Such audacity was remarkable. Truly, she was a fearless child. Luo Anqi returned Zhou Xiaoming to her father with a reassuring smile. Sir, there's no need for concern. The panda is quite intelligent and has never harmed anyone. Zhou Chong nodded fervently in agreement. Yes, that tiger is exceptionally clever. If it weren't for it, our family might have been mauled by that lion. Despite his gratitude towards the tiger, Zhou Chong could not shake his fear. The thought of such a massive creature swallowing his daughter whole was daunting. Daddy, I want to play with the big tiger. Zhou Xiaoming protested, squirming to escape her father's grasp. Daddy, I want to play with the big panda too, chimed in her 3-year-old brother, Zhou Yuan. Zhou Chong, at a loss for words, scooped up one child in each arm and made his way to the rescue vehicle. Luo Anqi chuckled softly and approached Jiang Feng, affectionately kneading the fur around his neck. Panda, are you all right? She asked, inspecting him with care. He seemed fine, though the gaping wound was indeed alarming. The 2 medical personnel were rendered weak-kneed by the tiger's roar, which echoed ominously in their hearts. A stark reminder of the hierarchy between lower and higher life forms. All right, Panda, as long as you're fine, there's no need to growl, Luo Anqi soothed Jiang Feng. I'll prepare some beef for you right away, just wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng was filled with excitement. His robust growth was attributed to this dedicated caretaker who provided him with special treats of beef, capable of consuming an astonishing 30 pounds in one sitting. This beef was not supplied by the zoo, but rather purchased by his devoted keeper. It seemed that Luo Anqi hailed from a prominent family, a young lady who had chosen to become a zookeeper, a decision that left one pondering. Nevertheless, she found joy in her role, relishing the fact that she could feast on beef instead of pork, pure bliss. 30 pounds was hardly sufficient. He yearned for 50. However, Jiang Feng's desires manifested as mere incoherent sounds, unintelligible to all. Luo Anqi patted Jiang Feng's head gently and approached the head of security. Captain Lu, please keep an eye here and ensure they do not disturb Panda's rest. Of course, Xiao Luo, I'll be vigilant, he replied. Luo Anqi drove away, intent on purchasing beef, not only for Panda but also for the other tigers that required sustenance. Alas, my wallet is bound to run dry again. Perhaps it's time to seek a lucrative endeavor, she sighed, pondering the fact that even with a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan from her father, it was never quite enough. Daily purchases of 60 pounds of beef alone amounted to 3,000 yuan, and that was while being frugal, if she indulged. She could easily spend 30,000 yuan in a single day. Could I perhaps consider live streaming for some extra income? Luo Anqi mused to herself. Chapter 5 Reactions from all sides. The incident at Qinshan Wildlife Park, where a lion attacked a person, has overtaken the internet in Xia country. Goodness. A lion has killed a person. That lion is enormous. I heard it's a lion king named Kara who even ventured into the tiger enclosure, scaring away over 30 tigers and injuring their king. Impressive. The lion king is formidable, overpowering the tigers. Those with flamboyant hairstyles can't compete with the tattooed. Stop talking nonsense. Lions are indeed superior. Whenever a tiger encounters a lion, it flees with its tail between its legs. In chess, lions devour tigers. 3 lions can defeat 4 tigers. Lions annihilate tigers. Historically, lions have always been the apex predators. They are often portrayed in various cultural references. Lions are truly remarkable. On the internet, a multitude of netizens fervently debated the superiority of lions versus tigers. Hardly anyone expressed concern for the fleeing lion king, Kara. In their minds, lions are mere animals, devoid of weaponry. In Kyoto, at the clandestine Special Affairs Bureau, a spacious conference room lay in silence as 2 rows of officials gazed solemnly at the large screen. Various clips played, showcasing a tiger and a lion viciously tearing at each other. A middle-aged man with a square face, seated at the head of the table, broke the silence. Xiaojun, what do you think should be done about this lion king, Kara? This lion king has awakened and evolved into a beast, but it has become excessively violent, attacking humans shortly after its awakening. I believe we must eliminate it swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, a young soldier asserted resolutely. The square-faced man nodded. In recent months, numerous incidents of animal attacks had occurred, with many animals exhibiting increased size and ferocity. The Special Affairs Bureau had been established 2 months prior to investigate these mutations. Through their research, they identified a mysterious substance in the environment. What is this substance? The Bureau dubbed it spiritual energy, also referred to as evolutionary energy or longevity energy. Due to this new energy, many animals underwent changes, exhibiting atavism. Lion King Kara was among the most notable. What about the Tiger King, Panda? The man inquired. This Tiger King, Panda, does not harm humans and even saves them. The caretaker, Luo Anqi, can command him. He is a good tiger, the young soldier concluded. I ask again, can you determine if Panda has evolved? The square-faced man pressed. The young soldier scrutinized the footage and shook his head. It appears he has not evolved. And the rest of you? The square-faced man turned to the others. It seems he has not evolved. Aside from being larger, Panda shows no other differences compared to ordinary tigers. The square-faced man focused on the video, tapping his fingers on the table, and after a long pause, he stated, Xiaojun, you are responsible for the Lion King, Kara. Ensure that it is swiftly dispatched. As for the Tiger King, Panda, do not engage for now, but maintain strict surveillance. Should it awaken or evolve, report immediately. Understood. As for the others, monitor wild animals and zoos closely. If there are any attacks, eliminate the animal immediately. Understood. Dismissed. After everyone left, the square-faced man opened another video. It depicted a 20-meter-long giant python constricting a large water buffalo before swallowing it whole and disappearing into the river. On the plateau, a nearly 3-meter-long silver wolf king sprinted rapidly, evading a pursuing helicopter in a valley. Alas, it can dodge bullets. Who knows how many more lives this wolf king will claim. No one could fathom the extent of its pressure. In less than 3 months, incredibly terrifying creatures had emerged. More formidable beings were bound to appear. It seems necessary to contact the young girl from the Luo family. Her tiger, which has yet to awaken, can already contend with evolved beasts and even triumph. Its potential is immense. At Qinshan Wildlife Park, Luo Anqi drove a pickup truck into the tiger enclosure. Jiang Feng, spotting her, rushed over, eager for the beef. Luo Anqi quickly exited the vehicle to intercept Jiang Feng. Panda, wait. Wow, the caretaker is quite bold, daring to stop a famished tiger. Is this the tiger that was injured by Lion King Kara? Kara has become a notorious figure online, having overturned a small vehicle and killed a person, then invaded the tiger enclosure, intimidating over 30 tigers and injuring their king, Panda. Indeed, it's this useless sick cat, Jiang Feng retorted. His keen ears able to detect whispers from 100 meters away, let alone conversation from 30 meters. Damn it, I drove that Lion King away. If it hadn't fled, I could have killed it. When did it become a sick cat? It truly infuriates me. Moreover, he has grown stronger. He could easily overpower Lion King Kara now. Luo Anqi, oblivious to the conversation 30 meters away, was busy setting up her live streaming equipment to broadcast the tigers. She was financially constrained, as one tiger could deplete her savings, let alone over 30 tigers. Hold on, Arton, Tawanzi, wait before you eat. Luo Anqi swiftly blocked the two newly arrived male tigers, each weighing around 500 pounds. Although they were not raised by her since childhood, they were companions of Panda, and she had to purchase additional beef for them. Jiang Feng, feeling impatient and hungry, had to wait patiently to avoid offending the caretaker while signaling his two companions to do the same. Wow, the caretaker is impressive. This is a wildlife park. And the tigers here are semi-wild, yet she isn't afraid of them. What is she doing? Live streaming? Indeed, after hearing about the lion attack at Qingshan Wildlife Park, many thrill-seekers flocked to see the lions and tigers. How strange. Previously, when tigers attacked, the zoo would close immediately, yet this time it hasn't. I don't know. But I heard it's not just the lion at Qingshan Wildlife Park. Other zoos have also reported animal attacks. No way. Indeed. Luo Anqi stood firm before the three massive tigers, preventing them from devouring the beef in the pickup truck's bed. This time, she had spent 10,000 yuan to buy 200 kilograms of beef, which constituted her private savings. Once her live streaming setup was ready, she grabbed Jiang Feng by the scruff of his neck and said, Panda, I've prepared 200 kilograms of beef this time. You can call a few more friends over to eat. Fearing Jiang Feng wouldn't understand, she even gestured with her hands. Jiang Feng gazed at the beef within the carriage, saliva pooling in his mouth. 200 pounds seemed a feast fit for a tiger like him. Yet, for the sake of his companions, he resolved to partake sparingly. Roar! Jiang Feng bellowed. In an instant, the cacophony of footsteps echoed through the woods. Thud, thud, thud. There appeared 29 tigers. Together with Jiang Feng and his companions, Yuan Zai and Tuzi, there were a total of 32 magnificent tigers. Luo Anqi felt a twinge of fear, though her anxiety was somewhat alleviated by the presence of pandas. With 32 tigers, 200 pounds of beef seemed rather meager, yet it was all she could afford. Wow, so many tigers. Nearby, tourists in their vehicles were elated at the sight of such a gathering of tigers. Even more astonishing to them was the fact that these majestic creatures did not rush to devour the beef from the pickup truck. Instead, they waited patiently. Luo Anqi, feeling a bit nervous, opened her live stream for the first time, having previously only recorded videos. The moment she went live, her followers received a notification and flocked into her stream. Wow, what a big head. Where is Fairy Anqi? What is that caterpillar? Caterpillar, I'm dying of laughter. Whoa, Fairy Anqi, how can there be so many tigers? Fairy Anqi, what does your family do to have so many tigers? Aren't you afraid of being caught? As the viewer count climbed, Luo Anqi beamed with joy and said, Hello everyone, I'm Anqi. I noticed someone asked what my family does. We are just an ordinary family. I am an animal caretaker, and this is the Qingshan Wildlife Park. Previously, in her short videos, she had not disclosed her occupation, leaving her fans unaware of her role at the wildlife park. What? Qingshan Wildlife Park? Isn't that the one where people have been killed? Fairy Anqi, I'm so envious that you get to feed tigers. Luo Anqi affectionately patted Jiang Feng's large head, and the camera captured this moment beautifully. Wow, Fairy Anqi, you are so brave. Suddenly, a special effect appeared on the screen, a plane. User Xiaofiyu sent a plane. Thank you for the plane, Xiaofiyu. Luo Anqi expressed her gratitude. This was her first gift received. Hee, using tigers to garner fan donations. Have they found a way to reap the rewards? Luo Anqi frowned at this moment but chose not to respond. Why the silence? This cowardly tiger was gravely injured and is now being used to extract profits. Your Qingshan Wildlife Park is impressive. Though she remained silent, some viewers came to her defense against the trolls. Chapter 6. Live streaming and gaining followers. Lottery. Do you know how much Anqi spends on these tigers every month? 100,000 every month. All of it goes to buying beef. This was a comment from a user named Yutong. Unfinished, Yutong continued to post comments. You ignorant critic. All you do is criticize. Do you know that Panda was bitten by a lion while saving someone? Seeing this, Luo Anqi couldn't help but laugh. Her friend's temperament remained as fiery as ever. Huh. Spending 10,000 a month on beef for tigers? What a story. The tigers are fed by the zoo. They don't need a keeper to buy beef. And you say and she spends 100,000 every month? Where does she get that kind of money? Moreover, the tiger is no match for the Lion King. Critics will always criticize, no matter the time or place. In a villa in Jiangcheng, a long-haired beauty was furious. Jiang Yutong could no longer tolerate it. You ignorant critic. Anchi's father gives her a monthly allowance of 10,000. You probably don't even have that. And everyone knows Panda saved someone and drove the lion away. Not the security guard saving Panda from the lion. At this moment, some informed fans began to defend Luo Anchi and Jiang Feng, the great tiger. Seeing this, Luo Anchi felt a sense of comfort. After all, black fans were ultimately in the minority. Hello everyone. All your donations will be used to buy beef for Panda and the others. Luo Anchi briefly explained before climbing onto the pickup truck and throwing chunks of cut beef to Panda. Jiang Feng did not snatch it. He was engulfed in immense joy. Host, Jiang Feng level. Top Beast True Love fans. 3 True Heart likes. 786 lottery chances. 9 Black Iron Treasure Chest. Storage. 1 drop of White Tiger Essence in just a few minutes of live streaming. He received over 700 True Heart likes and gained 2 True Love fans. To his surprise, he could even see who his True Love fans were. One was the keeper Luo Anchi, and the other was Jiang Yutong. He wasn't sure who Jiang Yutong was, but she was likely one of the viewers in the stream. Lottery. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 pound of Spirit Stone. He had drawn all. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 3 pounds of Spirit Stone, 1 Zhu Fruit, 1 Return to Origin Pill, and 1 pound of Mysterious Iron Stone. All stored and ready for collection. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. He had unexpectedly received 3 pounds of Spirit Stone and 1 Zhu Fruit. As for the Mysterious Iron Stone and the Return to Origin Pill, they should also be valuable items. Panda, why aren't you eating the meat? Luo Anchi called from the pickup truck, worried that Panda might have sustained some hidden injury that the doctor had missed. Jiang Feng was busy with the lottery and didn't pay attention to the beef. Upon hearing the keeper's call, he suddenly felt extremely hungry. Seeing Panda display a look of hunger, Luo Anchi couldn't help but laugh and explain to the viewers, Panda, just let the other tigers eat first. Panda is so considerate. I want to pet Panda. Be careful. Panda might pet you back. While Luo Anchi thanked the viewers for their donations, she threw a 2-pound chunk of beef towards Panda. Jiang Feng caught it in his mouth and swallowed it whole. As the 2 pounds of beef entered his stomach, Jiang Feng felt it rapidly break down under the action of gastric acid. His digestive ability was extraordinary. Still a bit hungry, he decided to collect the Return to Origin Pill. In the next moment, a vast warm current flowed from his stomach throughout his body. It felt wonderful. Jiang Feng sensed that this single Return to Origin Pill was equivalent to 15 pounds of Spirit Stone, and his strength surged dramatically. He was now 7/10 full. Luo Anchi was still live streaming when she suddenly noticed the number of viewers skyrocketing. What started as around 1,000 viewers quickly rose to 7,000 or 8,000 and soon surpassed 10,000, continuing to increase. As the number of viewers in Luo Anchi's live stream surged, Jiang Feng was equally ecstatic. Although the number of True Love fans didn't increase much, the True Heart likes rapidly surpassed 1,000. Could it be that the viewers in the keeper's live stream were liking him, and the system could sense it? Dear host, this system is the invincible luck system. It can sense anyone who praises the host. It is advisable for the host to interact frequently with these individuals to gain luck. Frequent interaction? Jiang Feng's head almost burst with confusion. If he interacted with these people, he might scare them to death. This system surely had issues. Regardless, Jiang Feng watched the True Heart like soar, his heart filled with joy, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Oh my, Panda smiled. Really smiled. Panda actually smiled. Impossible. How could a tiger smile? Really smiled. I've screenshotted. I love it. I didn't know that not only Shiba Inu can smile, tigers can too. From now on, I'm a fan of Panda. Panda, I love you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for interacting with others. Please keep up the good work. Jiang Feng was stunned. He had unexpectedly gained 12 True Love fans. And what about this system? Just a simple congratulation. Where was the reward? Ding. Host. You have 10 chances to draw from the Black Iron Treasure Chest, which can be exchanged for 1 chance to draw from the Bronze Treasure Chest. What? Such operations exist? Is there also a silver chest, a gold chest, a diamond chest, a star chest, or a king chest later? Dear host, please refrain from playing games too much to avoid delaying your lifelong endeavors. After the gold chest comes the purple gold chest. There are no diamond or star chests. Diamonds are worthless, akin to charcoal. If the host likes diamonds, the system can exchange a planet's worth of diamonds for you. Jiang Feng laughed awkwardly and transmitted his thoughts. No need, no need. I don't want diamonds. Understood. Please continue to strive for more true love, fans. Jiang Feng looked at the panel and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my, that enchanting smile. Panda is truly intelligent. Panda, smile again. I'll send you a rocket, which I've saved up for. Suddenly, Luo Anshi's live stream was once again filled with special effects. Rockets filled the screen. I'll send 20 rockets as a tribute. Wow, the principal is here, and he sends out 20 rockets. Isn't that a bit stingy? 20 rockets. I can't save that much money in a year. Luo Anshi also noticed and said, thank you to the principal for the 20 rockets. If the principal is here, I'll make sure Panda thanks you properly. Haha, Anshi, you little fairy, you're so naughty. Making Panda thank the principal, isn't that going to scare him? I also want to be thanked by Panda. I wonder if my 100 or 80 pounds is enough for Panda to feast on. I wonder how Panda will thank the principal. I'm looking forward to it. At that moment, the screen was again dominated by rocket effects. Oh my, another 20 rockets. That's the principal for you. More. The rocket effects continued unabated. Luo Anshi, being from a prominent family, was naturally unfazed by these gifts. Thank you for the principal's rockets. Come visit the Qingshan Wild Animal Park when you have time. Panda, Tuanzi, and Yuanzi, come thank the principal for his rockets. You all will have beef to eat. Luo Anshi patted Jiang Feng's head. Hearing her words, Jiang Feng couldn't help but roar while directing his companions to cheer. In an instant, the live stream was filled with roaring sounds. These tigers are so obedient. I want to pet them. This is so satisfying to watch. I want to go to Qingshan Wild Animal Park. I want to go too. On the screen, a multitude of comments clamored for a visit to the Qingshan Wildlife Park. Luo Anshi was taken aback to see the number of viewers in the live stream had reached an astonishing 80,000. This was her inaugural live broadcast. And to have such a large audience was beyond her expectations. The gifts received had also surpassed 500,000, of which she could claim half. Most of the gifts were generously bestowed by the principal, while the remaining contributions amounted to less than 20,000. Nevertheless, this was quite formidable. Have you eaten enough, Panda? Jiang Feng would not nod. If he did, he might very well be taken away for dissection. He called out, if you're full, that's good. Luo Anshi felt reassured. Hello everyone, today's live stream concludes here. See you tomorrow. Don't go, Anshi, little fairy. I still want to see Panda. Don't close it. Don't close it. Yet, Luo Anshi resolutely ended the live stream. Panda, rest well. I will come to see you tomorrow. With a loud roar, Jiang Feng let out a bellow. Luo Anshi affectionately patted Jiang Feng's large head and took her leave after several minutes. Jiang Feng then led his little companions into the woods as he was about to commence a lottery. Chapter 7, Evolution Success. King of Beasts Kara returns exchanging for a bronze treasure chest. A lottery draw commenced. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Feng was taken aback. 10 black iron chests had vanished just like that. System, did you deliberately consume them? He inquired. Esteemed host, the higher the chest grade, the more likely it is to be depleted, the system replied. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Jiang Feng retorted. Esteemed host, you did not pose that question. Frustrated, Jiang Feng drew from the black iron chests 10 times. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 pounds of spirit stones, 1 diamond, 1 tael of gold, 1 pound of silver, 1 crimson fruit, 1 cleansing pill, and 1 grand return pill. Surprised to find both silver and gold, Jiang Feng began to consume the spirit stones, deciding to keep the crimson fruit and pills for any potential injuries among his subordinates, as these pills were vital for survival. Suddenly, Jiang Feng felt as though his body might explode. System, what is happening? He asked urgently. Esteemed host, congratulations. You are about to evolve into a first-tier awakened beast. Please prepare sufficient energy. Energy? What kind of energy? Spirit energy, which can be found in spirit stones, crimson fruits, and pills, the system succinctly explained. As Jiang Feng's body continued to transform, his aura intensified, startling his 2 subordinates into retreat. After roughly half an hour, he felt an overwhelming hunger. He had exhausted the food consumed that day and was now drawing from his own flesh and blood. Claiming 3 pounds of spirit stones and a crimson fruit, he proceeded to draw lots. First 10 consecutive draws, then 20. Finally, after exhausting all the black iron chests, Jiang Feng amassed a significant collection of spirit resources. Time passed gently as Jiang Feng rested beneath a tree, embracing his evolution. At midnight, he awakened. Having completed his first evolution, he stood, feeling an immense surge of power, confident that he could easily defeat King Kara in a single blow. As he concentrated, a transparent panel appeared before him. Host, Jiang Feng level. First tier awakened beast true love fans. 12 heartfelt praise. 18. 560 lottery draws. 0 storage. 1 drop of white tiger essence. 1 pound of gold. 5 pounds of silver. 2 pieces of dark iron. 3 crimson fruits. His storage was overwhelming, and the abundance of heartfelt praise dazzled him, compelling him to conceal that information and focus solely on his true love fans and lottery draws. As a first-tier awakened beast, his strength had tripled, and he had slightly increased in size, thankfully, not enough for the foolish humans to notice. Was King Kara also a first-tier awakened beast? Yet, he appeared weak, hardly qualifying as a true first-tier awakened beast. Jiang Feng pondered whether King Kara had lacked enough spirit stones for a complete evolution. Otherwise, he would have been no match for him. What is happening over there? Jiang Feng glanced towards the lion enclosure, sensing strange fluctuations. It was spirit energy, familiar to him. Even from a distance, he felt the energy wafting towards him. There must be treasures nearby. Jiang Feng began to sprint towards the lion enclosure. His padded feet made no sound despite his weight of over 600 pounds, nearing 700. The tiger enclosure was vast, several kilometers away from the lion enclosure, and the spirit energy intensified as he approached. Roar, roar, roar. In the lion enclosure, numerous lions erupted in furious roars aimed at their former companions. Instantly, the entire Qingshan Wildlife Park was abuzz. Not only were the animals startled, but even the security personnel in the monitoring room and the staff residing within the park were alarmed. Lin Bin, respond if you receive, a voice crackled over the intercom. Received, came the reply. Hurry to the lion enclosure and investigate the situation. Exercise caution. Understood. I'm heading over now. A patrol vehicle, fitted with protective barriers, sped towards the lion enclosure. The tiger and lion enclosures were adjacent, separated by a 6-meter-high barbed wire fence. Typically, lions and tigers could not leap over this barrier. However, during the day, King Kara had managed to surpass it. Jiang Feng, prepared to do the same, found the fence trivial to his capabilities, not to mention his evolution. Even prior, he could have cleared it with ease. Just as he was about to vault over the fence, a patrol vehicle approached. The iron gate swung open, allowing the vehicle to pass through. Observing this, Jiang Feng opted not to scale the fence, instead lowering himself to follow the patrol vehicle into the lion enclosure. He swiftly made his way towards a hillside to ascertain the lion's activities. The tiger enclosure housed 32 large tigers, while the lion enclosure contained around 70 to 80 lions. The numerical advantage of the lions posed a significant risk should he be surrounded, but now, as a first-tier awakened beast, he felt undaunted. What was that? Spirit stones? Jiang Feng's keen eyesight discerned the scene from hundreds of meters away, even in the dark. Dark stones, caked in mud, were fiercely contested by several extraordinary male lions, with females roaring in the background. Could King Kara have grown stronger by consuming those stones? Jiang Feng speculated. The competition among the male lions was likely due to the absence of their leader, King Kara, leading to a scramble for the suspected spirit stones. Jiang Feng waited patiently. With the patrol vehicle present, he refrained from intervening, planning to seize the treasures once the foolish humans departed. His claws were far superior to those of the lions. In the patrol vehicle, Lin Bin observed the lions fighting and felt an inexplicable unease. The pressure exerted by King Kara during the day weighed heavily on him, making him perceive these lions as equally formidable. Zhang Huan, should we go take a look? Lin Bin asked the driver. Zhang Huan, emboldened, replied, Brother Bin, we can. Our vehicle is reinforced with protective barriers. It's quite safe. All right then, let us proceed. Lin Bin agreed. The patrol vehicle advanced forward, its headlights inciting even greater agitation among the lions. Several male lions, each exceeding 500 pounds, ceased their fighting, fixating their attention on the patrol vehicle. In the shadowy lion enclosure, aside from the vehicle's headlights, the only illumination came from the lion's glowing yellow eyes, some even red, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Brother Bin, these lions seem to be fixated on us. I think we should leave, Zhang Huan suggested nervously. Lin Bin's heart raced. He sensed an eerie aura enveloping the lion enclosure that night. He felt that the 5 male lions rivaled King Kara, poised to become the new Lion King. Each had the capability to hunt rhinos solo. Let's go, Lin Bin urged, prompting Zhang Huan to hastily depart. Just as they prepared to leave the lion enclosure, a terrifying roar resonated throughout the Qingshan Wildlife Park, echoing like thunder in the night sky. Crouched on the hillside, Jiang Feng's pupils constricted as he beheld the one-eyed Lion King, Kara. Kara had returned, brazenly and powerfully, far stronger than during the day. The Lion King emanated a menacing aura, bloodied and fierce. What had he been up to? An ominous premonition surged within Jiang Feng. Kara, you truly seek your demise. Now that you have returned, prepare to pay the price, he thought as the Lion King fixed his piercing gaze upon the patrol vehicle. The two individuals in the patrol vehicle gasped in horror as they beheld the one-eyed, blood-soaked lion, its visage grotesque and menacing, with bared fangs that instilled terror. We must flee, it's Kara, Lin Bin exclaimed. Simultaneously, he urgently communicated via the intercom. Kara has returned, appearing in the lion enclosure, drenched in blood. What? Kara has returned to the lion enclosure? Came the incredulous response. Yes, indeed. Kara has returned to the lion enclosure. We don't know what it has consumed, but it is exceedingly fearsome, significantly larger than the lions beside it. This is dire. It is charging towards us. Lin Bin spoke in a frantic tone. The driver, Zhang Huan, was equally terrified. While he would not fear a typical lion charging at them, this was Kara, the Lion King, capable of overturning their vehicle. Were it not for the intervention of the Tiger King, Panda, in the tiger enclosure, who had thwarted Kara's murderous intent, many lives could have been lost. Roar. Kara's speed far surpassed that of the patrol vehicle as it lunged onto the roof of the car with a swift swipe of its paw. Bam! The protective barrier slammed against the vehicle's roof, but fortunately, the barrier's resilience was formidable, otherwise, it would have surely shattered. Zhang Huan trembled in fear, yet his long-standing experience with lions and tigers fortified his resolve. He steered the patrol vehicle towards the tiger enclosure. At that moment, the Lion King, Kara, suddenly leapt from the patrol vehicle and charged at its side. Bam! The patrol vehicle was astonishingly overturned by Kara's might. It was terrifying, an unimaginable force that dwarfed human capability. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin were engulfed in dread, their hearts racing as if they were on the brink of death. Lin Bin, quickly evacuate the lion enclosure, shouted Security Captain Lu Ming urgently over the intercom. Captain, we cannot retreat. The patrol vehicle has been overturned by the Lion King, Kara. Hurry, I fear the protective barrier will not withstand Kara's assault. Lin Bin shouted in desperation. Hold on, we will arrive shortly. Captain Lu Ming also shouted anxiously. Roar. The Lion King, Kara, bellowed as it approached the patrol vehicle. Instead of striking directly, it fiercely slashed at the barrier with its claws. Sizzle. Zhang Huan and Lin Bin curled up in fear, witnessing the protective barrier being dismantled by the Lion King, intensifying their terror. Brother Bin, Kara resembles a murderous fiend, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, Zhang Huan spoke with a quivering voice. Lin Bin trembled as well, realizing that Kara's intellect rivaled that of a 10-year-old child, demonstrating an understanding of how to dismantle the enclosure barehanded. Bam! In less than a minute, the Lion King, Kara, had dismantled the protective barrier, its fearsome head crashing against the vehicle's window. Roar! Jiang Feng roared and charged towards Kara with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain, not merely resembling one, but truly a tiger, the king of all tigers. Descending upon the scene. Chapter 8. Guardians of Humanity. Inside the overturned patrol vehicle, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin heard the roar of a tiger, causing their hearts to momentarily stop. It was terrifying. However, their fear quickly transformed into exhilaration. The tiger's appearance signified an impending confrontation with the lion. Is that Pander? Zhang Huan exclaimed with excitement. It seems to be Pander, but how could it possibly be in the lion enclosure? Lin Bin pondered, his face filled with confusion. Before they could exchange further thoughts, the oncoming tiger collided with the lion. The one-eyed Lion King, Kara, radiated coldness and menace. Its limbs had evolved, with claws elongated and sharpened, hidden until it struck with catastrophic force. Jiang Feng, unperturbed, extended its claws and struck at Lion King Kara. With a tearing sound, Jiang Feng's right paw carved a deep gash across Kara's face. In response, Kara attempted to bite Jiang Feng's neck, but missed, only to be swatted away by Jiang Feng's left paw. The disparity in power was stark, even though Lion King Kara had grown stronger since daylight. It stood no chance against the nearly 700-pound evolved Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng charged towards Lion King Kara, intent on ending its reign. Yet, with a sudden roar, Kara retreated rapidly. Just as Jiang Feng prepared to pursue, a pride of lions encircled him, roaring angrily while several male and female lions attacked the patrol vehicle. With a resounding crash, the vehicle's glass shattered. Damn it, that cunning Kara is playing dirty, Jiang Feng thought, hesitating to chase Kara, fearing for the lives of the two men inside the vehicle. With a fierce roar, Jiang Feng lunged towards the patrol car, effortlessly dispatching two male lions. Simultaneously, He positioned himself against the side of the vehicle where the protective barrier had been breached by Kara, shielding the occupants from the lion's assault. Inside, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin looked on in awe as Pander defended the shattered door, rendered speechless by their exhilaration. They had experienced a roller coaster of emotions that day, narrowly escaping death multiple times. It was Pander who saved them. Without its intervention, they would have surely been torn apart by the lions. Pander, thank you. The driver, Zhang Huan, suddenly shouted. Outside, Jiang Feng perceived this declaration, gaining another devoted admirer. No, 2 admirers. The thrill of obtaining 2 black iron chests surged through him. Faced with dozens of lions, Jiang Feng scoffed. These overgrown beasts were of no concern to him. 1 swipe would suffice. If it weren't for the treacherous Kara inciting the pride against the 2 security guards, he could have vanquished them all. The chorus of growls from the dozen male lions and 60 female lions reverberated around Jiang Feng, yet none dared to approach him. The pressure he had exerted was overwhelming. No lion could contend with him. The 2 men inside the vehicle observed Pander's indifference to the lion's furious roars and could not help but praise. Pander is magnificent. Indeed. Pander is formidable. Kara is no match for it. If not for us, Pander would have surely dispatched Kara, Lin Bin remarked, relaying the entire situation to their captain. Lu Ming, via radio. Despite his painful injuries, he felt a wave of relief knowing that as long as Pander was present, their lives were not in jeopardy. Minutes passed, and soon several large vehicles arrived, their headlights illuminating the lion enclosure brightly. From the passenger seat of the foremost patrol car, Lu Ming spotted the overturned vehicle and the terrifying sight of dozens of lions surrounding it, with a massive tiger sitting beside it, towering at nearly 2 meters. It was astonishing. I never imagined Pander would be so clever, knowing how to defend against the lion's assault on Zhang Huan and Lin Bin. One of the security guards exclaimed excitedly. As the lions attacked the patrol car, Pander appeared just in time to block their onslaught. This is unbelievable. Yet we witnessed it ourselves. Drive the lions away. We must rescue the men. Lu Ming commanded. Captain, should we drive Pander away as well? Inquired the water truck driver. Lu Ming, contemplating, replied, No, Pander does not harm humans. The driver acknowledged, and a fully armed individual emerged from the water truck, wielding a high-pressure water gun, unleashing a barrage on the pride. While the water gun could not kill the lions, its force was sufficient to scare them away. Captain, how do we rescue Zhang Huan and Lin Bin? A young security guard gulped nervously, glancing at the imposing tiger beside the vehicle. Lu Ming, fully armed, opened the car door with trembling hands. He knew that if Pander turned its aggression towards him, no amount of armor would withstand its might. I will go down and retrieve them from the other side, Lu Ming stated resolutely, stepping out of the patrol car. At that moment, Jiang Feng suddenly moved away, heading into the distance. Lu Ming was startled by Jiang Feng's motion, only exhaling in relief once it had departed. He admired Luo Anqi's audacity. She had dared to interact with Pander and confront over 30 fierce tigers. Such bravery was beyond his own capabilities. Lu Ming painstakingly extracted the 2 men from the vehicle and hurried them into an ambulance, finally releasing a breath of relief upon ensuring their safety. Zhang Huan and Lin Bin exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. What is so funny? Lu Ming queried, bewildered. Captain, you Haven T experienced despair and hope. Today's events will provide us with stories to boast about for a lifetime. Lin Bin chuckled heartily. You should be grateful to Miss Luo. If she hadn't nurtured Pander to be so friendly and powerful, you wouldn't be boasting at all. You'd be nothing but bones. Lu Ming teased. Indeed. We owe our thanks to Miss Luo. They both nodded in agreement. All right, you 2 can take a break from work for the next few days. I will report tonight's events to the higher-ups. They may send someone to investigate, and you should recount everything truthfully, Lu Ming instructed. Understood, Captain. By the way, where did Pander go? It won't escape the zoo, will it? It's headed towards the tiger enclosure, Lu Ming reassured, having just caught sight of it. Relief washed over him, but he felt a sense of urgency. He knew that with Pander's leaping ability, it could easily clear the zoo's fences. If it chose to escape, it would cause chaos akin to Lion King Kara. He needed to inform his superiors and Miss Luo. If Pander truly got out, it would surely startle countless people. Aside from the overturned vehicle, all other cars had exited the lion enclosure. Jiang Feng, waiting atop a hillside, leaped swiftly down, racing towards a location suspected to yield spirit stones. He was determined to uncover the truth. Upon his return, the pride of lions retreated in fear. Ignoring their eager posturing, Jiang Feng began digging with a paw into the pit. Clink! His claws struck something extraordinarily rigid. Positioning himself carefully, he exerted force. unearthing a stone from 2 meters beneath the surface. It weighed no less than 100 pounds. What is this? Is it a spirit stone? Jiang Feng queried the system. Dear host, would you like to use 3 black iron chest draws to identify the treasure? Damn it, I need 3 draws just to identify it? No need for identification. I shall store this stone in my inventory. Esteemed host, to store this stone in the inventory will require the expenditure of 5 chances at the black iron treasure chest lottery. Shall it be stored? Jiang Feng felt a surge of frustration. Everything seemed to demand lottery chances. He resolved to carry it back to the Tiger Garden himself. He believed this to be a spiritual stone. Otherwise, why would the Lion King Carla have evolved so suddenly? Declining to store it, he lifted the hefty stone, weighing around 100 pounds, with ease using his right forepaw, and made his way towards the Tiger Garden. The pride of lions, witnessing Jiang Feng's intent to take the treasure, went into a frenzy, yet their fear of him held them back. For a moment, they merely encircled him, roaring in anger. Begone! Jiang Feng's resounding roar echoed, warning them that should they dare to encircle him again, he would annihilate them all. Moreover, he was merely taking the largest spiritual stone. The smaller ones remained behind. Jiang Feng's roar reverberated mightily, sending the pride into a panicked retreat. A bunch of weaklings. Jiang Feng chuckled as he bounded towards the Tiger Garden, carrying the substantial spiritual stone with him. Chapter 9. Everyone must see the great tiger. What? Captain Liu, you said that Pander broke into the lion enclosure yesterday and saved 2 security guards? Luo Anqi was utterly astonished. She had just awakened, her hair unkempt and her face unmade, when she received a call from Captain Lu Ming, who informed her of Pander's daring rescue. It was simply unbelievable. Yes, Xiao Luo. If it weren't for Pander, Zhang Huan and Lin Bin would have perished. The Lion King, Kara, appeared and was truly terrifying. Let me confide in you. At least 5 individuals lost their lives to Kara yesterday, and their bodies were mutilated. Please don't share this with anyone else. Lu Ming whispered on the phone. This matter must not leak. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly incite panic. What? Such a grave incident occurred? Luo Anqi exclaimed in horror. Yes. Xiao Luo, you must be cautious. The Lion King Kara has a fierce vendetta. What if Pander is in danger? Luo Anqi's concern for Jiang Feng's safety surged. On the other end of the line, Captain Lu Ming chuckled bitterly. How could Pander be in danger? That terrifying Lion King Kara would have been slain by Pander if it hadn't cunningly summoned a pack of lions to attack the 2 security guards. Xiao Luo, Pander is safe. Kara is no match for him. Just take care of yourself. As a member of the Luo family, you must be aware of the unusual events that have transpired recently. Yes, my father mentioned it to me. Being from the Luo family, Luo Anqi was naturally aware of the peculiar occurrences over the past 2 months. A unique gas had emerged in the world, which experts had analyzed and named spiritual energy. This energy had astonishingly enabled animals to evolve. Massive pythons over 20 meters long, lightning-fast silver wolves, and giant eagles with wingspans of 7 or 8 meters had all appeared. Even in the depths of the ocean, terrifying octopuses capable of capsizing cargo ships had emerged. Strange and bizarre creatures were surfacing everywhere. As the dominant species, humans had also seen the rise of a few evolved individuals, but they were exceedingly rare and their abilities highly unstable, seemingly forced into evolution. No, I must go see Pander. If he gets hurt, that would be disastrous. Luo Anqi began to wash up and gather her belongings. Dingling, who is it? Luo Anqi wondered, puzzled by the early visitor. Anqi, it's me, Yutong, Jiang Yutong shouted from outside. Luo Anqi quickly opened the door to find a young woman dressed in white casual attire. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s. With skin as smooth as jade, delicate features, and a slender, alluring figure, an epitome of beauty. At her feet stood a large Samoyed, its fur as white as snow. A true king among dogs. Luo Anqi felt a twinge of jealousy. Her good friend and university classmate, Jiang Yutong, had an enviable figure. Although she herself was beautiful, her physique paled in comparison to that of her dear friend. Yutong, why are you so dressed up? Who are you meeting? Hee, I'm here to see you, Anqi. Jiang Yutong replied with a playful smile. Luo Anqi rolled her eyes at her friend and said, Yutong, I have to go to the zoo for work. I don't have time to accompany you. There is no need for you to accompany me. I'll go with you to the zoo, Jiang Yutong laughed. Why would you want to go to the zoo with me? Do you like animals? Hee, you know, given the recent events. My father asked me to follow you to the zoo to see if anything unusual is happening. Plus, I want to see Pander, Jiang Yutong stated candidly. Luo Anqi nodded. Although Pander had not yet evolved, having defeated the already evolving Lion King Kara demonstrated his potential. Dingling, who could that be again? Luo Anqi sighed and opened the door, only to find two young individuals, a man and a woman, clad in black attire, standing straight and appearing quite professional, like people from a government agency. "Hello. Are you Miss Luo Anqi?" the young woman asked with a smile. "Yes, that's me. Do you need something?" Luo Anqi had already surmised their purpose, having received a call from her father yesterday, but she sought confirmation. "Miss Luo, hello. I am Li Hui. We would like to accompany you to the Qingshan Wildlife Zoo to take a look. Here are our credentials." Li Hui produced identification from her bag. Upon seeing the identification from the Special Affairs Processing Office, which her father had mentioned, Luo Anqi felt a sense of relief. "Are you going to see Pander?" Luo Anqi inquired. "Yes," Li Hui replied with a smile. "How do you intend to handle Pander?" Luo Anqi asked anxiously, fearing that the Special Affairs team might take him away. To her, Pander was family, having been raised by her since childhood, and she would not allow anyone to take him away. "Rest assured, Miss Luo, we will not do anything. We are merely here to observe Pander," Li Hui reassured her. Luo Anqi felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Okay, then let us go, but I need to buy some beef first." "All right, soon." Two vehicles made their way towards the Qingshan Wildlife Zoo. "Anqi, do you think Pander has evolved?" Jiang Yutong asked from the passenger seat. "Not likely. If he had evolved, his size would have increased significantly. The Lion King Kara has grown considerably, and evolved beasts tend to be quite ferocious. Pander is very docile," Luo Anqi responded honestly. "Indeed. My father also asked me to take Dubai to the inspection station." Jiang Yutong glanced at the snowy Samoyed in the back seat. "Has Dubai become aggressive?" Luo Anqi couldn't help but inquire. "No, Dubai remains gentle." "Well, that's good. Just keep an eye on him," Luo Anqi advised. An hour later, having purchased 500 pounds of beef, Luo Anqi, along with Jiang Yutong and the two officials from the Special Affairs Processing Office, entered the tiger enclosure at the Qingshan Wildlife Zoo. "Pander," Luo Anqi called out loudly. She panicked upon not seeing the tiger. Where could it be hiding? Had it escaped? Captain Lu Ming had warned her that the Lion King Kara could jump over a 6-meter-high fence. Surely Pander could do the same. He had specifically instructed her not to let Pander escape. Now, not seeing Pander or any other tigers, her anxiety grew. Roar. The familiar roar reassured Luo Anqi. Suddenly, a magnificent striped tiger charged out from the woods, exuding an invincible aura. Luo Anqi was overjoyed. She had been worried sick, fearing that Pander had escaped the zoo. "Pander, where did you come from?" she exclaimed, tugging at Jiang Feng's ear. "Inside, we are evolving." Jiang Feng opened his massive jaws to respond, though the sound that came out was a roar. In the vehicle, Jiang Yutong watched in astonishment as her best friend tugged at the 3-meter-long tiger, her heart racing. Her friend had such audacity. In another vehicle, the two officials from the Special Affairs Processing Office, Li Hui and Su Zhe, were solemn expressions. They retrieved a device resembling a tablet. The device displayed a bright red dot, accompanied by several dimmer red dots, each showing a number. They aimed the device at Pander nearby, and the brightest red dot surged from 10 to 100, continuing to rise until it finally stabilized at 165. They exchanged glances, feeling as though they had encountered a ghost. "Miss Luo, may we approach Pander?" Li Hui swallowed hard, her voice shaky. The device in her hand could detect living beings within a 30-meter radius, as well as any treasures emanating spiritual energy. Certainly, not all treasures can be detected. For instance, those devoid of spiritual energy cannot be discerned by this device. "What sort of instrument is this?" asked Luo Anqi, her curiosity piqued by the objects in the hands of the two individuals. "This is the latest invention from the Research Institute. A spirit detection device capable of measuring the spiritual energy within a person's body. For example, you possess merely 0.2 points, Li Hui explained with a smile. This is the first generation of the device, so there may be some inaccuracies in the measurements. With that, she and Suze cautiously approached Jiang Feng. The sheer size of him was overwhelming, causing her anxiety to spike. Despite her ability to vanquish 10 individuals unarmed, the presence of this colossal creature made her tremble uncontrollably. Suze, too, found it hard to fathom the gentleness of such a massive being, especially one that was an evolved beast. Luo Anqi's interest was greatly aroused by Li Hui's introduction, but the revelation of her own meager 0.2 points dampened her confidence. "What are your spiritual energy points? How much does Panda have?" Luo Anqi inquired with curiosity. "Well, I have 4 points, Suze has 5 points, and how much does Panda have?" She pressed on, her urgency palpable. "Almost 200, and it's still increasing," Li Hui responded with excitement. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Feng also felt intrigued. Could the tablet in that woman's hands truly measure spiritual energy? This was advanced technology. Upon learning that the caretaker's energy level was a mere 0.2 points, he couldn't help but chuckle. This caretaker seemed rather inept. With 200 points, he felt confident that if he unleashed his full aura, his energy value could surge even higher. After all, he had been suppressing his presence, and he doubted the tablet could detect even that. 200? That's astonishing, exclaimed Luo Anqi, tugging at Jiang Feng's ear as she rushed to Li Hui's side. She spotted a crimson dot on the screen, brilliantly red, with a value fixed at 212. Wow, Pangda, you've evolved, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she cradled Jiang Feng's large head. Upon closer inspection, she noted that Jiang Feng seemed slightly larger than before. Indeed, Miss Luo, Pangda has undoubtedly evolved. Such a high energy value is indicative of that. In our statistics, Pangda ranks among the top 20 on land, Li Hui declared enthusiastically. While previous measurements of animals had shown high energy values, they were often aggressive, prone to attacking humans, and some had even been known to maim or kill. Only Pangda, this magnificent tiger, exhibited the most docile demeanor. This was a commendable example. Top 20? Pangda, that's incredible, Luo Anqi said, planting affectionate kisses on Jiang Feng's head. TCH, only top 20? My Pangda should be first. No. Jiang Feng, should be first, he mused inwardly. Suddenly, a large white dog descended from a vehicle, barking excitedly. However, upon seeing Jiang Feng, it whimpered instead. Jiang Feng had anticipated the arrival of a Samoyed, which seemed like a delightful plaything. He approached the Samoyed, causing Jiang Yutong to retreat into the car in fright. Calling out, Anqi, help. The big white one is going to get bitten. Luo Anqi burst into laughter. Yutong, it's all right. Pangda doesn't bite. He just wishes to play with the big white one. Look. Jiang Yutong clutched her heart and peered out the window, where indeed, Pangda was frolicking with her Samoyed. However, the sight was comically charming. Pangda's enormous paw was playfully swatting at the Samoyed, which trembled in fear, frozen in place. Luo Anqi, get Pangda away quickly. Chapter 10. Offering the spirit stone, Jiang Feng voraciously devoured 50 pounds of beef, relishing every bite. The atmosphere was relaxed. Yet a lingering curiosity about the caretaker's finances for more beef hovered in the air. Beside him, his two companions, Tuanzi and Yuanzai, joined in the feast with equal enthusiasm. Xiao Luo, the scale has arrived, announced the security team leader, Lu Ming, making his entrance with the weighing scale. Luo Anqi expressed her gratitude and enthusiastically addressed her audience. Dear friends, today we shall discover the weight of our beloved panda. Sounds great. Let us weigh the tiger. This is my first time seeing it. I guess the panda weighs 550 pounds. I wager it's 600 pounds. How could it be 600 pounds? Even the lion doesn't weigh that much. Who cares about the lion? Our panda is the strongest. Huh. The lion bit the panda. How can you say it's the strongest? Just a delusional tiger fan. Indeed. There are still tiger fans around. A lion is far superior to a tiger. Damn it, we're live streaming a tiger. Lion fans, step aside. The chat was filled with banter between tiger and lion enthusiasts. Luo Anqi felt a sense of helplessness. Each time she went live, these two factions would inevitably clash, each vying to prove their favorite beast's superiority. Everyone, pay attention to see how much our panda and the other tigers weigh, Luo Anqi said with a smile. Tuanzi, step up. Tuanzi looked at Jiang Feng, puzzled about what was expected of him. Jiang Feng quickly prompted his little companion. The caretaker is asking you to weigh yourself. He too was curious to see Tuanzi's weight, especially since Tuanzi had absorbed quite a bit of spiritual energy last night, shedding a layer of the 100-pound stone he had. Understanding Jiang Feng's intent, Tuanzi hurried to the scale. Wow, the panda is so clever, able to direct Tuanzi to weigh himself. What an adorable panda. I want to hug it. Too bad flights are suspended. Otherwise, I would visit Jiangnan province to see the panda. I'm from Jiangnan province too. But a mishap at home prevents me from going. Huh, I'm at the Qingshan Wildlife Park. Soon I'll see Miss Anqi and the panda. As Luo Anqi observed the weight on the scale, she gasped. Miss Anqi, how much does Tuanzi weigh? We can't see. Please tell us. Not wanting to keep her audience in suspense, Luo Anqi promptly announced, Tuanzi weighs 586 pounds. What? Tuanzi weighs 586 pounds? Then the panda must weigh over 600 pounds. That's terrifying. Who said the panda doesn't weigh 600 pounds? Just look at how much bigger he is than Tuanzi. The audience clamored for Luo Anqi to weigh Jiang Feng. Yuanzai, come here, she said, pulling Yuanzai over. Yuanzai weighed 598 pounds, just shy of 600. But they had just feasted, or it would have been less. Luo Anqi explained. We want to see how much the panda weighs. Hurry, weigh the panda. All right. I will weigh the panda now. Luo Anqi was equally eager to discover Jiang Feng's weight. Jiang Feng obediently stepped onto the scale and sat down. Ding. He was clearly much heavier than Yuan Zai. Luo Anqi began adjusting the scale. Her camera focused on the reading. 650 pounds, 670 pounds, 700 pounds. Gasps filled the air. And the live chat erupted. Wow, the panda weighs 785 pounds. Has it broken a record? 785 pounds. But the panda doesn't look that enormous. How can it weigh 785 pounds? Impressive. The panda is only 2 years old, not even at its peak. It could surpass 1,000 pounds during its prime. With this weight, it could easily swat me away. I must see such a massive tiger in person. I want to go too. Li Hui and Su Zhe from the Special Affairs Office swiftly reported various information regarding Jiang Feng. Panda, Qingshan Wildlife Park tiger, 2 years old, weight 785 pounds. Spiritual energy value, 212, friendly disposition, currently non-threatening. Soon, they submitted Jiang Feng's data and began to cautiously approach him. Luo Anqi tugged at Jiang Feng's ear, incredulously asking, Panda, even though you've eaten around 50 pounds of beef, gaining 50 pounds, how can your weight be 785 pounds? What accounts for such a dramatic change? While many were aware of the increased spiritual energy in the world and the peculiar creatures appearing in forums, she refrained from speculating publicly about evolution until officially confirmed. Woof. Just as Jiang Feng reveled in his weight, a Samoyed suddenly dashed towards the nearby woods. Goodbye. Jiang Yutong cried out, concerned for her beloved dog, and hurried after it into the trees. Her sudden sprint startled Luo Anqi. After all, there were 29 tigers within those woods, and they were not as friendly as Jiang Feng. Yutong, don't run off. Luo Anqi exclaimed, rushing after her. Jiang Feng had no choice but to follow as well. These foolish humans. They recklessly chase after a dog, disregarding the danger. It truly perplexes the tiger. Why is that Samoyed running wild? There are many tigers in those woods. If something goes wrong, they could all be in peril. With the panda around, nothing will happen to them. The audience was reassured by the presence of the nearly 800-pound panda. Which tiger would dare to act out of line? The 4 of them, accompanied by 3 tigers, followed the Samoyed. Jiang Feng's gaze was sharp. He clearly saw the Samoyed heading straight for the resting area of the tigers. Was the dog foolish enough to not recognize the danger? He could ensure to Anzi and Yuanzai wouldn't bite. But he could not guarantee that the other 29 tigers would be equally restrained. After all, those tigers were semi-wild. They could pose a serious threat to humans unless he was present, and as for that Samoyed, it would be doomed. Charging ahead, Jiang Feng spotted the Samoyed barking at the group of tigers, eyes fixated on a particular stone, drooling in anticipation. Oh no! This dog has caught the scent of the spirit stone. Jiang Feng was taken aback. The dog's nose was remarkably keen. Luo Anqi, Jiang Yutong, Li Hui, and Su Zhe soon arrived, all witnessing the stone. Over 20 tigers lay quietly beside it. Spirit stone? How could there be a spirit stone here? Li Hui was astonished. Their Special Affairs Office had only received palm-sized spirit stones. Yet, this one was nearly the size of a stone mill, weighing close to 100 pounds. Where did it come from? Miss Luo, could you please have the panda bring that stone to us? We desperately need it. Li Hui whispered, slightly embarrassed. Luo Anqi glanced at Li Hui. She was reluctant to comply, but since Li Hui was sent by higher authorities, she felt compelled to assist. Panda, could you bring me that stone? She whispered into Jiang Feng's ear, gesturing for him to retrieve it. Jiang Feng listened to his caretaker and suddenly extended his paw. Luo Anqi was confused. Such a fool, it's the beef. Jiang Feng growled in dissatisfaction. Reluctantly, he had to reveal his high intelligence. Beef? You want beef? All right. I'll make sure you have your fill tomorrow, Luo Anqi promised. However, Jiang Feng remained unmoved, gesturing again with his paw. Having raised Jiang Feng from a cub, Luo Anqi was well acquainted with his temperament. Is it because you find it lacking? No worries, I'll prepare extra for you, she quickly assured. Only then did Jiang Feng seem satisfied, wobbling towards the spirit stone. The spiritual stone was unearthed by him yesterday from the lion park, and he sensed that there might be more spiritual stones within it. However, he was uncertain if the tiger park held any such treasures. If it did, that would be delightful. The 4 individuals, accompanied by 6 security personnel, watched in awe as Jiang Feng emerged from a den of 29 formidable tigers, successfully carrying the massive stone without provoking a single roar from the beasts. They couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Feng's prowess. With a resounding thud, Jiang Feng cast the stone at the feet of the caretaker. Although the spiritual stone was considerable in size, it paled in comparison to the caretaker's significance. As long as the caretaker was present, he would have devoted admirers and foolish humans to bestow upon him accolades, thus providing him with fortune, enabling him to unlock treasures and grow stronger. Moreover, the caretaker would also provide him with beef. Indeed, the caretaker was invaluable. "Panda, you are truly remarkable," Luo Anqi remarked, unable to suppress her admiration for Jiang Feng's cleverness and strength. Li Hui and Su Zhe were elated, astonished by their unexpected fortune. "Miss Luo, you have greatly assisted us in managing this task," they expressed. "You're welcome. It is the least I could do. However, you must ensure that Panda and the others have beef for their meals for the next 15 days, Luo Anqi replied with a smile. "Not a problem, Miss Luo. We will certainly deliver the beef," Li Hui assured her, filled with overwhelming joy. Soon, the hefty spiritual stone, weighing around 100 pounds, was loaded into the vehicle by Li Hui, and together with Su Zhe, they departed from the zoo. Chapter 11. The Lion King's Highway Heist. A live broadcast had once again garnered Jiang Feng a legion of devoted fans. Host, Jiang Feng level. First-tier Evolution Beast devoted fans. 58 lottery chances. 125 black iron treasure chest. Storage. 1 drop of white tiger essence. 28 pounds of spirit stones. Viewing these statistics brought him great satisfaction. Jiang Feng felt a surge of pride as he streamlined his panel, allowing him to easily discern the number of devoted fans, lottery opportunities, and collections he possessed. With 28 pounds of spirit stones, he believed it would suffice for Tuanzi and Yuanzi's evolution. He resolved to wait until nightfall to enable his 2 subordinates to evolve into evolution beasts. As for the caretaker, he was uncertain how to facilitate her evolution. Humans should be able to absorb spiritual energy through some form of breathing technique. He wondered if the caretaker possessed such a skill. During the day, he had overheard the 2 individuals who had taken the spirit stones, noting their spiritual energy levels of 4 and 5, while the caretaker's was a mere 0, 2, clearly indicating her inadequacy. He felt compelled to assist her. "I have pills and a red fruit," he mused. "The pills must remain hidden, but I can present the red fruit for the caretaker's consumption." "Yes, that's the plan." Jiang Feng glanced at the sun overhead. It was scorching, and he felt too lethargic to move, choosing instead to lie beneath a tree and enjoy the cool shade. Lying down was truly a blissful experience. On the highway, Li Hui and Su Zhe sped towards Kyoto with over 100 pounds of spirit stones. This cache was the largest they had discovered thus far in their special affairs office, and they anticipated even greater finds in the future. However, in this era, one must act swiftly. In a world where dangers lurked, the Daxia Empire, despite its might, faced numerous envious foes that would stop at nothing to see its demise. Should those rival nations surpass Daxia during this transformation, it would spell disaster. As members of the Special Affairs Office, they knew they had to deliver this immense spirit stone to the research facility without delay, to allow experts to examine it. Roar. A tremendous roar echoed across the plains. Suddenly, a fearsome golden lion appeared, charging towards the highway. Li Hui, seated in the passenger seat, was taken aback, glancing out the window in terror. "How can there be a lion here, and a cyclopean one at that?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling as she turned to Su Zhe. Su Zhe, too, was alarmed. In his line of sight, a one-eyed lion was barreling towards them with astonishing speed, faster than their vehicle and closing in rapidly. "Could that be the Lion King, Kara?" Su Zhe stammered. "Accelerate. That Lion King Kara is already a first-tier evolution beast, with a strength exceeding 4 tons. A single encounter could spell our end." Li Hui cried out in fear. Yet Su Zhe, being a member of the Special Affairs Office, was seasoned and himself undergoing evolution. Though not yet a first-tier evolutionist, he was far stronger than the average person. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and their car surged to 150 miles per hour, gaining speed. On the highway, they were not alone. Other vehicles surrounded them. Upon the appearance of the one-eyed lion King Kara, several drivers were seized by panic, colliding with one another in their fright. The lion, undeterred, leaped onto the highway, slowing down to block the speeding car. "Push through," Li Hui shouted. She couldn't fathom how the Lion King Kara appeared here, charging towards them, but she understood that failure to surpass it would lead to their demise. Su Zhe slammed on the gas and barreled towards the Lion King Kara. He was confident he could crush an ordinary lion, but the Lion King was an entirely different matter, filling him with uncertainty. Boom! The exhaust roared. Kara's single eye fixed on the speeding vehicle, cold and menacing. Unfazed, the Lion King charged directly at them. Bang! The two collided. The Lion King was sent tumbling several meters, while the car was left in a catastrophic state, flipping through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Every window shattered. and a stone the size of a grinding rock tumbled from the trunk. The Lion King Kara, spotting the stone, let out an excited roar, then approached it. Suddenly, it turned its gaze towards the car, its expression filled with malice and murderous intent. Yet, the stone took precedence. Kara seized it and leaped away from the highway, disappearing from sight. Witnesses were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle. A lion had entered the highway, collided with a speeding car, and made off with a stone. It was utterly bizarre. Hello, Safety Bureau? There's a lion on the Jiangcheng Highway, robbing a stone, and the occupants of the car are unaccounted for, one driver reported, panic evident in his voice. What did you say? A lion is robbing a stone? Yes, I witnessed it myself, right here on the Jiangcheng Highway. Sir, do you realize that reporting false information is a crime? What false report? This is real. You need to come and see for yourselves. Sir, did you see it with your own eyes? Of course, that lion was enormous and had only one eye. Terrifying. Wait a moment, did you say the lion was one-eyed? Indeed. All right, sir, we will dispatch someone immediately. On the highway, a long line of cars was gridlocked, with those behind oblivious to the unfolding events. Among them was a young woman in her 20s named Huang Shihan, an outdoor blogger who had just witnessed the astonishing robbery. Even after the lion had departed, she struggled to believe her eyes. A lion robbing a stone was sensational. Her dashcam had recorded the entire incident. I must post this online. It will surely attract a massive audience. Huang Shihan quickly edited the video and uploaded it to the largest video platform in Xia country, titling it, "Why Did the Lion Rob the Road?" Soon, her comments section was inundated with reactions. Wow, a lion actually robbed on the highway. How terrifying. That lion is enormous, not smaller than the car. Look at the lion's eyes. It's so frightening. Why does it only have one? Wow, isn't that the Lion King Kara that killed someone? How is it still alive? Some viewers recognized Kara. At that moment, the Safety Bureau's vehicle arrived, and they rushed to the overturned car. Inside, 2 individuals were bloodied, their breathing faint. The agents extricated them from the wreckage, and upon discovering their identification, their pupils constricted in shock. They recognized the credentials of the Special Affairs Office. This is serious. The squad leader of the Safety Bureau immediately contacted the director. Quickly, administer aid. We must do everything possible to save them. Medical personnel began to treat Li Hui and Su Zhe. In Kyoto, at the Special Affairs Office, a middle-aged man with a square face named Zhang Long received the call from Jiangcheng. In truth, he was already aware of the situation without needing the notification. Reports of extraordinary events had already reached his computer. Ensure their survival while pursuing the Lion King Kara. If encountered, eliminate it immediately. Understood. Zhang Long furrowed his brow, lighting a cigarette, the weight of pressure heavy upon him. The Lion King, Silver Wolf King, Python King, Eagle King, and Wild Boar King, these threats needed to be eradicated before they consumed humanity and sealed their own fates. Chapter 12. The Escape of the Lions as Night Descended. Jiang Feng retrieved 20 pounds of spirit stones from the system's storage, distributing 10 pounds each to his companions, Tuanzi and Yuanzai, intending for them to also evolve into beasts. He pondered the longevity of these evolved creatures, speculating they might live to be 30 or 40 years, perhaps even reaching a century with further evolution. Jiang Feng reveled in these thoughts. He closed his eyes, envisioning himself as a complacent tiger, not one engaged in fierce battles for survival. Beside him, Tuanzi and Yuanzai absorbed the energy from the spirit stones, their aura growing increasingly formidable. In the midst of his restful state, Jiang Feng was suddenly startled by peculiar sounds, rustlings. Not from the tiger enclosure, but seemingly from the adjacent lion pen. What mischief are those lions up to? He dismissed it, preferring to remain undisturbed in his relaxation. Meanwhile, within the lion enclosure, King Kara stealthily made his appearance once again. This time, however, he did not do so openly. Instead, he secretly created a large hole in the wire mesh and called forth his pride. One by one, the lions, males, females, and cubs slipped through this breach, guided by their king, deliberately avoiding surveillance, undetected by the security personnel. Once the last lion exited the enclosure, King Kara cast a glare towards the tiger pen, his single eye radiating malice. Ultimately, he chose not to confront the tigers, but to lead his pride away in silence. What? No more noise. Have those wretched lions met their end? Jiang Feng mused with a hint of malice. Nevertheless, the silence was welcome. It allowed him to continue his repose. A glance at Tuanzi and Yuanzai revealed that they were unharmed and their energy was indeed intensifying. Tomorrow, when the caretaker arrives, he will surely be astonished by the transformation of Tuanzi and Yuanzai. Jiang Feng felt a sense of security. reassured by the fact that the two extraordinary individuals he had encountered had mentioned evolution, indicating a vast number of beings, both human and animal, were undergoing such changes. His amicable demeanor suggested that any intention to harm him would be unreasonable. As Jiang Feng continued his tranquil rest, the authorities in both Kyoto and Jiangnan province were stirred into action by King Kara's assault on the Special Task Force's personnel. Early in the morning, the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau convened a meeting. Why has that lion, Kara, not been neutralized yet? Director Tian Feng berated his subordinates. Director, that lion is exceedingly cunning, appearing only at night and moving with astonishing speed. We have been unable to eliminate it, and it has even claimed the lives of 3 of our men. Lamented one of the team leaders, his heart heavy with despair. The notion that a lion could be so formidable, undeterred by gunfire, was indeed terrifying. While Director Tian Feng acknowledged the challenges posed by King Kara, the priority was to eliminate him. Are you suggesting that we are temporarily unable to take down Kara? Yes. Director, we either need more powerful weaponry, or we must notify higher authorities to dispatch someone of greater capability. Dispatching such individuals is out of the question. They are not yet a match for King Kara. If they sustain any injuries, the consequences would be unimaginable. I will arrange for more formidable weaponry. We must neutralize King Kara swiftly, Director Tian Feng asserted firmly. Understood, Director. I will expedite the elimination of King Kara. Just then, as they deliberated on how to manage the situation, Director Tian Feng's phone rang. What? All the lions at Qingshan Wildlife Park have vanished? He roared in fury. What about the tigers? Are they missing? They are all accounted for, Director. The tigers remain, but all the lions have disappeared. There is a massive breach in the wire mesh, and last night's surveillance detected no trace of the lions, reported the director of Qingshan Wildlife Park over the phone. Conduct a thorough assessment of all the animals in the park. I will be there immediately, Director Tian Feng barked, nearly shouting. After hanging up, he quickly directed his personnel. All units, accompany me to Qingshan Wildlife Park. Yes, Director. At Lu Anqi's home, 2 beautiful women anxiously perused their messages and news. King Kara has audaciously attacked the Special Task Force's vehicle and stolen the Spirit Stone. Could it be that King Kara is so intelligent? Jiang Yutong found it hard to believe. The previous day, she and her friend Lu Anqi had spent the day in leisure, retiring early without a clue about the unfolding events. Now, upon waking, they were bombarded with countless messages and news alerts, along with 2 missed calls on Lu Anqi's phone, one from her father and the other from the zoo director. The Spirit Stone. King Kara actually went after the Spirit Stone? That modified vehicle collided with him and suffered no damage at all. Kara is truly terrifying, Lu Anqi thought, feeling a chill run down her spine. What of Li Hui and Suze? Surely they're unharmed. Both are trained in martial arts and possess superior physical qualities due to the spirit fruits they've consumed. Jiang Yutong reflected, envious of the spirit fruits, aware that although her family was respectable, it paled in comparison to the nation's elite clans, such as the Luo family of Jiangnan province. Lu Anqi felt a twinge of worry for pandas, thinking, I must call and check. She quickly dialed the number. Hello, Director. Xiao Luo. Are you aware of what transpired today? Director, what happened? Lu Anqi replied immediately. All the lions from the lion enclosure have escaped. The Security Bureau is coming to inspect the situation at the zoo, with a particular focus on the tigers. They fear the tigers may have also escaped. What? The tigers? Director, please ensure that the Security Bureau does not harm pandas, Tuanzi, or Yuanzai. I'm heading over right now. In a frenzy, Lu Anqi dashed towards the door. Wait for me, Anqi. I'm coming with you. Jiang Yutong could hardly contain her urgency. The two, along with a dog, hopped into a car and sped towards Qingshan Wildlife Park. As they passed through a park, Jiang Yutong suddenly gasped in terror, trembling as she exclaimed, Anqi, look. Is that a lion? Lu Anqi turned her gaze to see a horrifying spectacle. 2 female lions seemingly feasting on a corpse. Lions. 2 female lions. It appears they have killed someone. You must call the Security Bureau immediately. Right away. Jiang Yutong hastily pulled out her phone to make the call. Lu Anqi was left in a state of shock. It felt as though lions had invaded human territory. In a single night, humanity seemed to have lost its dominion over the world. The psychological impact was overwhelming, enough to send those with weak hearts into a panic. What? You say lions have appeared at Meteor Park? All right, please evacuate immediately. We will send reinforcements. Jiang Yutong hung up the phone, sensing a grave urgency in the tone of the Security Bureau. Anqi, should we leave Jiang City? She asked, her voice laced with anxiety. Lu Anqi was equally flustered. Let us head to the zoo first. Chapter 13. The fierce tiger leaps forth to aid humanity at Qingshan Wildlife Park. Zhang Feng lazily sprawled on a massive rock. Observing the hurried movements of the security personnel and guards as they entered the tiger and lion enclosures, he surmised that something must have transpired in the lion's domain. However, it was of no concern to him. He merely wished to remain at ease. He turned onto his side and absent-mindedly rubbed his back against the stone, letting out a satisfied hum. Beside him lay two enormous tigers, Yuanzi and Tuanzi, who had successfully evolved into first-tier beasts. "Captain Liu, has there been any incident with the tigers?" The head of the security bureau inquired, addressing Lu Ming, the head of the zoo security team. "No, nothing has occurred in the tiger enclosure," Lu Ming replied. Thankfully, the tiger area remained undisturbed. Otherwise, the zoo staff would have been thrown into chaos. Nearly 100 lions had escaped from the zoo and had already caused injuries. Regardless, they could not distance themselves from the repercussions. When will the tiger keepers arrive? They should be here soon, right? Lu Ming wondered, anticipating the arrival of Luo Anqi. Could the tiger keepers truly command this pack of ferocious tigers? The head of the security bureau held his doubts. 32 colossal tigers, 3 of which were evolved beasts, were a terrifying sight. It seemed implausible that a mere girl could control such a formidable group. There's no problem at all. Panda, Tuanzi, and Yuanzi have gentle dispositions, and Captain Gao will see for himself shortly, Lu Ming assured, pride swelling within him at the thought of Luo Anqi's ability to handle Panda, Yuanzi, and Tuanzi. They were indeed part of their zoo family. While the two men patrolled, a small vehicle entered the tiger enclosure. Luo Anqi was the first to disembark, and upon seeing that Panda, Tuanzi, and Yuanzi were unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Bing, the head of the security bureau, approached Luo Anqi to convey the higher-ups' directive to ascertain whether she could command the tigers in the enclosure. If not, they would have to confine the tigers indoors or even resort to lethal measures. The havoc wreaked by the lions had already sent shockwaves through Kyoto, and they could not allow the tigers to follow suit. Luo Anqi was taken aback by the severity of the situation in Jiangcheng. "Captain Gao, there is no need for concern. Panda and the others will not harm humans," she stated confidently, then boldly walked towards Jiang Feng. Everyone watched in awe as Luo Anqi, a mere girl, approached 32 tigers. Jiang Feng, lounging on the boulder, noticed the zookeeper and the curious gazes directed at him, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Panda, Tuanzi, Yuanzi," Luo Anqi called out. Tuanzi and Yuanzi showed little response, their eyes flashing with predatory intent. They had evolved and were ravenous, having yet to eat. However, their fierce gazes were not aimed at Luo Anqi but at the unfamiliar humans surrounding them. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng gave both of his little brothers a reprimanding slap. They had become overly ambitious, mistaking a single meal for a feast. If not properly disciplined, they would surely meet an untimely end. After receiving a slap from Jiang Feng, Tuanzi and Yuanzi lay down with a look of grievance. Unbeknownst to Luo Anqi, she scolded. "Panda, why did you hit Tuanzi and Yuanzi?" She playfully tugged at Jiang Feng's ear, relishing the soft fluff. Jiang Feng rose from the rock, stretched, and let out a disgruntled growl upon spotting the zookeeper's vehicle. He had had his spirit stones taken away yesterday, with promises of an abundance of beef. Yet now not a single strand was in sight. Understanding Jiang Feng's discontent, Luo Anqi couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, the distant security guards and bureau personnel were filled with trepidation. They had just witnessed the fierce glint in the tiger's eyes, but after being slapped by Panda, the tigers laid down, demonstrating Panda's undeniable leadership over the group. "Captain Liu, what does Panda mean?" Gao Bing inquired. "Perhaps he is hungry," Lu Ming speculated. "Hungry? Wouldn't that put Miss Luo in danger?" Gao Bing questioned. "Not at all. Panda would never harm humans, especially not Miss Luo," Lu Ming reassured. Luo Anqi glanced at the distant security personnel, recalling the earlier conversation. She affectionately patted Jiang Feng's head and whispered, "Panda, I'm going to ride you. Let them see how friendly you are." "Ride me?" Jiang Feng scratched his ear, extending a paw. "All right, I'll let you feast on beef for 5 days." Luo Anqi readily agreed. Luo Anqi tugged at Jiang Feng's fur, attempting to climb onto his back. However, his sleek and lofty frame made it challenging for her to mount. "Panda, crouch down," she urged, pulling on his ear with determination. Jiang Feng sighed in exasperation. His foolish zookeeper couldn't even manage to climb onto his back. Reluctantly, he lowered himself. Finally, Luo Anqi succeeded in climbing onto Jiang Feng's back. With her weighing around 100 pounds, Jiang Feng felt as though he bore no burden at all. "Let us go over there," Luo Anqi instructed. Jiang Feng complied, moving toward the security personnel and bureau staff. Wow, Anchi is actually riding Panda. Jiang Yutong began recording the moment. Luo Anchi's actions astounded everyone, evoking the phrase beauty and the beast in their minds. As she rode Jiang Feng toward the security personnel, she cheerfully declared, "Captain Gao, Panda poses no threat at all. You can rest assured." Gao Bing nodded, utterly at ease. It was indeed remarkable how such a massive tiger could behave so gently, akin to a domestic cat. Just as everyone began snapping photos of Luo Anchi and Jiang Feng, Gao Bing's walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Gao Bing, Lion King Kara has been spotted at Meteor Park, along with a dozen lionesses." "What? The Lion King Kara has appeared? Chief, I'm heading out for support immediately." Gao Bing was taken aback but reacted swiftly. "The zookeeper can command that large tiger. Have the zookeeper take it for support," the security bureau chief instructed over the radio. "What? Let the tiger assist?" Gao Bing questioned his hearing. "Yes, that is the directive from above. Just follow orders," came the reply. Though perplexed, Gao Bing understood that he must comply with the orders. "Miss Luo, the Lion King Kara has reappeared at Meteor Park, and injuries have begun anew. The higher-ups have instructed you to take this tiger with us for support." "What? Take Panda?" Luo Anchi was momentarily dumbfounded. "Yes, has T Panda defeated the Lion King Kara before? You can command Panda as well." Luo Anchi petted Jiang Feng and nodded. Addressing him, "Panda, you know the Lion King Kara, right? It's causing harm again. We need to go save people." Jiang Feng extended a paw again. All right. No problem. Once we finish this task, we'll go buy beef." Luo Anchi immediately concurred. With Jiang Feng's agreement, they sprang into action. Luo Anchi led Jiang Feng into a large truck, accompanied by the security bureau's vehicles, as they sped toward Meteor Park. This was Jiang Feng's first time leaving Qingshan Wildlife Park, and he felt a surge of excitement. Unfortunately, the truck's compartment was enclosed, leaving him to wait and glimpse the outside world. Meanwhile, Luo Anchi continuously stroked Jiang Feng, concerned that he might feel anxious. Chapter 14. Seeking the tiger's assistance at Meteor Park. Just yesterday, it was the most crowded park in Jiangcheng, yet today it has transformed into a veritable hellscape. It is unimaginable. Armed security personnel entered the park, only to be ambushed by the elusive lions. Particularly fearsome was the Lion King, Carla, whose terrifying claws could sever the neck of a gun-wielding guard in an instant. For a time, the security officers dared not venture into the park. Director Tian Feng of the Security Bureau wore a grim expression, seething with rage. Jiangxing fell under his jurisdiction, yet today, a significant number of people had perished, brutally slain by these beasts, and even several security guards had suffered casualties. It was beyond comprehension. "Director, they have arrived," a security officer whispered. Tian Feng's gaze fell upon a large truck beneath the overpass, stirring excitement within him. Just moments ago, he had received a recommendation to enlist the help of the Tiger King, Panda, to confront the Lion King Carla. The two had a long-standing feud, and with Panda's formidable strength, he was deemed the most suitable to combat Carla. Following the advice, he instructed Gao Bing to bring the Tiger King Panda along with the handler, Luo Anchi. The truck came to a halt outside the park, and Tian Feng immediately approached it. "Director, the Tiger King Panda has arrived, along with the handler Luo Anchi," Gao Bing reported promptly. "Open the cargo door." Tian Feng commanded with a wave of his hand. A security officer cautiously opened the truck's rear door. In an instant, a massive head emerged, startling the officer so much that he fell to the ground. The other security guards raised their firearms in fear. "Do not be afraid. Remain calm," Gao Bing quickly intervened, positioning himself in front of the frightened officers. He had previously witnessed Jiang Feng's gentle nature. "Panda, take it slow," Luo Anchi shouted from within the truck, concerned that Jiang Feng might become agitated due to the cramped space. Before the captivated crowd, a man and his tiger stepped out of the truck. Upon Jiang Feng fully revealing himself, the security personnel were struck with terror. The tiger was colossal, even larger than the fearsome Lion King, measuring nearly 4 meters in length, and with his tail, a full 5 meters. His massive, round head exuded an oddly festive aura, yet in close proximity, it felt as though a weight pressed heavily upon their hearts. Noticing the trembling security guards, Luo Anchi quickly extolled Jiang Feng's virtues. "Do not worry. Panda is very gentle. You can touch him if you wish." The word gentle elicited eye rolls among the guards. "Miss, do you think we are blind? With those sharp teeth and claws, who would dare to touch him? That would be courting death." Tian Feng was equally alarmed, yet being a man of experience, his composure remained intact. "Miss Luo, can you command this Tiger King?" he inquired. "Yes, Director Tian, I can," she affirmed, nodding earnestly. "Very well, Miss Luo." The Lion King Carla is currently in the dense forest, leading a pride to feast. I need you to instruct the Tiger King to confront Carla while we take out the other lions. Tian Feng laid out his plan. Luo Anchi felt a surge of dread. To think that the lions were feasting meant they were devouring humans. It was horrifying. Panda, go confront the Lion King Carla. These people will deal with the other lions. She gestured emphatically to Jiang Feng. Upon hearing the name Carla, Jiang Feng's fury ignited. He had heard from his handler about Carla's heinous acts, including the consumption of numerous people and the theft of a sacred stone. You've truly signed your death warrant. He roared, swiping his paw. His intent was clear. He alone could handle it, and he did not require protection from a group of weaklings. Director Tian Feng was perplexed. Luo Anchi felt a bit embarrassed. This panda seemed to disdain the security officers. Miss Luo, what does the Tiger King mean? Tian Feng inquired. He says he can manage alone, without anyone following him. She explained Jiang Feng's sentiments. Alone? That would be unwise. Besides Carla, there are over 20 male lions and 40 to 50 lionesses. How can one tiger contend with them? Tian Feng pondered whether the handler fully grasped the tiger's intentions. Enough of this hesitation. Jiang Feng roared again, prompting Tian Feng to finally comprehend the tiger's message, especially as he gazed into those coppery eyes, which seemed to convey a sense of superiority, as if deeming everyone present insignificant. He found it fascinating. The intelligence of this tiger was exceptionally high. Very well, Miss Luo. Let the Tiger King go in alone. We will provide remote support, Tian Feng acquiesced. Remote support? Sniper rifles? Luo Anchi mused whimsically. Sniper rifles are of limited efficacy. Tian Feng replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Indeed, they possess sniper rifles, but they were ineffective. Firstly, the park's dense foliage obstructed visibility, and secondly, whenever a sniper fired, the lions seemed to sense it and evaded the shots with uncanny precision. It was terrifying. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a security officer shoot a male lion, only for the bullet to become lodged in the skin, while the officer was subsequently torn apart by the beast. These lions appeared to have evolved, their hides remarkably tough. Jiang Feng paid little heed to the chatter of the humans and strode directly into the park, moving with remarkable stealth. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, stirring his primal instincts and igniting a restless rage within him. Yet, he was no ordinary creature. As a first-tier evolved beast, he would not lose himself to the allure of blood. Upon entering Meteor Park, Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed, revealing the grim sight of corpses strewn across the ground, each marked with claw marks. Most of the victims were elderly. It was difficult to fathom that in this era of peace, Jiangcheng, the most developed city in Jiangnan province, could fall into such a tragic state. He felt countless eyes upon him, one of which imposed a significant weight upon him, the Lion King Carla. Carla had grown stronger once more. How could this be so rapid? It was unexpected. Each encounter with Carla had seen the lion become incrementally more powerful. Yet, no matter how formidable Carla became, to Jiang Feng, he remained merely an insignificant foe. Thus, Jiang Feng ambled steadily deeper into the park. Outside, Luo Anchi and Director Tian Feng observed with binoculars, tracking Jiang Feng's progress. Miss Luo, will the Tiger King be all right? Tian Feng expressed concern. In his mind, tigers lay in ambush, waiting for prey to pass before striking decisively. But Jiang Feng's bold demeanor was perplexing. It should be fine. Panda is extraordinarily capable. The head of the zoo security team once said that Panda fears not the attacks of a pride of lions. He can sweat them aside like flies. Luo Anchi reassured herself, though fear lingered in her heart, for the Lion King Carla was notoriously brutal, even in a group assault. They had failed to slay him and had suffered the loss of several elite security officers in the process. Let us hope the Tiger King Panda can eliminate this Lion King Carla, they thought, their gazes fixed on Jiang Feng with a mixture of hope and trepidation. They had never imagined that one day, in the face of a ferocious lion, they would seek the assistance of a tiger. It was indeed a peculiar and remarkable circumstance. Chapter 15. The lion's demise in a sudden, unforeseen assault. Two male lions lunged at Jiang Feng from either side. Unperturbed, his eyes glimmered with a cold, merciless intent. The sight of a child's remains, a mere head left intact while the body had been devoured by the pride, ignited a fierce resolve within him. It was time to cleanse the threat entirely. With a swift motion, he effortlessly severed the throats of the two half-evolved lions. Compared to him, they were woefully inferior. An impressive feat indeed, worthy of the title Tiger King. Tian Feng, filled with excitement, struck a nearby stone pillar with his fist, recognizing the overwhelming power Jiang Feng possessed. They had lost numerous security personnel in the struggle against a few lions, yet with a single strike, this Tiger King, Pander, had claimed the lives of two. Evolutionary beasts were truly terrifying. Lo Anqi, equally exhilarated, felt pride swell within her. She had always known the prowess of the tiger she had raised, albeit it had a rather large appetite. As Jiang Feng dispatched the lions deep within the park, a one-eyed lion radiated a chilling aura of vengeance and malice. Its gaze shifted towards a group outside the park, poised to leap. However, it ultimately withdrew, releasing a low growl before retreating. Jiang Feng felt the menacing gaze dissipate, the fierce presence fading into the distance. Not so fast, he thought, pursuing the vanishing threat with relentless determination, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake. What troubles the Tiger King? Tian Feng inquired anxiously, fearing Jiang Feng might abandon them. Lo Anqi, too, was uncertain of his intentions. Suddenly, a series of lion roars echoed towards them, and dozens of ferocious lions charged out from the park. Fire! Tian Feng commanded decisively, joining the fray as bullets flew. The first few lionesses were quickly riddled with bullets, yet the subsequent lions surged past the deadly area, reaching the nearest security personnel. A horrifying scene unfolded as the first line of security officers fell victim to the lion's claws. Lo Anqi felt a wave of shock wash over her. Just moments ago, she had been unfazed by the sight of corpses, but witnessing the officer's demise left her in a daze, completely uncomprehending. A female officer grasped Lo Anqi's hand, urging her towards the armored vehicle. Tian Feng also directed the others to retreat. At that moment, the distant snipers found their mark. In the dense forest, hitting the lions had proven difficult, yet now, with the lions exposed in the open, they became prime targets. The sniper bullets pierced through the lionesses' bodies like deathly rays. Some lionesses, despite being shot, pressed on relentlessly toward the security personnel. The male lions, however, proved far more formidable, skillfully evading the sniper fire. "Retreat to the vehicle," Tian Feng shouted. Despite the sniper support, over 20 security officers had already perished, bringing the total to 40. His heart ached at the loss of these young lives, barely stepping into the world. They must eradicate these lions. Seated in the passenger seat, Tian Feng drew his pistol, firing 3 shots at an advancing lioness. Yet, the bullets were thwarted by her forepaw. The lioness crashed into the vehicle's barrier, denting it with her force. Director. Bullets danced in the air. But it was a challenge to bring down the lions. Lo Anqi, alongside a female officer, trembled in fear inside the vehicle as 2 male lions assaulted it. Lo Anqi was paralyzed with fear, her heart racing as she faced this dire situation once more. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Feng returned. Discovering he could not catch up with the one-eyed Lion King, Kara, he turned back, concerned for the caretaker. He had seen lions rushing towards the caretaker's direction. Indeed, the pride attacked the convoy, putting the caretaker in grave danger. With a swift gust, Jiang Feng surged forward, moving as swiftly as the wind itself. This time, he did not hold back. With a single paw strike, a lion met its end before him. The sheer simplicity of it left the over 100 security officers in awe. As Jiang Feng returned, the pride began to flee, terrified of him. Even the Lion King was no match. Yet Jiang Feng was unwilling to let these ferocious lions escape easily. It was true that some lions were gentle, but under the leadership of the Lion King, Kara, they had become brutal predators. He stood resolutely with the caretaker, who had nurtured him since childhood, providing him with ample sustenance. He sought to earn the genuine love and admiration of humanity, as well as the rewards that came with it. In every aspect, this was his chosen path. With relentless speed, Jiang Feng outpaced the lions, dispatching them one after another until no traces of the pride remained. Only then did he pause, realizing he had run several dozen miles away. Where am I? Jiang Feng glanced around, recognizing a residential area where startled onlookers beheld him, even their pets cowering in fear. From above, some individuals began capturing his image on their phones. "There's a tiger in our neighborhood. It's enormous. Could it be an escapee from the Qingshan Wildlife Park?" The tranquility of the community shattered with Jiang Feng's arrival. Phones emerged from rooftops, capturing the moment. Jiang Feng remained still, wary of startling the dog walkers. He wished to see if he could garner some genuine love. After all, he considered himself quite adorable. Yet, he gained no followers, but many heartfelt praises instead. "What a majestic tiger! It's covered in blood. Could it have attacked a person?" exclaimed a resident from several floors up. "That is possible." The mere suggestion sent some into a frenzy, phones tumbling from high above. "My phone." Jiang Feng remained undeterred, awaiting the caretaker's arrival. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke through the tension. A little girl, around 5 years old, dashed out from the stairwell towards him. "Ah, danger! Little one, return!" cried the onlookers, urging the girl to retreat. Zhou Staoming, seemingly oblivious to the warnings, approached Jiang Feng, tugging at his whiskers with her tiny, delicate hand. A twinge of pain shot through Jiang Feng, causing him to bare his teeth in response. This scene left the spectators in shock, believing the tiger would devour the child. Surprisingly, Jiang Feng remained still, allowing the girl to play with his whiskers. Am I seeing things? This tiger must be full. Someone call the authorities. We need to rescue the girl. A collective panic ensued as a crowd dialed for help. Zhou Xiaoming, after playing with Jiang Feng's whiskers, circled around and grabbed his tail. Why does this little tyke have such a penchant for my tail? Jiang Feng mused, taken aback by the child's audacity. Fate had led him to encounter this brave little girl amidst his pursuit of lions. Alas, was it not said that one must not touch a tiger's rear? Yet, the little girl not only dared to touch it but also tugged at the tail of such a magnificent beast. Truly, she embodies the fearless spirit of the young. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoming's father, Zhou Chong, also beheld this scene, his heart leaping to his throat, relieved that the tiger made no further move. He longed to retrieve his daughter, but his legs felt weak. Moreover, that tiger was the very one that had rescued them during their previous visit to the zoo. According to the zookeeper, this gentle giant was named Panda and was known for its mild temperament. Surely, there would be no harm. Suddenly, the sound of sirens pierced the air as the safety vehicle and a truck arrived. Luo Anqi, spotting Jiang Feng, also noticed the little girl tugging at his tail, rendered speechless by the audacity of the child. If it were any other tiger, it might have crushed that tiny head with a single bite. Approaching Jiang Feng, Luo Anqi lifted Zhou Xiaoming and grasped the girl's hands to prevent her from pulling the tiger's tail. Little sister, where are your guardians? She inquired. Big sister, let me down. I want to play with the big tiger. Zhou Xiaoming protested, wriggling to be free. Here, Zhou Chong shouted. Who is that woman? How can she be so fearless around the tiger? Someone asked. Children are often unaware of the dangers posed by tigers, but what of that striking woman? Why does she exhibit such courage? Is it possible that this tiger is hers? Look, there's a safety vehicle as well. All eyes turned to Luo Anqi, who not only radiated beauty but also exuded an undeniable authority that seemed to belittle the presence of the tiger, even if the tiger were under her care. Such audacity was remarkable. After returning Zhou Xiaoming home, Luo Anqi grasped the fur on Jiang Feng's neck, preparing to guide him into the vehicle. However, this time, Jiang Feng was unwilling to enter the confines of the truck. He desired to roam outside, finding the interior too stifling. Frustrated, Luo Anqi pulled at him, exclaiming, Panda, what is wrong? Suddenly, Jiang Feng bolted away. Perplexed, Luo Anqi could only follow alongside him at a slow jog. But soon, she found herself struggling to keep pace. Panda, wait, carry me. Seeing his panting caretaker, Jiang Feng squatted down. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Anqi hopped onto his back, riding him as they headed towards the outskirts of the community. Once again, the onlookers were left astounded, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What a spectacle! Tian Feng was equally taken aback. Miss Luo, what is the Tiger King up to? He refuses to enter the truck, so I'm riding him back. I'll buy him some beef along the way. Is that acceptable? Luo Anqi whispered her plea. Tian Feng felt utterly helpless. How could he refuse when faced with those two enormous copper bell-like eyes staring back at him? Chapter 16. The ranking of evolved beasts' combat power. What is the finest mode of transportation in the world? Some might undoubtedly proclaim airplanes, yachts, sports cars, or gallant steeds. However, today, the public has gained a new perspective. Airplanes, yachts, and sports cars pale in comparison to the mightiest of conveyances. A tiger, particularly a majestic 4-meter-long king of the jungle. Luo Anqi rode upon Jiang Feng, ambling along the sidewalk at a leisurely pace, which genuinely startled some who were yet unaware of the monumental changes occurring in Jiangxing. Goodness gracious! Riding a tiger! Mother, I must have encountered a fairy! Exclaimed onlookers, brimming with envy. Why can't I ride a tiger too? With police vehicles clearing the way, the crowd felt a modicum of reassurance regarding the tiger's presence. Yet, questions lingered. What was this tiger doing striding boldly down the street, accompanied by a police escort? Was there an incident of significance? Some were in the know, while others were oblivious, all awaiting an official statement. The resounding gunfire was not perceived by all as mere firecrackers. Luo Anqi's exquisite visage flushed with warmth under the gaze of the many spectators, igniting a mix of embarrassment and exhilaration within her. After all, parading through the streets atop a tiger, a 4-meter-long super tiger, was an unprecedented feat. She was indeed setting a record. Jia Feng ambled steadily with his caretaker atop, taking in the world's streets for the first time with a keen eye. The scenery bore little difference from his previous life, save for the remarkable environmental quality of this world and the abundance of wildlife. Look, there's a beef shop ahead. Let me treat you to a feast. Lo Anqi said, tenderly grooming Jiangfeng's neck fur, aware that he relished such affection. Upon hearing of the beef shop, Jiangfeng couldn't contain his excitement and began to trot, catching the scent of fresh meat. His sudden dash startled nearby patrons, leaving them trembling in fear. Ahead, Captain Gao Bing of the Safety Bureau was equally alarmed. His greatest fear was Jiangfeng's potential frenzy. He had witnessed the tiger's formidable power, an unmatched force capable of dispatching even the fiercest lions. If a lion could eliminate armed security personnel in an instant, this Tiger King was certainly capable of far greater destruction. Regrettably, the cunning Lion King, Kara, had escaped. "Bossly, bring out 50 kilograms of beef," Lo Anqi called out as she halted Jiangfeng outside the market. The scene within was one of utter bewilderment, with all eyes glued to Jiangfeng, questioning their own senses. Hearing her voice, Li Li, the owner of the beef shop, joyfully replied, coming right up. Lo Anqi was a major client, with monthly expenditures exceeding 100,000 yuan, netting him a profit of around 20,000. However, with rising costs, his profit margin per kilogram of beef had dwindled to less than 5 yuan, prompting thoughts of a price increase. As Li Li emerged with the hefty 50 kilograms of meat, he was taken aback at the sight of the terrifyingly large tiger beside Lo Anqi. It was utterly daunting. Barring its girth, it appeared much larger than cattle. With a clatter, the beef fell from his arms onto the ground. Woof! Jiangfeng grumbled in discontent. How could the owner be so careless as to let the meat hit the floor? He approached the fallen beef, and in a swift motion, he turned on the water tap outside the shop with his paw, rinsing the meat before merrily munching on it. Lo Anqi was already well aware of Jiangfeng's cleanliness and showed no surprise, though she was curious about how he knew to operate the tap. Li Li trembled in fear. Taking refuge behind Lo Anqi, his dread somewhat alleviated as he observed the tigeress back. The security personnel, having retreated inside, were equally astonished by Jiangfeng's intelligence. "Everyone, remain calm. This tiger is from the zoo, named Jiangfeng. He is gentle and is here to assist us with a matter before returning to the zoo," Gao Bing announced. "Is that really Jiangfeng?" Someone shouted excitedly from behind the glass door. "Indeed, he is Jiangfeng. He poses no threat to humans and even protects us. Just keep your distance," Gao Bing cautioned. No one dared approach Jiangfeng, for even a gentle nature cannot mask the reality of a magnificent and wild beast. Some began to capture the moment on their phones. Gao Bing did not intervene. After all, the upper echelons had not prohibited the dissemination of information about evolved beasts. This was a new era. To suppress information would only result in falling behind other empires and potentially inciting panic. It was better to allow the populace of Xia to be informed and prepared. Jiangfeng soon finished the 50 kilograms of beef, having consumed a hearty portion. He looked to his caretaker, still craving more. Lo Anqi smiled and said, "Bossly, I'll take another 500 kilograms of beef to take back to the zoo." With over 3 million yuan on hand, part from her father and part from online streaming gifts, she saw no reason to be frugal. She intended to provide ample nourishment for the 32 adult tigers and several cubs, for which she planned to request their inclusion in the tiger sanctuary. 500 kilograms? "I'm afraid I only have about 200 kilograms left," Li Li replied, flustered. "Then let us do this. Pack it all up, and I will take it. Starting tomorrow. I will require 500 kilograms daily," Lo Anqi stated decisively. Li Li was overjoyed. A daily order of 500 kilograms at 50 yuan each would yield 25,000 yuan. However, the profit margin remained slim with prices continuing to rise. "Miss Lo, the beef prices are increasing," roar. Jiangfeng bellowed, warning the butcher against raising prices. The sound sent Li Li tumbling back down to the ground in fright. "Boss, you mentioned a price increase, and Jiangfeng is not pleased to hear it." Lo Anqi teased mischievously. "Is he able to understand?" Li Li asked incredulously, staring at Jiangfeng. "Of course. Jiangfeng is quite intelligent," Lo Anqi replied with a laugh. "Oh, okay. I look forward to our collaboration," Li Li stammered, as Lo Anqi completed the transaction. "Jiangfeng, let us go," she called, as Jiangfeng picked up the large bag, carrying Lo Anqi towards the Qingshan Wildlife Park. Once Jiangfeng departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the market. They were still feeling the tremors of fear. "My goodness. Bossly, you have some serious guts," exclaimed one. "Indeed. You faced that enormous tiger head-on. It's massive. I heard it weighs over 785 pounds. Another chimed in. "Yes. When Jiangfeng first appeared, I nearly lost control of my bladder. Its head is heavier than I am." A group of excited voices echoed. As they began uploading their videos to DY, the largest short video platform in Xia and the world, boasting over 100 billion daily active users. Previously, trending videos showcased mundane topics, but since yesterday, the state had lifted restrictions, and popular content now featured evolved animals, a 20-meter-long python, golden eagles with wingspans of 7 to 8 meters, and most notably, the Lion King Kara who had escaped from the Qingshan Wildlife Park, seizing a peculiar stone from a specially designed vehicle. Last night, a video was released that specifically ranked the combat strength of evolved beasts, both aerial and terrestrial. The Lion King, Carla, was positioned third, with the Golden Eagle King reigning supreme in first place and the Python King following closely in second. As for the creatures of the ocean, no rankings have yet been established due to the overwhelming number of terrifying beings within, many of which possess the capacity to effortlessly overturn vessels weighing thousands of tons, showcasing immense power. However, this ranking is provisional. It is likely that new formidable creatures will soon emerge. The Leopard King and the Wild Boar King, among others, are equally fearsome. It remains uncertain how formidable the panda is, as he possesses the ability to engage in combat with Carla. Yet, in a previous encounter, Carla faced over 30 tigers in a one-on-one scenario, and the panda was no match for her. Furthermore, Carla has become significantly more terrifying than just a few days ago, leaving one to ponder whether her current strength can rival that of the Python King from the southwestern region. The crowd buzzed with discussion, sharing their opinions in the comments section of the Animal Combat Strength Leaderboard. Chapter 17. Seeking Spirit Stones for the Caretaker with a series of 10, 20, and 50 draws. Jiang Feng opened all the black iron treasure chests. He refrained from exchanging them for bronze chests, as the latter had a disheartening 20% chance of yielding nothing. Host, Jiang Feng level. First tier evolution beast true love fans. 120 draw attempts, 0 storage, a drop of white tiger's essence, 65 pounds of spirit stones, and 12 jus fruits. The storage was brimming with treasures, yet the most precious were the white tiger's essence, spirit stones, jus fruits, and elixirs. Contemplating whether to evolve the other 29 subordinates into evolution beasts, Jiang Feng glanced at the slightly smaller Taanzi and Yuanzai, both male tigers. Among the other tigers, 18 were females, and he believed they too deserved the chance to evolve. With 65 pounds of spirit stones, he could facilitate the evolution of about 6 tigers. You 6. Come here, he called out to 4 female tigers and 2 males. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's voice, the 6 tigers hurried over, although they could not comprehend his words. They understood his intent. He distributed 10 pounds of spirit stones to each tiger. The 6 tigers roared with excitement, recognizing the value of the gifts. They expressed their gratitude to Jiang Feng for the opportunity to evolve. Where did you find such spirit stones, Panda? Luo Anqi exclaimed as she entered, astonished to see Jiang Feng lavishing spirit stones upon the 6 tigers. It was an extravagant display, especially since spirit stones and spirit fruits were currently the most expensive treasures on the market, with even the lowest grade spirit stones fetching a staggering 1 million yuan per pound. She had just witnessed Jiang Feng bestowing a substantial amount of spirit stones to the tigers. Without hesitation, Luo Anqi began to search around Jiang Feng, eager to discover more spirit stones. Jiang Feng, feeling a tickle from her probing, rolled over and casually retrieved a 1-pound spirit stone, handing it to the caretaker. These spirit stones are the easiest to gather. I hardly need many. I consume 3 pounds daily. What I truly seek is live streaming, gaining followers, and enhancing my fortune. Such a large spirit stone. Luo Anqi gasped, receiving it eagerly from Jiang Feng's paw. Gazing at him, she suddenly showered him with kisses, exclaiming, Panda, you are incredible. Where did you obtain this spirit stone? From gaining followers through draws. Jiang Feng pointed toward the lion enclosure. Last time, he had unearthed a massive spirit stone weighing over 100 pounds from a pit there, only for it to be snatched by a lion after he had given it to a human who proved utterly useless. Though he could track down the whereabouts of that 100-pound spirit stone, he had little desire to search for it, preferring to relax instead. To the lion enclosure we go. Let's search again, Luo Anqi declared with excitement. Her father had spent 150,000 yuan for just a couple of spirit stones in hopes of evolution, but regrettably, it had failed. Now, with a 1-pound spirit stone in her possession, she pondered whether it was of inferior or subpar quality. Regardless, she needed to collect more spirit stones, driven by her desire for evolution. In this new era, each day brought significant changes. If one did not keep pace, they would be left far behind. Jiang Feng rose, shook himself, and then set off toward the lion enclosure with the caretaker on his back. Where are you taking Panda, Shaluo? Inquired Chief Lu Ming of the security team. Luo Anqi felt a pang of anxiety. Her earlier excitement had caused her to forget caution. Yet sneaking away was not an option. I feel that Lion King Kara's evolution is unusual. I want to see it with Panda accompanying me. Chief Lu briefly explained that the lion enclosure had been sealed off for inspection. Luo Anshi's heart sank. The inspectors must suspect there were treasures within, given that Lion King Kara had evolved inside. Regrettably, she had no choice but to abandon her plans. With only 1 pound of spirit stone, she doubted it would suffice for anyone's evolution. However, Zhang Feng was not one to give up easily. Since he had arrived, he had no intention of leaving empty-handed. With the caretaker on his back, he charged straight toward the lion enclosure. Panda, what are you doing? Luo Anshi felt an ominous premonition. Zhang Feng let out a roar towards the lion enclosure and dashed forward. Luo Anshi was taken aback, clutching Jiang Feng's fur tightly. The tiger and lion enclosures were interconnected, and within mere minutes, Zhang Feng had brought the caretaker to the wire fence. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped over the 6-meter-high fence. Luo Anshi's heart raced. But in just a few seconds, she found herself inside the lion enclosure. Behind them, Chief Lu Ming stood in shock. While he expected Zhang Feng to enter the lion enclosure, the effortless leap was astonishing. He had assumed Zhang Feng would climb in. Such terrifying leaping ability was unmatched. Quickly, let us check it out. We must avoid any misunderstandings. Immediately, the nearby security personnel reported the situation, as they were unable to enter the lion enclosure. At that moment, personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau were investigating the area when they were startled by the sight of a person riding a massive tiger descending from above. Stop, Panda! Luo Anshi shouted in distress. Zhang Feng halted, realizing the individuals inside were drawing weapons. If he charged ahead, they would likely fire, and while he was unafraid, he could not endanger the caretaker. Fortunately, the director of the Security Bureau, Tian Feng, was present and approached them. Shaluo, why did you bring Panda in here? Luo Anshi felt exasperated. It was not her who had brought Panda in, but rather the reverse. Director Tian, I didn't bring Panda in. He brought me in. She quickly explained, covering her pocket where the spirit stone lay hidden. Panda brought you in. Does he have some business here? Tian Feng was no longer intimidated by Zhang Feng. I'm not sure, she replied. Just then, 5 members of the Special Affairs Bureau arrived. Tian Feng introduced them, clarifying that although Luo Anshi was a caretaker, her tigers were extraordinary, and she belonged to the Luo family, a prominent lineage in Jiangnan province renowned for its strength and reputation. Ah, so it's Miss Luo. Greetings, said Luo Yuan, the team leader of the Special Affairs Bureau. Smiling, though still feeling the pressure from Zhang Feng, the tiger regarded him, sensing the commendable spiritual energy within his body. Zhang Feng realized that consuming it would surely enhance his strength. He swiftly suppressed his primal instincts, understanding why Lion King Kara had attacked humans. Such actions would lead to substantial power growth, driven by instinct. Hello, Team Leader Luo. My apologies for the interruption. I'm not sure why Panda suddenly wanted to come in. Luo Anshi deftly deflected the blame onto Zhang Feng. No worries, Panda has given us a spirit stone. Though it was regrettably taken by Lion King Kara, Luo Yuan lamented. Is there any issue with Li Hui and Suze? No significant problems. They have begun semi-evolution. This time, they are also seeking spirit stones to fully evolve into first-tier evolution beasts. Luo Yuan disclosed his ulterior motive, hoping that this tiger could assist in locating spirit stones. While humans possessed higher intelligence in certain aspects, they paled in comparison to animals. Are you suggesting Panda should search for spirit stones? Luo Anshi was taken aback. Indeed, since Panda is here, let us have him try. He might just find some spirit stones. Zhang Feng could hardly contain his impatience. After finishing his tasks, he longed to recline and relax. With a swift stride, he arrived at the site of the spiritual stones. However, the area was riddled with pits. Zhang Feng soon grasped the reason behind the failure of those foolish humans to locate the spiritual stones. It was evident that a lion had excavated numerous holes here. That lion possessed quite a remarkable intellect, he mused to himself. Recognizing that one of the holes led to the spiritual stone mine, he wasted no time and set to work. Chapter 18. The excitement of the caretaker dust swirled around, occasionally accompanied by irregular stones. Everyone in the lion enclosure was left speechless, their eyes fixed on Zhang Feng as he excavated the ground with a speed rivaling that of an excavator. A safety officer picked up a palm-sized stone, examined it closely, and suddenly shouted in excitement, "This is a spirit stone." What? A spirit stone? Quickly, cut off a corner to take a look, Luo Yuan exclaimed, disregarding his image. Soon, someone produced a small knife and gently sliced off a corner of the stone. It was translucent, and a rich aura emanated from it. It truly is a spirit stone. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Everyone was thrilled. The emergence of spiritual energy in the world was a blessing from the heavens, but it also signified a reshuffling of power. Once, humanity reigned supreme over all. But that dominance was not guaranteed forever. Take the Lion King, Carla, for instance. Even their safety officers were powerless against it, requiring military intervention. The current situation was a race against time. Whoever was ahead would seize the initiative. Collect all the spirit stones and send them back to the capital, ordered Luo Yuan. Suddenly, a stone the size of a head flew out of the hole. Moments later, Jiang Feng emerged, clutching a stone weighing approximately 30 pounds in his claws. He ignored the onlookers and, with a swift motion of his tail, wrapped it around the caretaker, pulling him onto his back. His tail, indeed, was formidable, though it had never been put to use before due to the weakness of his opponents. Luo Anqi was momentarily stunned, wondering when the panda's tail had become so effective. Others looked on in bewilderment as the one man and one tiger departed. "Captain, that tiger took the largest spirit stone," exclaimed a woman from the Special Affairs Department. Her mouth agape. Luo Yuan also widened his eyes. He had seen it, but felt powerless. Was he supposed to snatch the spirit stone from the tiger's grasp? That would be courting death. Forget it. Keep digging. We must collect these spirit stones. This time, we'll use a private plane to transport them back. Yes, Captain. Some people resorted to digging with their hands, too afraid to use the excavator, fearing it might shatter the stones. Currently, low-grade spirit stones fetched $1 million per pound on the market, while in the black market, they soared to $1.5 million per pound. There were dozens of pounds scattered here, and surely more below. However, they were not for sale. These were to be handed over to the state. Upon returning to the tiger enclosure, Jiang Feng tossed the spirit stones into the caretaker's vehicle, then lazily laid down on a large stone. So comfortable. Luo Anqi's heart remained restless. "Panda, I'm going home now. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Take care of your little brothers. Don't let them run amok or harm anyone," she admonished. Jiang Feng let out a low growl in response. Luo Anqi smiled, waved goodbye to Jiang Feng, and drove away. At that moment, she had no intention of handing over the spirit stones. Her family needed them, and she needed them even more. In this era, witnessing someone lift a 600-pound stone would surely ignite excitement. If that didn't stir you. Knowing that just yesterday this very person couldn't lift 50 pounds certainly would encourage you to aspire to be superhuman. With a population of 2.4 billion in Daxia, everyone yearned to become extraordinary. Luo Anqi drove away from the Qingshan Wildlife Park, not returning to her nearby residence, but heading straight to the Luo family estate. The Luo family residence was also in Jiacheng, albeit in the suburbs, several dozen miles away. Report: Luo Anqi has taken the spirit stones and is heading toward the suburbs, likely returning to the Luo family estate. Should we intercept her? The director of the Security Bureau, Tian Feng, responded via radio. No need. Protect her discreetly. Ensure she returns to the Luo family safely. Tian Feng understood Luo Anqi's significance. With her presence, the Tiger King in the tiger enclosure could be commanded. If it were anyone else, not only would they struggle to command the tiger, but even appearing before it would require considerable prowess. He had watched the footage, and the two evolved tigers beside the Tiger King had cast menacing glances at their safety officers. The sight of those two cold, indifferent gazes had genuinely unsettled him. Luo Yuan organized the spirit stones. Director Tian, I appreciate your assistance. These spirit stones must be transported back to the capital immediately. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Just ensure their safety. 3 evolved individuals carried over 80 pounds of spirit stones to Jiangxing Airport, while Luo Yuan remained behind. One to observe the tigers in the enclosure. The other to search for more spirit stones. Regardless of the circumstances, the spirit stones were paramount, essential energy sources for the evolved. If only they could find spirit fruits. However, those were exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, Luo Anqi returned to the Luo family estate, sprawling over at least 30 acres in the suburban area of Jiangxing. "Dad, come out quickly," she called out. The head of the Luo family, Luo Jiping, appeared. In his 50s, dressed in a suit, he appeared exceptionally tidy and exuded an air of competence. "Anqi, what is the matter?" Luo Jiping asked with a smile. His daughter was usually composed. Why was she so agitated today? Besides, why was she back from the zoo? He was an open-minded father who supported his daughter's passion for animals and felt prescient as many leaders began calling him, even seeking his assistance. All of this stemmed from his daughter's role as a caretaker. "Dad, look at this." Luo Anqi opened the car door, speaking mysteriously. Luo Jiping chuckled. What could possibly be so special? He leaned over to look, spotting a stone covered in mud. In an instant, his pupils dilated, and he glanced around. The Luo family estate was indeed safe, with no outsiders present. "Enchi, is this a spirit stone?" Luo Jiping asked in a hushed tone. "Yes, Dad." Luo Anchi could hardly contain her excitement. For so long, she had relied on her family's resources. Now it was her turn to contribute. "Where did you get this?" Luo Jiping's excitement mingled with trepidation. Such a large spirit stone would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful factions. "Dad, this is from Panda." "Panda, the tiger you're raising?" "Yes." Luo Anchi nodded vigorously, then remembered that Panda had also given her a smaller spirit stone. "Dad, look, there is more. This too is from Panda." Luo Jiping was genuinely astonished, trembling as he took the smaller spirit stone. "Anchi, where did Panda get these spirit stones?" At this point, Luo Anchi felt slightly embarrassed. "He dug them up from the lion enclosure." Luo Jiping pondered deeply. "Dug them from the lion enclosure? No wonder the Lion King, Carla, is so formidable. It's not surprising that spirit stones are found there. By the way, did anyone see this?" "Nobody saw," Luo Anchi replied confidently. The lion enclosure was packed with people, including Security Bureau personnel and those from the capital. "What? Everyone was there, and they allowed you and that tiger to take the spirit stones?" Luo Jiping was perplexed. Panda took the spirit stones, and no one dared to stop him. At this point, Luo Anchi felt a sense of pride. Her tiger was indeed impressive. "That's quite a bold move," Luo Jiping said, both amused and untroubled. If it was allowed without any covert dealings, then there was no issue. He couldn't help but admire the generosity of the authorities. Such a significant spirit stone was essentially gifted to the Luo family. "Dad, do you think we can use this spirit stone to become a vault? Perhaps it's better if you handle it." "Father, come here. You are getting older. While I have ample opportunities, I shall seek out Panda and see if he can discover something valuable. His keen sense of smell allows him to detect treasures." Luo Anchi said with a smile. Luo Jiping understood his daughter's intentions and nodded in agreement. Indeed, as his daughter noted, he was already 55 years old, and his health was far from what it used to be. Becoming an evolutionary at the earliest would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Chapter 19. The Rodent Infestation. Seeking assistance, how did that zookeeper absorb spiritual energy? In the Qing Mountain Wildlife Park, Jiang Feng pondered while lying on a large boulder. During his evolution, he had directly consumed spiritual stones, while other tigers crushed the stones to absorb the energy within, though with limited success. He wondered if humans possessed a more effective method. On another dark night, Jiang Feng gazed at the silver moon, rolled over, and comfortably settled down. Unlike the other tigers, he was not particularly vigilant. He was the alpha, untouchable, especially with his two loyal companions nearby. "Ah, what bliss!" Jiang Feng grunted contentedly before drifting back to sleep. The luminous crescent moon gradually traversed the night sky. Meanwhile, in the adjacent lion enclosure, personnel from the Security Bureau were still excavating spiritual stones. These stones were indeed precious commodities. Although a significant quantity had been unearthed in recent days, their prices soared relentlessly. A single pound of spiritual stone could be traded for an entire 3-bedroom apartment. In the past, housing prices in Jiang City exceeded 50,000 per square meter, but since the influx of spiritual energy and the evolution of ferocious beasts, prices had plummeted dramatically, hovering around 20,000 and still falling. Had it not been for the official lockdown of Meteor Park, few would have known the extent of the devastation. Jiang City might have become a ghost town. In the lion enclosure, team leader Gao Bing was on patrol. This area had been completely sealed off by the Security Bureau and the Special Affairs Handling Agency. They needed to excavate thoroughly, employing small excavators. Each dig was executed with utmost caution, fearful of shattering the spiritual stones. "I wonder how many spiritual stones are hidden beneath this ground," Gao Bing mused, stroking his chin. "Captain, I estimate there are still plenty. It's a pity that the big tiger took away the largest stone and gave it to that zookeeper. If I had known, I would have become a zookeeper myself," a security officer chuckled. The two exchanged light-hearted banter inside their vehicle, while others peacefully slumbered in their modified campers. No one dared to pitch a tent in the lion enclosure. As the two chatted, a rustling sound suddenly arose. "What is that noise?" Gao Bing instinctively heightened his alertness. The nearby officer, still oblivious, shone his flashlight outside, only to be nearly struck with fear at what he saw. The ground beneath them was heaving as if something serpentine slithered just below the surface. What could it be? Both men felt a chill of trepidation. The unknown was the most frightening of all. "I'll go check it out," Gao Bing declared, taking a deep breath. "Don't go down there, Captain. It's dangerous." "The unknown is exceedingly perilous," cautioned his companion. "Captain, look. It's rats." Under the beam of the flashlight, enormous rats emerged on the surface. some even rivaling the size of chickens or ducks. Gao Bing, taken aback, realized that the source of the ground's disturbance was indeed a horde of rats. Could it be that they are also in search of spiritual stones? He pondered. It's possible. What should we do? The officer asked. Wake them up, Gao Bing commanded, pulling out his walkie-talkie. Attention all units. Attention all units. A massive number of rats have appeared in the lion enclosure. They are exceptionally large. At Gao Bing's urgent call, many were roused from slumber. What? Rats? Turn on the vehicle lights. Over 100 security personnel activated the headlights of their modified vehicles, illuminating the lion enclosure in a stark glow. Countless rats were suddenly exposed to the harsh light. Look at all those rats. They've evolved. Look at their teeth. Under the glaring headlights, the crowd was filled with dread, swallowing hard at the terrifying sight before them. Enormous rats devoured spiritual stones, writhing in agony as they visibly expanded at an alarming rate. This was not just a handful, but thousands, and in mere moments. It seemed that the spiritual stones buried underground would be completely consumed. Sound the horns. Drive these rats away, ordered Security Bureau Director Tian Feng. He dared not act directly, but deemed it necessary to expel the rats from the lion enclosure, lest this valuable land become a wasteland. Team leader Luo Yuan from the Special Affairs Agency nodded in agreement, believing it to be the best approach. However, as the horns blared from the dozen vehicles, the rats did not retreat. Instead, they emitted piercing shrieks. A wave of sound surged toward the more than 100 security personnel, and the swarm of rodents charged towards the vehicles. Open fire, Tian Feng commanded decisively. The cacophony of gunfire created a deadly corridor that felled countless rats. Yet it proved ineffective. There were simply too many. Tian Feng ordered, get the vehicles moving. Director, we have a problem. The cars won't start. The wiring has been chewed through. Director, we're out of fuel. The tanks have been punctured. Of the 15 vehicles, only 7 managed to start. But after just a few dozen meters, they too succumbed to failure. Director, what should we do? The anxious security personnel communicated through the walkie-talkie. Tian Feng, drenched in sweat, felt the urgency mount. Their ammunition was limited, and they could not eradicate the overwhelming rat population. Currently, they faced damaged fuel tanks and wires. Should the rats invade their vehicles, lives would be at stake. Director, notify the head of security to bring Pander for assistance, Gao Bing shouted. Understood. Tian Feng began contacting Lu Ming. Hello, Director Tian? What? You're trapped by rats and need Pander's help? Lu Ming gasped. Fully aware of the number of personnel involved, over 100 security officers, along with a stockpile of firearms, yet they were ensnared, illustrating the ferocity of the rodents. Moreover, could he command Pander? He doubted whether Pander would respond favorably if disturbed from his slumber. Nevertheless, the lives of those inside were paramount. Lu Ming immediately drove to the location where Jiang Feng rested. Upon arrival, he beheld a fearsome striped tiger sprawled atop a boulder, peacefully slumbering. With 2 nearly 700-pound tigers nearby, their bell-like eyes sending shivers down his spine. How on earth could he approach? Pander, Lu Ming called from the vehicle. Jiang Feng heard but paid no heed, having also caught the sound of gunfire from the lion enclosure, yet it was of no concern to him. He continued to sleep. Pander, Lu Ming persisted. This time, luck was not on his side. The 2 tigers glared at him, emitting low growls, as if warning him to retreat. Lu Ming's heart sank. Wait, I can call Xiao Luo. He promptly dialed Luo Anqi's number. The ringing felt interminable, nearly driving Lu Ming to despair. Finally, he heard a familiar voice. Captain Lu, what is the matter? Luo Anqi inquired, curious as to why he would call at such a late hour. Xiao Luo. It's bad. Director Tian and over 100 security officers are trapped by a swarm of rats, and he wants me to bring Pander. But Pander is ignoring me. Lu Ming was on the verge of tears. What? Director Tian and over 100 security personnel are trapped? But I'm at home. It'll take over an hour to get there. Luo Anqi realized the severity of the situation. Every second counted. Xiao Luo, what should we do? Captain Lu, let us do this. We'll video call. You put your phone on speaker, and I'll see if I can command Pander through the call. Great idea. Lu Ming exclaimed excitedly. They initiated the video call, with Lu Ming aiming his phone at Jiang Feng, who lay 20 meters away. Pander, Pander. Luo Anqi's voice resonated through the phone and reached Jiang Feng's ears. Reluctantly, he descended from the boulder. Success. Lu Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. Panda, hurry to the lion park. A horde of mice has appeared, and over 100 people are trapped. Luo Anqi shouted with all her might into her phone. Jiang Feng's wide, copper-colored eyes noticed Luo Anchi's distress and instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Since it was the caretaker seeking his assistance, he might as well lend a hand. "A horde of mice, just wait," he exclaimed. Jiang Feng called upon Tuanzi and Yuanzhu, urging them to witness the spectacle. No, rather a minor affair. After all, it was merely a matter of dealing with some mice. Chapter 20. The Panda's Bamboo Feast. Jiang Feng entered the lion enclosure with Tuanzi and Yuanzi, only to be taken aback by an overwhelming sight. Mice, countless and endless, swarmed around them, some having evolved into sizes comparable to chickens and ducks. Gathering his energy, he bellowed with all his might. The roar reverberated through the air, unleashing a terrifying wave that surged forward. In that instant, thousands of mice within a radius of 200 to 300 meters collapsed, motionless on the ground. Even those further away stumbled and fell, appearing as if they were intoxicated. 15 vehicles shook as their glass rattled ominously, the occupants inside cradling their heads and letting out muffled groans. Jiang Feng, momentarily dazed by the spectacle, realized he might have overexerted himself. Nevertheless, the results were astounding. "Go! Eliminate the mice," he commanded his two companions. Tuanzi and Yuanzi roared and charged at the rodents. Though they were not as formidable as Jiang Feng, their strength was akin to that of the Lion King, Carla, making the task of dispatching the mice a mere formality. "Isn't this panda terrifying?" Gao Bing remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. The mere roar had obliterated thousands of mice, nearly driving him to the brink of insanity. It was indeed formidable. No wonder Carla fled at the sight of the panda. Director Tian Feng of the Security Bureau felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without the panda, they would likely have been overwhelmed by the mice. As Jiang Feng strolled leisurely forward, he spotted several spiritual stones, albeit stained with the blood of the mice. Finding them unsightly, he decided against collecting them. In contrast, Tuanzi and Yuanzi were voraciously devouring the evolved mice. Jiang Feng made no effort to stop them, recognizing the superior nutritional value of these creatures over beef. Under the intimidation of the three tigers, the surviving mice fled in panic, their terror palpable. Soon, the lion enclosure fell silent, littered only with the remains of the deceased rodents. "Enough eating, return to sleep," Jiang Feng commanded. Tuanzi and Yuanzi obediently trotted back to the tiger enclosure, now first-tier evolved beasts, significantly stronger than their counterparts due to their innate tiger lineage. Jiang Feng surmised that aside from Carla, the male lions posed little threat to Tuanzi and Yuanzi. As he prepared to return to the tiger enclosure, a fragrant aroma caught his attention. It seemed to emanate from ripened fruit. Where could this be coming from? Even though it was July, when many fruits reached maturity, none had such an enticing fragrance. Furthermore, the lion enclosure lacked fruit trees. Those were found in the monkey and panda enclosures. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Feng decided to investigate the source of this anomalous fruit. With a swift leap, he scaled the wall, not returning to the tiger enclosure, but heading towards the black bear enclosure. "Where has the panda gone?" Tian Feng exclaimed. The movements of this large tiger were of paramount interest. With higher-ups keenly monitoring his actions, he was required to report Jiang Feng's whereabouts thrice daily. Now that Jiang Feng was heading towards the black bear enclosure, any mishap could spell disaster. "Quick, check the surveillance. What is the panda doing in the black bear enclosure?" Tian Feng shouted. "Yes, Director," Gao Bing replied, hastening out of the lion enclosure. Upon reaching the black bear enclosure, Jiang Feng found the number of bears sparse, merely 20 or so. This group of black bears was quite perceptive, quickly noticing Jiang Feng's presence. They roared in unison, yet dared not approach. The pressure he exuded too formidable for them to withstand. Jiang Feng's gaze fell upon the largest black bear, draped in what appeared to be a garment, and he curiously inquired, "Where did you acquire that robe?" The Bear King paused, sensing Jiang Feng's non-aggressive demeanor, and ceased its roaring. How foolish, Jiang Feng thought as he departed the black bear enclosure. He had visited this place once before, but was unaware of the creatures residing next door. With a gentle leap, he crossed over, and to his delight, he discovered his favorite animal, the national treasure, the giant panda. 5 giant pandas were munching on bamboo in the dead of night, the delightful aroma wafting from the bamboo shoots. The tender bamboo shoots, resembling white jade, exuded a refreshing fragrance. Jiang Feng suddenly felt a pang of hunger. These pandas were unlike any he had imagined, each weighing around 300 pounds, their black and white fur adorably striking. The 5 pandas, upon noticing Jiang Feng's arrival, paid him no mind, continuing to feast on the succulent bamboo shoots. Jiang Feng approached them, step by step. Meanwhile, the security personnel monitoring the surveillance were left in shock. Surely the panda won't eat the pandas, right? Gao Bing voiced his concern. Surely not. The panda must see the pandas as kin, Lu Ming interjected. Kin? One a herbivore. The other a carnivore, how could they be mistaken for kin? And one is brown, the other black and white. Even the dimmest of eyes could discern their differences. While the group felt apprehensive, they relaxed slightly upon seeing Jiang Feng's non-threatening demeanor, though their hearts remained somewhat uneasy, observing the 5 pandas still feasting. Jiang Feng sat beside one of them and extended his hand. Could you spare me a shoot? The panda next to him promptly picked a bamboo shoot from the ground and offered it to Jiang Feng. Thank you, he expressed, regardless of whether the panda comprehended his gratitude. Imitating the pandas, he began peeling the bamboo. Taking a bite, he found it slightly bland, yet infused with an ethereal quality. It offered him no benefit, but with such warmth from the pandas, he felt it inappropriate to discard it after a mere taste. Thus, he consumed the entire bamboo shoot. Goodness, the panda is eating bamboo. The security personnel and safety officials in the monitoring room gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. How could the giant panda not fear the panda? Unbelievable. Look, the giant panda is even feeding the panda bamboo. Could it be that tigers eat bamboo shoots too? They noted the extraordinary appearance of the bamboo shoots, remarkably white and almost translucent. Indeed, Lu Ming observed, but why did the panda stop eating after just one shoot? Their curiosity piqued. They speculated whether he had simply had his fill or found the bamboo unpalatable. I think we need to examine that bamboo, one suggested. Yes, I concur. Lu Ming agreed, eyeing the 5 pandas, which, though smaller than Jiang Feng, had noticeably increased in size. Could it be that the pandas are evolving? Gao Bing asked. Are you suggesting that these 5 pandas have begun to evolve? Yes, I suspect the bamboo may have something to do with it. It resembles a work of art and could very well be mutated. Gao Bing felt a surge of desire, yet felt reluctant to seize the national treasure's bamboo. Shall we retrieve some for examination? Perhaps we should wait. The panda is still there. Let's collect some bamboo from the panda enclosure once he returns to the tiger enclosure. Lu Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. He was still hesitant to appear before Jiang Feng unless Luo Anqi was present. Maybe I should discuss with the director about having Xiao Luo stay at the zoo, he pondered. As Jiang Feng observed the 5 pandas relishing their bamboo, he remarked, I'm off now. Here is a fruit for each of you. Shielding the camera with his body, he offered each panda a fruit. Enjoy. The zhu fruit surpasses the exquisite white jade bamboo shoots in sophistication. Upon detecting its distinctive aroma, 5 pandas eagerly indulged in its delightful flavor. After savoring the zhu fruit, the pandas graciously offered their bamboo to Jiang Feng. I do not consume bamboo. Jiang Feng waved his paw dismissively before departing with an air of nonchalance. He was indeed curious to observe whether these 5 pandas would evolve into extraordinary pandas. Chapter 21. The tigers live broadcast the Qingshan Wildlife Park as tiger enclosure lay in serene stillness, while outside chaos reigned. In the southern hemisphere's land of kangaroos, millions faced frenzied animal attacks. Towering 3 meters high, kangaroos, massive camels, and countless spiders and rats wreaked havoc, devouring everything in sight, trees, grass, until they encroached upon human territory. Each day, thousands fell victim to their bites. The kangaroo nation, gripped by fear, desperately sought assistance from the Eagle Empire and the Lighthouse Empire. Yet both nations were themselves in dire straits. The giant pythons, crocodiles, and wild boars of the Lighthouse Empire had also mutated, turning against humanity. In this moment of crisis, the kangaroo nation turned its gaze towards the Great Xia, which, to date, remained the most tranquil nation in the world. In a flurry, they began to implore Great Xia for aid, requesting the dispatch of special forces to eradicate the rampaging animals in their land. However, they seemed to forget their previous role as pawns for the Eagle Empire and the Lighthouse Empire against Great Xia. Now, to expect assistance from Great Xia was but a fool's dream. Great Xia, do you not desire iron ore? If you eliminate our animals, we shall sell our iron ore to you at original price, they proclaimed. Great Xia people, are you short of meat? Our animals can be sold to you at a bargain. On the internet, citizens of the kangaroo nation brazenly asserted that if Great Xia sent special forces, they would sell their animals cheaply. Huh? Sell to us so cheaply? No thanks, keep them for yourselves. Iron ore? Not needed, if you have too much. Feel free to ship it to us in Great Xia. The kangaroo nation's people grew frantic. Just then, a user named Ajin commented, Our Great Xia has always been a friendly nation to the kangaroo nation, which has aided us multiple times. Now that they are in crisis, we should send special forces to help them. The whole world will be grateful to us. His comment garnered numerous likes and responses. Dejin is right. We are a friendly nation. If we assist the Kangaroo Nation, more countries will support us. The Kangaroo Nation is suffering. When will our country send help to eradicate the rampaging animals? As many netizens fumed at the comments, they hesitated to voice their outrage. Previously, anyone who criticized Dejin for overemphasizing foreign lands faced legal threats and, before long, became targets of online harassment, often receiving harsh rebukes from a group of martial artists. The criticized would retreat into silence. Since then, even those displeased with Dejin refrained from openly expressing their discontent. Yet, this time, the situation was too infuriating, prompting some bold individuals to speak up. Dejin, do you understand the current state of our nation? How could Dejin know the state of affairs? He only knows that his dear Kangaroo Nation is in trouble and is eager to rush to their aid. Assisting the Kangaroo Nation? Fine, he can go himself. With so many martial artists around, if funds are lacking, I can contribute. Just got my paycheck. I can offer 1 yuan. Hurry to the Kangaroo Nation and rescue your dear homeland. I'll give 2 yuan. I'll contribute 3, with one person leading. Dejin's comment section erupted with calls for him and a band of martial artists to venture to the Kangaroo Nation to confront the kangaroos. You lot. Just a few words and you're all riled up. No one is asking you to go to the Kangaroo Nation. If you do, don't expect to save anyone. I doubt you could even take down a single kangaroo. User Lily remarked, if we rescue the Kangaroo Nation, they will thank us. You all lack vision. I wish I were born in the Kangaroo Nation. A throng of martial artists chimed in, expressing their desire to have been born in the Kangaroo Nation. This is hilarious. If you weren't born there, you can always go. No one is stopping you. If you can't afford a ticket, I'll chip in a dime. In no time, Dejin became a trending topic once more. At the Qingshan Wildlife Park, Luo Anqi and Jiang Yutong were utterly exasperated. This Dejin, always extolling the virtues of foreign lands, had amassed a following of sycophants. If he loved those countries so much, why not go there instead of shamelessly profiting in Great Xia? It was utterly baffling. The two also added their comments. Jiang Feng, observing the zookeeper and her friend still engaged in conversation, grew impatient. Why hadn't they started the live broadcast yet? He needed to increase his follower count. Without it, he couldn't conduct a lottery. Although he was also absorbing spiritual energy to grow stronger, it paled in comparison to the rapid gains from treasure chests. Jiang Feng nudged the zookeeper. Luo Anqi, puzzled by Jiang Feng's reaction, asked, Panda, what is the matter? After a mouse plague hit the lion enclosure last night, she was grateful for Panda's presence. Early that morning, she had organized a room in the zoo, planning to stay there to prevent any emergencies. She had also been instructed to ensure that no tigers escaped the tiger enclosure. The chaos caused by Lion King Carla had been terrifying, and his whereabouts remained unknown. Tiger King Panda was even more fearsome than Lion King Carla. If he were to go berserk, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Feng fiddled with the broadcasting equipment. Luo Anqi immediately understood, her exquisite face blossoming into a radiant smile. This panda actually wanted to go live. Was he hoping for fan donations to buy beef? Beside them, Jiang Yutong timidly inquired, Anqi, what does Panda want to do? He wants to go live. Luo Anqi replied. What? Panda wants to go live? Jiang Yutong exclaimed in disbelief. Who would believe a tiger wished to broadcast live? He wants to eat beef, Luo Anqi explained. The last time she had encouraged Jiang Feng to perform well during a live broadcast, it was to earn beef, and it seemed that was Panda's intention as well. Is Panda that clever? Jiang Yutong asked, astonished. Luo Anqi nodded. Panda's intelligence is likely at the level of a 5-year-old child. Jiang Feng, overhearing this, shouted in indignation. What do you mean, Panda's intelligence is at the level of a 5-year-old? My Panda's IQ is far superior to yours, zookeeper. All right, Panda. I'll set up the live broadcast for you now. It's just past 7. The 500 pounds of beef will arrive at 8. You can call your friends over, Luo Anqi said with a smile. As the broadcast commenced, the number of viewers surged to 10,000 and continued to increase rapidly. Miss Anqi has finally gone live. I've missed you so much. Wow, as soon as I entered, I encountered a giant brain axe. Miss Anqi, I saw you riding Panda while shopping yesterday. Was that legal? I saw that too. There were police cars escorting you. It should be fine. What nonsense. If there were any issues, how could Miss Anqi still be live streaming for us? Hello everyone. Come and see Panda. He has gained a bit of weight these past few days, Luo Anqi said cheerfully as she pointed the camera towards Jiang Feng. Panda, say hello to the viewers. Jiang Feng, with keen eyes, noticed that the viewership had reached 20,000 and was still climbing, indicating that new viewers were continuously joining. Awesome. Oh woo. Jiang Feng greeted the audience. In the next moment, a notification appeared in his mind, indicating that his true fans had surpassed 300. So few. However, his black iron treasure chest had increased by 200. A lottery awaited. Chapter 22. The task issued above with a resounding call. Jiang Feng summoned his companions to rally support and enhance his fortune. In response to his summons, 31 formidable tigers materialized. Yuanzi and Taonzai led the charge. Swiftly approaching the vehicles, Jiang Yutong Samayed was immediately overwhelmed with fear, trembling uncontrollably as it buried its head into her embrace. Jiang Yutong was at a loss. This snow-white creature had previously ventured to the tiger's lair but was now quaking in terror. Nevertheless, the sight was indeed intimidating, akin to an army of thousands. Lu Anqi felt a twinge of fear as well, but Jiang Feng's presence provided some comfort. Among these tigers, only Jiang Feng was one she had raised since childhood, and she bore no fear of him. As for Yuanzi and Tuanzai, she had cared for them for a year, but the other tigers, having been fed only occasionally, were not familiar to her. With a mighty roar, Jiang Feng commanded the 31 brethren to form a line. Of these companions, 8 had evolved into first-tier beasts, and he aspired for all the tigers to undergo evolution. Goodness, how majestic! These are the tigers of our great Xia. If those kangaroos from the land down under dare to approach, they'd be swiftly dealt with. Haha. I just saw that the kangaroo nation is on the brink of destruction by their own kind. The kangaroo nation has always been a bandit, profiting off our great Xia while opposing us at every turn. They deserve their plight. Anqi, are all these magnificent tigers under your care? Are you not afraid of these tigers, Miss Anqi? Lu Anqi chuckled as she gazed at the screen. Only Pandu has been with me since childhood. I've raised Yuanzi and Tuanzai for a year, but the other 29 tigers, I wouldn't dare to approach recklessly. What? Miss Anqi is also afraid to touch them? If they escape from the zoo, it would be quite perilous. Indeed, Miss Anqi, your zoo's Lion King, Carla, ranks 3rd on our great Xia's evolutionary beast leaderboard. Should the tigers escape, it would be exceedingly dangerous. Upon hearing this, Lu Anqi smiled reassuringly. No need to worry. With Pandu watching over them, they will be just fine. In the Tiger Sanctuary, the director of the Security Bureau, Tian Feng, stood nearby, having overheard Lu Anqi's words. His considerations were far more profound than hers. He knew Pandu could command the tiger pack, but what would happen if Pandu ever left the Qingshan Wildlife Park? Who could then manage these tigers? It was imperative that these tigers learn not to attack humans. In Kyoto, the director of the Special Affairs Handling Office, Zheng Long, was also watching the live broadcast. Although he was stationed in Kyoto, any appearance of evolutionary beasts across Great Xia would be reflected on his computer, and he was well aware of any unusual occurrences abroad. Hearing Lu Anqi express her fear of touching the 29 tigers made him furrow his brow. He picked up his mobile phone. Xiaoshi, go to Jiangcheng in Jiangnan Province and contact Lu Anqi, the caretaker at Qingshan Wildlife Park. Familiarize yourself with the tigers as quickly as possible. Yes, Director. Zheng Long hung up and gazed intently at his computer screen, which displayed a harrowing video. In the vast ocean, a small cargo ship was sailing when suddenly, numerous enormous and terrifying tentacles emerged, violently striking the vessel and capsizing it, sinking into the depths. This footage was captured by a satellite. The monstrous tentacles resembled those of an octopus, yet this creature was far larger, surpassing any octopus known, and the satellite image was not entirely clear. Since 3 months ago, when mysterious gases began permeating the atmosphere, the satellites had been affected. Many older satellites had lost contact, and even the newly launched ones experienced intermittent disconnections. It would not be long before humanity lost its godlike perspective, oblivious to whatever terrifying monsters might emerge on Blue Star. It was rumored that the Lighthouse Nation had produced second-tier evolvers with powers reaching 10 tons, yet our great Xia had yet to witness such advancements. We must accelerate our efforts. The Lion King, Carla, was also missing. One could only hope that no major troubles would arise. Previously, satellites could monitor everything at any time, but now their utility had diminished significantly. At the Qingshan Wildlife Park, Lu Anqi continued her live broadcast. Dear friends, we are about to feed the great tigers. Observe how voracious their appetites are. As she spoke, she prepared to toss beef from the pickup truck into the air for the tigers to snatch. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was a number from Kyoto. Who could this be? She wondered, but she answered nonetheless. Hello, Miss Luo. A gentle voice greeted her, leaving Lu Anqi somewhat puzzled as she moved to another vehicle. Hello, what can I do for you? I am here from above to assist in raising the tigers. My name is Lu Shi. Sent from above? Lu Anqi was taken aback, but considering it was a new era, and tigers, as apex predators, were indeed formidable, she replied. Hello, when will you arrive? I am en route to Jiacheng and expect to arrive tomorrow evening. Our mission is to tame the other 29 tigers, ensuring they grow close to humans. Oh, I see. That sounds feasible, but this process may take considerable time, Lu Anqi murmured. That's all right. Listen closely. Take the beef and personally feed each tiger to foster your relationship. You aren't afraid, are you? Lu Shi emphasized over the phone. Lu Anqi glanced at the other 29 tigers, feeling reassured as Panda was by her side. Of course, I'm not afraid. That's good to hear, Miss Luo. You start feeding them, and I will arrive tomorrow. Understood. After ending the call, Lu Anqi retrieved a small knife from the vehicle and addressed the live audience. I have decided to personally feed the other 29 tigers. Watch how they devour their meat. What the heck, Anqi, aren't you afraid of being bitten by the tigers? They are not as docile as Pandu. This is terrifying. She's feeding unfamiliar tigers. Well, Miss Anqi, you don't have to go to such lengths for the live broadcast. Many viewers assumed Lu Anqi was merely seeking dramatic effect for the stream. All right, I will now feed the other tigers. Keep your eyes peeled. Lu Anqi perched on the back of the pickup truck, slicing a piece of beef and instructing Jiang Feng, Pandu, bring one of the tigers over. But they must not bite me. Jiang Feng, a bit perplexed, decided to comply with the caretaker's wishes for the sake of the broadcast. He communicated with a first-tier evolved tiger, and though the tiger did not comprehend entirely, it grasped the essence of his command. These evolved tigers were indeed intelligent. One first-tier evolved tiger effortlessly leaped onto the pickup truck, startling Lu Anqi, who cautiously began to feed this colossal creature while gently stroking its ear with her delicate hand. The tiger seemed slightly annoyed, emitting a low growl. Lu Anqi was taken aback and quickly withdrew her hand. With an authoritative roar, Jiang Feng exclaimed, "Why are you disobedient? Do you wish to enjoy a comfortable life? Had it not been for the caretaker's daily cleaning, the sanctuary would have become unbearable. Moreover, the caretaker groomed their fur daily, providing them with unparalleled comfort. They could not afford to offend her." Jiang Feng's roar startled the first-tier evolved tiger, which let out a pitiful sound and, begrudgingly, nudged Lu Anqi with its massive head. Wow, Pandu is incredibly clever. Panda's intelligence surpasses even that of my son. That tiger is quite intelligent as well. Uncertain of their combat prowess, one wonders if they could indeed triumph over the lion. How could that even be possible? The formidable Lion King, Carla, is so terrifying that even the safety personnel cannot vanquish it. It could effortlessly annihilate this group of domesticated tigers. Alas, the lion supporters have resurfaced. It is absurd to claim that tigers cannot defeat lions. Just observe my robust physique. One might say I could crush a lion with a mere sit. Here come the tiger enthusiasts again. In this day and age, how can there still be supporters of tigers? And astonishingly, there are still advocates for lions as well. With a swift slide tackle, a tiger could fell 10 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Laughter erupted in the live stream as the debate intensified, with supporters of both lions and tigers evenly divided. Lu Anqi felt quite exasperated. Having come to the realization that whenever someone praises the tiger's might, a counter-argument immediately follows. Likewise, when the lion's prowess is extolled, dissent arises just as swiftly. It is indeed a challenging situation. Chapter 23. The schemes of the mysterious individual. The Lion King Kara ranks third on our Great Xia Evolution Beast leaderboard, whereas the tiger dog is positioned at a mere 15th. How could it possibly stand a chance against the lion? The tiger dog relies entirely on nourishment. Possessing no combat prowess, it is unlikely to even defeat the wild boar king. The notion that the tiger dog could triumph over the wild boar king is but a fanciful dream. It cannot even contend with the flathead brother. Indeed, the panda is formidable. It was the panda that blinded the Lion King Kara, demonstrating that the panda surpasses Kara in strength. However, the tiger dog is merely adept at clawing at eyes. If it were to refrain from such antics, the Lion King Kara would swiftly dispatch the tiger dog. As long as Lu Anqi's live stream remains active, debates about the superiority of tigers versus lions will invariably erupt. In truth, she knows that the Lion King Kara is far from a match for the panda. Had Kara not been cunning, and had the panda not intervened to save her during that fateful encounter at Meteor Park, the panda could have easily slain Kara. Yet, she cannot voice such sentiments. She has been instructed not to disclose any of the panda's past actions during her broadcasts. Lu Anqi continued to feed the ferocious tigers. Thanks to Jiang Feng's presence, all the tigers displayed no signs of aggression. Rather, they patiently accepted Lu Anqi's gentle caresses. "Anqi, I want to feed them too," Jiang Yutong exclaimed, unable to contain herself. This was her opportunity. In the coming era, Lu Anqi was destined to shine like a brilliant star, and if Jiang Yutong did not closely follow her, she would merely fade into obscurity. Very well, If you're unafraid, come on up, Luo Anqi replied with a smile. Jiang Yutong stepped into the frame. Well, who is this enchanting sister? Even more beautiful than my Anqi. The fairy has finally made her appearance. You can tell from her voice that she is a little fairy. The real deal is even more stunning than I imagined. Who is this? I want her. I have a low-income subsidy. Wow, a low-income subsidy? Can you see me? With Jiang Yutong's arrival, the live stream erupted with excitement, and the debate over which was stronger, the tiger or the lion, diminished significantly. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Yutong, Luo Anqi's best friend and college classmate. Yutong, what a lovely name. What use is it if you like it? Do you have a subsidy? No, woe is me. Jiang Yutong chuckled at the barrage of comments, but remained focused on her goal, to nurture the great tigers and forge an intimate bond with them. This endeavor was not only her personal destiny, but also intertwined with the fate of the Jiang family. Summoning her courage, she began to feed the tigers. Below the vehicle, Jiang Feng was preoccupied with a Samoyed named Dabai. This magnificent dog was timid but strikingly beautiful, boasting a pristine coat of snow-white fur, a true champion among dogs. Woo! 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 Dabai trembled, clearly sensing a formidable foe. Indeed, it was a foe. No dog dared to ignore Jiang Feng's insistence. Get up and run, Jiang Feng shouted. However, Dabai did not comprehend his words and merely trembled even more. Useless, Jiang Feng muttered, realizing that if he did not step aside, the dog would remain frozen in place. Jiang Feng leaned closer to the camera. Wow, you startled me. It turns out the panda has arrived. The panda is enormous, larger than the great tiger beside it. How heavy is the panda? Jiang Feng began examining the panel. Host, Jiang Feng level. First stage evolution beast true love fans. 5, 653 lottery draws. 6, 812 black iron treasure chest. Storage, 1 drop of white tiger essence, 5 pounds of spirit stone, 7 Zhu fruits. Jiang Feng's face lit up with joy. He had unexpectedly gained so many true love fans, surpassing even 100,000 in genuine accolades. What could have caused such a surge? Just a short while ago, he had only gained a little over 100 true love fans. Unbeknownst to him, the impending doom facing kangaroo country had resulted in the Great Siaz tigers fostering amicable relations with humanity, thereby attracting numerous true love fans. Moreover, this live stream had over 60,000 viewers concurrently, and gaining 5,000 true love fans was hardly a significant feat. I must visit the zoo to see the panda in person. Don't go. There have been issues in Jiang City recently, and the investigations are stringent. We can simply watch the live stream. What issues? Has your family just connected to the internet? The Lion King Kara attacked a park, and many were harmed. The incident involving the Lion King Kara assaulting individuals at Meteor Park had been publicly disclosed, yet no specific casualty figures were provided, leading many to speculate that a considerable number had perished. After all, the Lion King Kara is an evolution beast that is impervious to bullets. I have heard of this as well, but I wasn't aware it was so severe. In the live stream, numerous viewers engaged in discussions about the events in Jiang City. The Great Xia is a vast nation, spanning over 20 million square kilometers and boasting a population of 2.4 billion. Its internet development has progressed rapidly, with nearly all individuals, excluding children, being online. Currently, the primary concern among the populace is the evolution beasts. Many households are witnessing their cats and dogs evolving. And some chickens, ducks, and geese are evolving as well. However, even if cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, and geese evolve, their lethality is minimal. Some malicious individuals have resorted to secretly killing cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, and geese to consume their flesh in hopes of evolving. Yet, most of these attempts have failed. For evolution is not a simple endeavor. Everyone is fervently seeking methods to evolve, and now, with the live stream of Luo Anqi nurturing evolution tigers at the Qingshan Wildlife Park, many see a glimmer of hope. They inundate Luo Anqi with private messages, most inquiring about the path to evolution, while others, in a fit of madness, propose collaborating with Luo Anqi to poison the fierce tigers and consume their flesh for evolution. In response to these individuals, Luo Anqi promptly contacted the authorities to handle such threats. However, in this era, the authority of the safety officers has diminished. Those with malicious intent feel emboldened, believing the new age favors the strong as rulers of the world. Within a clandestine encrypted forum, some anonymous individuals began posting. The Qingshan Wildlife Park possesses spirit stones and even spiritual fruits. Through network intrusion, I discovered that the bamboo consumed by the giant pandas has begun to mutate. Could this mutation assist us in evolving? It should be possible. Even if we cannot evolve into first-stage evolutionists, we can at least become half-step evolutionists, eventually achieving true evolution. There are 32 fierce tigers within. The most formidable among them is the panda. I have verified that its combat prowess is exceptionally robust, potentially rivaling the lion king Kara. Such a powerful creature, impervious even to machine gun fire. How could we possibly defeat such a tiger? Fear not. Our immediate target is the bamboo shoots and the giant panda. The panda has also evolved. If we consume its flesh, we might also achieve evolution. Indeed, that panda weighs no less than 300 pounds, ample enough for us to accomplish our mission. Very well, if that is settled, let us formulate a plan. Once we succeed this time, we shall turn our attention to the 32 fierce tigers. Their flesh and blood will belong to us. Thus, this group of mysterious individuals commence their plotting. Chapter 24. A greeting gift for the caretaker Zhu Gua, 100 consecutive draws. 500 consecutive draws. Ding. Dear host, your attempt at 500 consecutive draws has failed due to insufficient storage space. Would you like to expand your storage? How many storage slots do I have? How can I expand them? Jiang Feng inquired, perplexed. Dear host, you currently possess 100 storage slots. To expand by 10 slots, you require 1,000 black iron treasure chests. This system is utterly useless, granting me only 100 slots. Jiang Feng grumbled. Expand my storage by 20 slots. With a series of clicks, ding. Congratulations, host. Your storage slots have increased to 120. Please continue your efforts. Jiang Feng began to clear out his storage. Extracting diamonds, gold, and silver, he disposed of all the unnecessary precious metals, retaining only the blood of the white tiger, Zhu Gua, spiritual stones, marrow-cleansing pills, great returning pills, black iron, and star stones, which occupied over 80 slots. He proceeded with another 100 consecutive draws. As he organized his storage, he continued to draw from the black iron treasure chests. With over 2,000 black iron chests remaining, he contemplated converting them into bronze chests, but quickly dismissed the idea. Though the treasures from bronze chests were of a higher grade, they were easily exhausted, and at present, he did not require anything of greater quality. Panda, you're still awake? Luo Anqi appeared. Beside her stood two individuals, one of whom was the impeccably beautiful Jiang Yutong. Her skin is smooth as jade, delicate and fair. With elegant features, a perfectly shaped nose, and thin, rosy lips, her figure strikingly graceful. The other was equally impressive, clad in simple casual attire. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her beauty breathtaking, ethereal and wise, with skin that seemed to glow and lively eyes, her exquisite earlobes translucent. Jiang Feng glanced at the caretaker before turning his attention to the unfamiliar woman, sensing a powerful force within her, yet in comparison to him, she was insignificant. With a yawn, Jiang Feng stretched and playfully licked the caretaker. Luo Anqi recoiled. Panda, stop licking. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Shi, who will join Yutong and me in taking care of you. Jiang Feng's eyes, as round as bells, turned to the unfamiliar woman. Delighted at the prospect of yet another caretaker, it was about time, as Luo Anqi had been neglectful and failed to give him a bath. He stepped forward and rubbed his large head against Lu Shi. At that moment, she felt a wave of pressure. Having just arrived at the Qingshan Wildlife Park and requested to meet the Tiger King, Panda, now that she faced him, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. As a first-tier evolver and a combat type at that, she had faced the second-ranked evolution beast, the Python King, without fear. Yet now she was terrified. This tiger named Panda exerted far greater pressure than the Python King. She sensed that should this Tiger King strike, she would not withstand even a single blow. No wonder she was assigned to be a caretaker. This tiger was extraordinarily powerful. Surely, aside from the terrifying creatures of the ocean, no land evolution beast could threaten this Tiger King. Even the golden eagle stood no chance against him. Don't be afraid. Panda is just greeting you. Luo Anqi said cheerfully. Lu Shi managed a pale smile, desperate to assert that she was unafraid, yet her tongue and lips betrayed her, rendering her speechless. Her body stiff with fear. She had never imagined she would be so frightened as to lose her voice. It was a suppression of life levels. A thought that flashed through Lu Shi's mind. Jiang Feng, having licked the new caretaker, suddenly remembered he should present her with a greeting gift. Since neither Luo Anqi nor Jiang Yutong had given one, he decided to do it together. He dashed back to the large stone and pretended to rummage for something. Are you all right? Luo Anqi asked, supporting Lu Shi with a smile. I'm fine. Lu Shi finally managed to speak, the oppressive sensation still lingering. I'm glad to hear that. Luo Anqi and Jiang Yutong exchanged glances, both noting the amusement reflected in each other's eyes. Suddenly, a stunning beauty appeared, sent from above. It was evident how high the stakes were. Both were somewhat envious, and now this beauty was so frightened by Panda that she could hardly move, let alone speak, far inferior to them. What is Panda doing? Jiang Yutong wondered aloud. Let us go check it out, Luo Anqi suggested, now unafraid of the tiger. Even without Jiang Feng's presence, she would dare to stroll through the tiger enclosure alone. The three caretakers approached Jiang Feng, who presented a dog-head gold and a diamond the size of a head, along with 3 zhuguo. He held the 3 zhuguo delicately in his paws, offering them to the three caretakers. Upon seeing the fruits, Lu Shi's pupils dilated, incredulous as she gazed at the 3 fruits in his massive claws, spherical, almond-shaped, and conically shaped. Wow, Panda, where did you find these fruits? They look peculiar. I've never seen anything like them, Luo Anqi remarked, intrigued as she took one from Jiang Feng's claws. Anqi, these are zhuguo, Lu Shi exclaimed, swallowing hard. What? Zhuguo? Luo Anqi gasped in disbelief. Zhuguo, spiritual fruits. They bloom for a century and bear fruit for another century. Once thought to be extinct, they have re-emerged with the resurgence of spiritual energy. However, most zhuguo are either consumed by beasts or hoarded by individuals, with very few mature zhuguo available for sale. If one truly wished to buy, 300 million would be the starting point. Now, before them lay 3 zhuguo, with a value exceeding 100 million. Panda, where did you find these zhuguo? They must be ripe. Luo Anqi tugged at Jiang Feng's ear, inquiring. From the draws, Jiang Feng replied, though his voice came out as a growl. I've already said it. Whether you understand depends on your grasp of tiger language, he added with a smug smile. Luo Anqi, of course, did not understand tiger language, and she grew anxious. Panda, do you have more? If so, we should go pick some. She was acutely aware of the zhuguo's worth. Of course, I still have 36 zhuguo in my storage. With a whoosh, Jiang Feng dashed behind the large stone, pretending to retrieve 3 more zhuguo. He was also considering the evolution of the other 23 little brothers. What? 3 more? Panda, what else are you hiding under that large stone? Luo Anqi asked. Her curiosity piqued. Lu Shi and Jiang Yutong were already numb to the situation, especially Lu Shi, who knew how much effort the research facility had expended for just 2 zhuguo, not only spending 80 million in cash, but also owing numerous favors. Now, this tiger had somehow procured 6 zhuguo, and there might be more. What she initially thought would be a laborious task turned out to be an immense stroke of luck. Goodness, such a large diamond and dog-head gold. Panda, how did you manage to hide such treasures? Luo Anqi exclaimed. She could hardly fathom the existence of a naturally occurring diamond the size of a human head or dog-head gold weighing over 10 kilograms. These were priceless treasures. No, they were not merely priceless. In the past, selling them for over 1 billion would have been unproblematic. But now, even a few million would hardly attract interest. Lu Shi and Jiang Yutong joined in, rummaging through the items beneath the large stone. The creatures, Yuanzi and Tuanzi, instinctively stepped aside, allowing the 3 to search. Soon, they uncovered everything hidden beneath the large stone. Luo Anqi firmly grasped Jiang Feng's large head, staring at him intently. Panda, when did you gather so many items? What a pity. If it were in the past, you would have struck it rich. Now, these things hold little value. Anqi, these items are not as worthless as you think. This piece of black iron, if I am not mistaken, is likely meteorite iron, capable of forging formidable cold weapons. And this jade, it appears to be spirit jade, containing a considerable amount of spiritual energy. As for this piece of wood, it should be rosewood. Lu Shi enumerated the items on the ground. Jiang Feng was astonished. This caretaker was surprisingly knowledgeable about these items. In truth, without the system's introduction, he would have remained oblivious to their significance. Yet, in his eyes, they were merely refuse, devoid of any utility. Quick, eat the red fruit, Jiang Feng urged, nudging Luo Anqi's hand to encourage her to partake in the fruit. Panda, you want me to eat the red fruit? Luo Anqi exclaimed in disbelief. Oh, Jiang Feng affirmed. All right, I shall eat it. Luo Anqi nodded emphatically. Her father had become an evolved being, and it was her turn now. Jiang Yutong was equally exhilarated. With 2 red fruits, she too would become an evolved being. Wait, Lu Shi halted the 2. What is it? Luo Anqi's expression soured. Surely Lu Shi would not demand they surrender the red fruits. Lu Shi quickly interjected. Anqi, Yutong, before consuming the red fruit, it is advisable to warm up first, to enhance blood circulation and maintain a rhythmic breathing pattern. Only then can you maximize the absorption of the fruit's potency. Upon hearing this, Luo Anqi hastily inquired, warm up? How do we do that? This is a breathing technique we VE gathered at the Special Affairs Handling Bureau. Follow my lead, or observe how panda breathes. Though it's typically difficult for ordinary individuals to master, Lu Shi explained. Understood, Luo Anqi replied with excitement. She had longed for a breathing technique, yet her family's method, known as the thunder breathing technique, was primarily suited for males, though females could practice it. The side effects included a flattened chest and a deepened voice. She dared not attempt it casually. Lu Shi began to teach the two the breathing technique. Jiang Feng, intrigued, observed. Being a tiger, he only needed to consume spiritual objects and instinctively digest them to grow stronger. This was his first encounter with a human breathing technique. However, after a brief glance, he lost interest. Rubbish, he thought. This breathing technique was far inferior to his instinctive respiration. Sleeping is much more comfortable. With that, Jiang Feng reclined once more. Chapter 25, The Theft of the Giant Panda. Shi, why are you circling that stone where the panda sleeps? Lu Anqi inquired. Puzzled by Lu Shi's peculiar behavior, she was captivated by the large stone, as if it were a treasure. Moreover, she was brimming with excitement, having just ascended to the rank of a level 1 evolver, feeling an immense surge of power coursing through her veins. Previously, she struggled to lift 50 kilograms, but now, she could effortlessly hoist objects weighing up to 300 kilograms. Jiang Feng looked on in bemusement at this newly appointed caretaker, who had disturbed his peaceful slumber by pacing around him and occasionally caressing the stone. Anqi, this large stone might very well be a spirit stone, Lu Shi exclaimed enthusiastically. Lu Anqi was taken aback. What? A spirit stone? Aren't they usually found underground? This stone is on the surface and has always been the panda's south resting place. How could it possibly be a spirit stone? It truly could be a spirit stone, Lu Shi insisted fervently, as Lu Anqi and Jiang Yutong adjusted to their newfound powers. They joined Lu Shi by Jiang Feng's side. Jiang Feng, with his head drooping low, remained indifferent to whether the stone was a spirit stone. It was simply his sleeping spot, and no one could take it away. He lay there like a mollusk, completely still. Seeing Jiang Feng's demeanor, Lu Anqi couldn't help but chuckle. Shi, let's leave it be. This stone is the panda's resting place, and disturbing it might upset him. Lu Shi felt a twinge of reluctance. This stone must weigh at least 10,000 kilograms, if not more, if it were indeed a spirit stone. It would set a remarkable record. However, weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately decided to relinquish the idea but resolved to report it to their superiors, awaiting further instructions. All right, let us take a shower. I feel sticky and uncomfortable, Lu Anqi suggested with a smile. The three stunning beauties, all level 1 evolvers, headed towards their designated quarters in the zoo, situated within the tiger enclosure. As Jiang Feng succumbed to slumber once more, unexpected guests infiltrated the zoo. Shadows crept in from the back mountain, swiftly making their way to the National Treasure Panda enclosure. They effortlessly scaled the 6-meter-high barbed wire fence, moving with the stealth of monkeys. Before long, they arrived at the panda habitat. Act now, the leader whispered. In an instant, 5 figures clad in black lunged towards the 5 giant pandas, who were still munching on bamboo. Armed with sharp instruments, their intent was clear, to kill the pandas. The pandas, startled by the sudden assault, blinked their small eyes in confusion. In a split second, 2 pandas were pierced through, while the other 3 let out frightened cries. Their commotion alarmed the monkeys and black bears in the adjacent enclosure. The monkeys hurled fruit at the intruders, creating a ruckus. The black bears roared, thrashing against the wire fence. The leader of the black-clad figures was taken aback to see 3 pandas evade the attack, their speed astonishing. And the disturbance had drawn the attention of the black bears and monkeys. Retreat with the 2 pandas and the bamboo shoots. The 9 figures swiftly evacuated the panda enclosure, heading towards the back mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, monitoring the surveillance in the control room, noticed the flickering screen displaying the panda enclosure. Just as he was about to investigate, he heard the roars of the animals. Could there be an incident? Captain, someone has killed 2 pandas and taken them away. A frantic and enraged voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. What? 2 pandas have been killed and taken? Who has the audacity to do this? You must pursue them immediately. I'll notify Captain Gao right away. Within minutes, the entire zoo was in an uproar. The audacity of infiltrating the zoo to assassinate pandas and abscond with their corpses was beyond comprehension. What? An incident at the panda enclosure? 2 pandas have been abducted. Lu Anqi, just finishing her shower and chatting with Lu Shi and Jiang Yutong, was immediately incensed upon hearing the commotion in the zoo. The 3 beautiful evolvers, upon hearing the news, dashed towards the panda enclosure. Wait, Anqi, we should bring the panda with us. Those intruders must be formidable, Lu Shi suggested. All right, Lu Anqi agreed. calling out to the slumbering Jiang Feng. Awakened by the chaotic sounds and the roars of the black bears, Jiang Feng initially thought it was the restless black bear king. However, realizing that someone had killed pandas and taken their bodies ignited a fierce anger within him. He loved pandas dearly. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Feng exemplified the might of the Tiger King. In a flash, he surged forward, covering hundreds of meters in mere moments. Leaping over the barbed wire into the lion enclosure, Lu Anqi, Jiang Yutong, and Lu Shi stood dumbfounded. Though they were also evolvers of the same caliber as Jiang Feng, they could not match his incredible speed. Quick, let us follow, the three caretakers exclaimed as they rushed towards the lion enclosure. In less than 100 breaths, Jiang Feng traversed past the lion and black bear enclosures, arriving at the panda habitat. He caught the scent of blood and saw only 3 giant pandas remaining. His blood seemed to ignite with fury. After pausing for 3 breaths, Jiang Feng darted into the back mountain of the Qingshan Wildlife Park. At that moment, his sole intention was retribution. In this life, he was a tiger. However, he bore no grudge against humanity and even relished their care. Yet, for those who harmed the pandas, he harbored only murderous intent. He would cleanse them completely. In the back mountain, Jiang Feng had never ventured before, but he had gazed upon it. The environment was far inferior to that of the zoo. On the rugged mountain path, he spotted security personnel. He did not pause, accelerating past the zoo's guards and security. The startled guards were taken aback. In the pitch-black forest, a massive figure suddenly appeared, causing alarm. Is that the panda? The head of the security team, Gao Bing, muttered, still shaken. It appears so, the guard Lin Bin murmured. Why is the panda out here? Is he pursuing the poachers? Gao Bing speculated. If that were the case, it would be fortuitous indeed. In the forest, Jiang Feng followed the pungent scent of blood, advancing steadily. He discerned 11 distinct scents, 2 of which were familiar panda aromas. The scent of blood was overpowering. The 2 pandas had not succumbed to death but were on the brink of it. He needed to rescue them swiftly and provide aid. Faster! I must go faster! Jiang Feng surged forth, as if propelled by the wind, scaling the mountain's peak. At the foot of the mountain, he spotted 3 small vehicles and a delivery truck, still idle, indicating that the perpetrators had not yet departed. There was still time. With a burst of speed, Jiang Feng charged toward the base of the mountain. Chapter 26, Rescue and Pursuit. On the Grand Road at the foot of the mountain, 3 black sedans and a small cargo truck were occupied by drivers. The driver of the cargo truck was peering through binoculars, anxiously scanning the mountainside, his mind plagued with the fear of failure. Although the world was in turmoil and the Great Xiao was somewhat chaotic, the situation remained far more favorable than in other nations. Their audacious heist of the evolved pandas and white jade bamboo shoots was indeed a transgression. Yet if they could evade the scrutiny of the state and cultivate more evolved beings, it would be worth the risk. The hefty pandas, weighing over 300 pounds, were infused with considerable spiritual energy, and should they successfully cultivate the white jade bamboo shoots, their family could ascend to prominence as the leading clan in Great Xia, potentially even wielding control over the realm. Suddenly, the cargo truck driver spotted a fleeting figure darting through the underbrush. At that moment, 9 figures clad in black emerged onto the road, clutching the white jade bamboo shoots and 2 nearly lifeless pandas. Quick, get in. Something is chasing us, the driver shouted. Panic gripped the 9 black-clad individuals, but their training as mercenaries held them steady. They swiftly stowed the 2 endangered pandas in the truck and piled into the small vehicle. The moment they boarded, the small car roared to life and sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Less than 20 seconds after their departure, Jiang Feng appeared. He witnessed the small vehicle fleeing and immediately set off in pursuit, opting not for a straight chase but plunging down the winding mountain road. Inside the cargo truck, the driver handed the binoculars to one of the black-clad men, urging him to look back and discern what was pursuing them. The vehicle had already started moving, and his heart eased slightly. The black-clad man, now unmasked, was a man in his 30s. He took the binoculars and peered into the distance but saw nothing. There's nothing, he reported. Initially, they had intended to slaughter 5 giant pandas, using their blood and flesh to elevate several half-evolved members of their family into true evolved beings. The urgency came from the elder members of the family. They could not afford to wait, for death was a terrifying prospect, especially when hope for longevity shimmered before them. Unexpectedly, 3 pandas displayed remarkable agility, evading the daggers of the 3 assailants and inciting the wrath of the black bears and monkeys, forcing their retreat. Unlike those in the front vehicle, he had a family. Those in the front were mere mercenaries. There's nothing. That is impossible. I clearly saw something moving rapidly. Look again, the driver insisted, his heart gripped by an instinctive dread of an unknown menace. The black-clad man, trained and composed, observed carefully. Still, he found nothing in the rear. As the vehicle rounded a bend and descended, the black-clad man finally caught sight of a figure moving at an astonishing speed down the winding road. "There is something. Too fast to see clearly," he warned. The darkness enveloped them, and the unknown creature's velocity rendered it indistinct. The black-clad man retrieved the binoculars for another inspection. At last, he discerned it, a fearsome striped tiger, immense and barreling toward their vehicles with alarming speed. "It's a tiger. We must flee. A colossal tiger," he shouted into the radio. The black-clad figures in the three small vehicles heard his exclamation and instinctively glanced outside, nearly causing a collision. "Hurry. That must be the Tiger King panda from Qingshan Zoo. Its combat power is terrifying. Even bullets can't penetrate its hide," the leader of the black-clad men yelled. The three small vehicles raced forward, exceeding speeds of 100 miles per hour. Such velocity on the winding mountain road was perilous. Any miscalculation could lead to disaster. Meanwhile, the cargo truck was also accelerating. The driver trembled in fear, recalling videos of the Lion King killer ramming small vehicles without a scratch. A testament to the dominance of such apex predators. This Tiger King, though perhaps not as formidable as the Lion King, was still beyond their capacity to confront. "We must escape." All four vehicles sped away. Jiang Feng dashed forward, closing the distance to the cargo truck. His primary objective was to intercept it and rescue the two national treasures, the giant pandas, while simultaneously eliminating the poachers. Human greed knows no bounds. Unless these individuals were eradicated, they would continue their nefarious activities. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng bore down on the small cargo truck, drawing ever closer. The driver, catching sight of Jiang Feng's fearsome visage, was paralyzed with terror. An overwhelming aura of menace enveloped him, momentarily disorienting him, causing the cargo truck to veer and crash against the mountainside. The truck began to tip over, and Jiang Feng, taken aback by the truck's sudden loss of control, realized the peril. His initial intent had been to halt the vehicle and cautiously extract the pandas, but now, the impending crash posed a grave risk of injury to the precious creatures. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng lunged at the cargo truck, his formidable claws gripping the vehicle. The friction between his body and the guardrail sparked painfully against his skin, but he pressed on, determined to save the pandas. With a mighty roar that reverberated through the mountains, the sound echoed for miles, startling small creatures into a state of shock. Under the force of Jiang Feng's assault, the small cargo truck came to a halt, ceasing its advance. Breathing a sigh of relief, he noted the sparks flying from his claws. He swiftly approached the back of the truck, slashing through the chains and flinging open the door to enter the cargo hold. Inside, he found the two black and white national treasures, lying in a pool of blood. "Damn it," he cursed as he summoned 2 cleansing elixirs, 2 healing pills, and 2 rejuvenating fruits into his hands. He pried open the pandas' mouths and administered the remedies. "We must leave." Suddenly, Jiang Feng overheard 2 individuals in the front cabin whispering. With a cold smirk, he stepped out of the cargo hold and approached the front of the small truck. The black-clad man and the driver froze at the sight of the fearsome striped tiger, a terror they had never known. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng silenced them as his claws severed their throats. "Their deaths are inconsequential. There are still 11 left." Jiang Feng returned to the cargo hold to check on the pandas. Fortunately, their breathing had steadied, indicating they were out of immediate danger, though they remained immobile. He needed to wait for assistance before pursuing the others. He had memorized the scents of the 11 poachers. No matter where they fled, he would track them down. On the winding mountain road, the security personnel from Jiang City and the head of the zoo's security team raced towards the rear mountain, sirens blaring. After about 5 minutes, a police car appeared before Jiang Feng. Gao Bing disembarked first. Spotting the small cargo truck and the sight of Jiang Feng alongside the 2 giant pandas, his heart sank in despair. Are the national treasures truly dead? The others shared in his anguish and fury. With a roar, Jiang Feng expressed his frustration at the foolish humans who mourned instead of coming to assess the situation. What does this mean for Pander? Gao Bing pondered, bewildered. Captain Lu Ming of the security team was equally perplexed. However, he was quite familiar with Jiang Feng. As he approached the carriage, he noticed the 2 national treasures chests heaving. In the next moment, elation washed over him. "Captain Gao, the giant panda, is alive." "What? It's alive? That is splendid. Quickly, summon the medical personnel for treatment," Gao Bing exclaimed. Lu Ming intended to move the giant panda, but Jiang Feng, infuriated, thought how could this foolish human not see the wounds on the national treasure? Moving it carelessly would result in further injury. How foolish. With a roar, Jiang Feng shouted at the security captain, causing Lu Ming to stumble and fall out of the carriage. "Don't move. The giant panda is injured and must not be disturbed." The medical personnel had arrived. Jiang Feng recognized them as acquaintances. They had stitched his wounds on a previous occasion. With a leap, he exited the carriage and dashed down the mountain, intent on pursuing the despicable thieves. Panda, Panda, don't go. Luo Anqi, who had not yet disembarked, cried out as she saw Jiang Feng preparing to leave. Jiang Feng halted, wondering what this caretaker was up to. Luo Anqi hurriedly descended from the vehicle, rushing to Jiang Feng's side, and grasped his ear tightly. She loosened her grip, genuinely fearing that Jiang Feng might run off. Lu Shi and Jiang Yutong shared her sentiments. I still need to chase them. Jiang Feng howled. No one understood the language of the tiger. Captain, it seems these two were killed by Panda, a security officer murmured. If they're dead, so be it, just a bunch of scum, Gao Bing scoffed. How peculiar. These two giant pandas are showing rapid improvement, one medical personnel remarked, astonished. Improvement? That is wonderful. Gao Bing felt reassured. Indeed, improvement is splendid. The two medical personnel exchanged puzzled glances. Miss Luo, please take Panda back. We must pursue those scoundrels, Captain Gao Bing instructed. Understood, Captain Gao, Luo Anqi replied. Together with Lu Shi and Jiang Yutong, they led Jiang Feng toward the zoo. However, Jiang Feng remained steadfast, determined to hunt down those vile individuals. Panda, what's wrong? When we get back, I'll prepare some beef for you, Luo Anqi said with a smile. Jiang Feng let out a long howl, his intent to kill evident. Miss Luo, what's wrong with Panda? Gao Bing, concerned, noticed the scars on Jiang Feng and feared for his safety. Luo Anqi sensed the murderous aura radiating from Jiang Feng, as well as the murderous intent in his copper bell-like eyes. This was the same malice she had witnessed when pursuing the Lion King, Carla. Panda wants to kill, the thought crossed her mind. She swallowed hard and said, Captain Gao, Panda may want to hunt those thieves. What? Hunt the thieves? Gao Bing was taken aback. Jiang Feng could no longer contain himself. He curled his tail around the caretaker and bolted downwards. He was determined to slay those thieves. Luo Anqi cried out, but it was futile. She could only cling tightly to Jiang Feng's fur. Gao Bing was momentarily stunned, yet he dared not obstruct the Tiger King, Panda. He immediately reported the situation to higher authorities. Chapter 27. The Tiger King emerges to hunt down poachers in the darkness of night. Jiang Feng sprinted along the main road with his caretaker on his back. He could distinctly discern the scent of the poachers. Yet it seemed he was growing increasingly distant from them. However, he remained undeterred. As long as they did not take to the skies, he would eventually catch up. Luo Anqi, who was perched upon Jiang Feng, had regained her composure. She retrieved her mobile phone and began to report the situation to the director of the security bureau. Tian Feng, what is your current location? Tian inquired. Luo Anqi glanced around and replied, Director Tian, we have just exited the Jiang City jurisdiction. Panda is leading me towards Huai City. Huai City, understood. Stay close to Panda. I will coordinate with the security bureau there. We must apprehend that group of poachers as swiftly as possible. Understood, Director Tian. Luo Anqi ended the call. Her thoughts solely focused on capturing the poachers and returning with Jiang Feng to the Qingshan Zoo. While riding on a majestic tiger was exhilarating, the repercussions were severe. And she worried about the 31 fierce tigers within the zoo not heeding her commands. Jiang Feng was filled with murderous intent. Although he was typically a laid-back tiger, the poachers had provoked him. Until he dealt with them, he could not find peace. After 3 hours of running, dawn broke, yet Jiang Feng felt no fatigue. His energy surged, especially after secretly consuming 3 zhu fruits, elevating his prowess to the peak of a first-tier evolved beast, on the cusp of ascending to the second tier. As Jiang Feng and Luo Anqi arrived in Huai City, many early risers beheld the extraordinary sight of a tiger and its rider. In an instant, panic ensued, and the crowd fled in terror. Do not be afraid. This is Panda. He means no harm. Luo Anqi shouted, but despite her cries, her words fell on deaf ears as everyone scrambled into nearby shops, hastily pulling down shutters. Some even collapsed in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Luo Anqi was at a loss. Why were they so frightened? After all, circuses also featured tigers. Meanwhile, the Huai City Security Bureau received a call from Tian Feng, the director of the Jiangnan Province Security Bureau, informing them of a poaching gang's intrusion into Huai City, which had incited the wrath of the Tiger King, Panda, who was now in pursuit. This feels like something out of a novel, they mused, yet soon enough, they laid eyes upon the imposing figure of the Tiger King and his caretaker. How massive! One exclaimed, noting its length exceeding 4 meters, its enormous head instilling dread. They longed to greet them, but lacked the courage. Jiang Feng, too, noticed the police vehicles but chose to ignore them, continuing his pursuit guided by scent. brushing past the patrol cars. My goodness, is that the Tiger King panda? He ranks 15th on our Great Xia Evolved Beast leaderboard. Quite impressive. A young security officer exclaimed. What do you mean 15th? He's just made it into the top 10, precisely 10th. Some argue that his true strength is grossly underestimated, potentially placing him 4th. Another young officer countered. Currently, Great Xia boasted numerous formidable beast kings. The foremost was the Golden Eagle King, a flying evolved beast renowned for its incredible speed, impervious even to small missiles. The second was the Python King from the southwest, stretching over 30 meters in length with scales the size of bowls, impervious to blades and bullets. Third was the Lion King Carla from Qinshan Zoo, a creature of extraordinary might, capable of maneuvering through a hail of bullets and swiftly dispatching security personnel. Following closely was the Silver Wolf King of the Highlands and the Snow Leopard King, known for its speed. Only 10th was the Tiger King Panda, having previously engaged with Lion King Carla and sustaining injuries, thus relegating him to this position. Panda had remained within the confines of the zoo, with only that one instance of heroism and conflict against Carla marking his record. No one knew just how formidable he truly was. Perhaps he was even stronger than the Silver Wolf King. The officers pondered. I wonder how the evolved beings of Great Xia measure up? Surely they cannot compete with these beast kings, given the inherent superiority of the latter. Not necessarily. Our nation has invested immense resources in cultivating a cadre of super-evolved beings whose strength is undoubtedly formidable, though the official details remain undisclosed. A few security personnel trailed Jiang Feng from a distance. Panda, are you weary? If so, take a moment to rest, Lo Anqi suggested, grooming Jiang Feng's fur. Yet Jiang Feng felt no fatigue. Running felt as effortless as walking. He had caught the scent of the poachers, and their distance was no more than 10 miles. Soon, he would resolve this troublesome matter. With a population of 2.4 billion, each individual in Great Xia harbored dreams of becoming an evolved being. As the spiritual energy of the world intensified, ailments diminished, and people's health flourished, the process of evolution had begun for many. However, attaining complete evolution to become a first-tier evolved being was no simple feat. Look at that enormous tiger. Who could it be, riding a tiger through the streets? Incredible. That woman is stunning. I wonder who she is. A few dared to film the spectacle, yet none approached. Some, eager to gain followers, quickly uploaded videos of Jiang Feng and Lo Anqi onto social media. In a small town beneath Huai City, 3 black vehicles halted at a rural inn. 11 men clad in black changed their attire. These men, in their 30s and 40s, possessed robust physiques that exuded intimidation. Damn it. Even Ajun and Aquan fell this time. Who would have thought the Tiger King would be so terrifying? We couldn't muster the courage to retaliate against it. One man with a scar on his forehead lamented. It was utterly terrifying. That fool ranked this fearsome beast 10th. Damn it, he ruined me. A middle-aged man cursed. What is that? A 30-something man exclaimed in terror while scrolling through short videos. What is going on? The others asked, puzzled. Look, this was just posted by someone in Huai City. The Tiger King Panda has appeared here. At this revelation, the other 10 staggered back in fright. They hastily pulled out their phones to verify the news. Their faces growing increasingly pale. Damn it, that beast knows where we are. We need to leave, now, shouted the middle-aged leader, sprinting towards the vehicles. The others followed suit, diving into their cars. Start the engines. We must leave swiftly. Within moments, the 3 vehicles sped away from the scene. Brother, what just happened? We barely took a breather. And that beast arrived. It must have followed our scent. Should we bathe and change clothes? Are you out of your mind? The beast is here. If you want to die, stay and bathe. The leader barked, slamming his foot on the gas pedal as they sped off. 7 to 8 minutes later, Jiang Feng arrived at the small farmhouse, having caught the scent of the poachers who had not strayed far. Let us pursue. I will not rest until I have dealt with them. Chapter 28. The Vote. Tiger King Panda emerges in the grand expanse of the Great Xia's most prominent short video platform. The fervor surrounding the emergence of the Tiger King Panda is palpable. Posts flood the platform, each more sensational than the last, with hashtags calling attention to the Tiger King's arrival in Huai City and the recent attack at Qinshan Wildlife Park. Is it true that the Tiger King Panda has come to our Huai City? One user exclaims, while another confirms sightings, describing the majestic creature as immense, strolling the streets with a fairy-like companion. Yet, amidst the excitement, skepticism arises. Did you not hear about the attack at the wildlife park that provoked the Tiger King's wrath? Questions another, highlighting the dangers of poaching. As discussions ensue, opinions diverge sharply. Some dismiss the Tiger King as an inferior beast compared to Lion King Carla, whose ferocity is legendary, Lion King Carla has fought countless battles. What has the Tiger King done, aside from blinding Carla in one eye before it evolved? One user scoffs. Forecasting revenge. In an unexpected twist, the author of the Evolutionary Beast Rankings, known as Wanshitong, initiates a poll. Who is mightier, Lion King Carla or Tiger King Panda? Within minutes, tens of thousands cast their votes, revealing a shocking 75 favoring the Tiger King, leaving only 25 in support of the Lion King. Lily, a staunch advocate for the Lion King, is infuriated. She believes lions embody justice and majesty, akin to the men of Lighthouse Nation, Eagle Empire, and Kangaroo Nation. Having witnessed Lion King Carla's terrifying presence firsthand, she refuses to accept the results. Rallying her friends, she urges them to vote for Carla, fearing the overwhelming support for the Tiger King. Responses flood in as her friends pledge to cast their votes for the Lion King. In a fleeting moment, Carla's votes rise to 26. Yet, Lily remains restless, determined to gather more supporters for her champion. Meanwhile, in the capital, Zhonglong, the director of the Special Affairs Office, watches a video of Jiang Feng in Huai City, his expression grave. A youth enters with a dossier, revealing the identities of those responsible for the assault on the wildlife park. Jiang's anger ignites as he recognizes the names associated with the incident. Contemplating the consequences of taking action against these powerful families. Should we intervene? A subordinate queries. Jiang ponders the implications of a decisive strike against those who threaten the nation's treasures. Let us observe how Tiger King Panda handles this situation. Perhaps he will impart a lesson to those reckless individuals, he concludes, a wry smile creeping onto his face as he considers the potential fallout. In Huai City, Jiang Feng carries Luo Anqi along a rural path, having traveled for an entire day, aware that the distance between them and their pursuers remains consistent. He speculates whether someone has filmed their journey, but reassures himself of his ability to track their scent. Luo Anqi, now an evolved being, feels invigorated. Do you require rest, Panda? She inquires, to which Jiang Feng dismisses the notion. He is eager to keep moving, not wishing to become a lethargic creature. Suddenly, he halts, pulling out his phone. What are you doing? Luo Anqi asks curiously. I'm going live, he replies, intending to broadcast their adventure and instill fear in their pursuers. Though perplexed by his penchant for live streaming, Luo Anqi concedes, knowing well that opposing his wishes would only strain their bond. She recalls the directives from her superiors to maintain a positive relationship with the Tiger King Panda, and thus, she complies. Chapter 29. The expansion of Blue Star. The live broadcast room buzzed with excitement as viewers expressed their curiosity about Angel, the little fairy. Well, where has Angel arrived? In Huai City. Angel is in Huai City with Tiger King Panda. I am also from Huai City. I must go see Tiger King Panda. Luo Anqi pointed her phone at Jiang Feng's large head and declared, Panda and I are currently in Huai City, but we will soon be leaving for our next destination. Yuan City. Yuan City? Miss Anqi, how did you and Panda end up in Yuan City? Aren't you afraid of startling the locals while riding Panda? I suspect that is the implication, someone surmised. The implication? Does it suggest that humans and evolved beasts should coexist harmoniously? Coexist harmoniously? We have people here who have been bitten to death by Tibetan mastiffs. There is no way that can happen. Exactly. Evolved beasts are generally quite aggressive. Even my 3-year-old golden retriever has been barking at me ferociously these days, showing its teeth. I am already preparing to send it to an animal shelter. You can still send animals to a shelter? You have no idea how many snakes there are in our area. It's terrifying. People can no longer live at the foot of the mountain. The audience continued to engage in lively discussions. The number of viewers soared from 30,000 to 300,000, eventually leveling off at 800,000 before slowly rising further. Gifts flew through the air, creating a dazzling display. Luo Anqi refrained from mentioning the purpose of her and Jiang Feng's visit, knowing she would turn off the live stream when it was time to work. In Yuan City, the Lu family reigned as a premier family, surpassing even first-rate families to reach the pinnacle of the Great Xia's elite. Their business ventures spanned from the Sakura Nation to the Lighthouse Nation, encompassing transportation and electronics. Though they could not penetrate the Great Xia system, in the main hall of the Lu family estate, the former patriarch Lu Ji leaned on his cane, watching the live broadcast on the large screen with a frown. The Foxwolf mercenary corps is worthless. Patriarch, should we intervene and capture this Tiger King? Its flesh contains boundless spiritual energy. Consuming it could surely transform one into an evolved being, the family steward inquired softly. Lu Ji narrowed his eyes at the colossal creature on the screen, deep in thought. At 95 years of age, the emergence of spiritual energy in the world had rejuvenated him somewhat, yet becoming an evolved being remained an arduous challenge. Previously, The Lu family had provided him with over 20 pounds of spiritual stones, but they had failed to grant him evolution, most of the energy wasted. If spiritual stones could not facilitate his transformation, then perhaps the flesh of semi-evolved beasts would suffice. He had tried the flesh of chickens, ducks, geese, cats, and dogs, but to no avail. While the flesh of semi-evolved beasts was decent, it paled in comparison to true evolved beasts. True evolved beasts could be found in the Qingshan Wildlife Park. Their primary target was, of course, Tiger King Panda. But it seemed capturing it would not be an easy feat. They shifted their focus to the national treasure, the giant panda. Discovering that the bamboo shoots it consumed appeared to have mutated. This was a fortuitous opportunity they could not afford to miss. The Lu family contacted 2 other super elite families and hired the Fox-Wolf Mercenary Corps. However, the result was failure, which attracted the attention of a Tiger King. Act. I will seize this tiger to become a true evolved being, Lu Ji commanded fiercely. He could not afford to miss this chance. Time was running out for him. He had glimpsed the hope of immortality and desired to restore his youth, to become a divine entity, ruling over Great Xia and the world. Yes, Patriarch. I will make the arrangements at once, the steward replied before departing. At the edge of Huai City, Zhang Feng carried his caretaker on his back. Strolling across a grand bridge, his spirits lifted as he gazed at the river, feeling a surge of emotion. Lo Anqi, still perched on his back, directed her phone's camera towards the river. Dear friends, Panda and I are now on the bridge, and the river is truly beautiful. On the river bridge? That's fine. But Miss Anqi, please do not get too close to the edge. Value your life. Stay away from the river. Why can't we approach the river? Lo Anqi shared this perplexity, wondering why so many viewers urged her to keep her distance. She posed the question in the live stream. Land creatures have evolved. The creatures in the river have evolved too, and they are far more complex than those on land, second only to those in the ocean. I saw a video of terrifying waves in the section of the river you are in, with a diameter of at least 15 meters. I suspect it's a gigantic crocodile. I saw it too. I think it's a giant python. I believe it's a fish. Lo Anqi felt a twinge of anxiety as she observed the viewers' speculations. However, they were on a bridge, several dozen meters above the water's surface. Even if the aquatic creatures were formidable, they posed no threat to those above. All right, thank you, everyone. Panda and I will not approach the water's edge. Listening to his caretaker's voice, Jiang Feng carefully scrutinized the river's surface and indeed spotted numerous creatures. However, these beings were far too weak. Even before his evolution, they would have been no match for him. He pressed on. Not only was Lo Anqi broadcasting live, but passing vehicles were also capturing the moment. As he walked, he suddenly halted, staring intently at the bridge ahead. Panda, what is it? Lo Anqi inquired. She leaped off Jiang Feng's back and approached him, noticing his wide, copper-like eyes fixated on the bridge's surface. In the next moment, fear gripped her. The bridge surface had developed numerous tiny fissures, barely the size of a hair, yet there were many. If not for a meticulous examination, one would have failed to notice them. How could this happen? Miss Anqi, what is wrong? What have you seen? Angel, please tell us. My heart is racing. Countless viewers awaited Lo Anqi's response, as her face reflected sheer terror. The bridge over the great river has developed countless fine cracks, she exclaimed. Everyone understood what the appearance of cracks on the bridge signified. Countless fine cracks? You must be mistaken. Impossible. That bridge is of excellent quality and has only been open for 3 years. How could it develop so many cracks? I don't know. Panda was staring at the bridge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed, Lo Anqi replied anxiously. This bridge had cost over 100 billion. Having been operational for merely 3 years, was it destined to collapse? Jiang Feng ceased observing the cracks and wrapped his tail around his caretaker, carrying her toward the opposite side. This bridge would surely collapse within 3 days, possibly sooner. It was not due to human error, but rather the forces of nature. Blue Star was expanding, although the bridge was sturdy. It was insignificant before the might of heaven and earth. Soon, the bridge would become debris, sinking into the great river. Not only this bridge, but all bridges over the great river would inevitably crumble, there was no doubt. The tremendous power of the universe was gradually being unleashed, and ultimately, humanity's ability to dominate the world would depend on how formidable they truly were. For now, he was not human. He was a tiger, the king of beasts. He intended to seize this moment, amidst the crowd, to amass followers, gather fortune, and exchange it for rewards. With a mighty leap, Jiang Feng surged forward. Chapter 30. Evolutionaries from around the world come to the Great Xia for exchange after Luo Anqi's live broadcast on the Grand Bridge over the river. Many individuals rush to investigate the nearby bridges. To their astonishment, they discovered fine cracks appearing on all the bridges, with only the most robust structures remaining intact. This phenomenon had not been noticed the previous day. In mere moments, the trending topics were dominated by newly surfaced videos. The world is expanding, housing prices will plummet. Why? Because the world is growing, Blue Star is expanding. What will become of tall buildings? Amidst the chatter, comments flooded in. A 120 square meter house in the Kyoto ring. Only 8 million. Hurry up and get it. 8 million? Dream on. I'll sell mine for 5 million. A 150 square meter house in the heart of Magic City. Only 3 million. Haha. I'm just watching, not buying a house. Anyone buying a house now must be a fool. The moment the news of Blue Star's expansion broke, housing prices plummeted once more. Yet, even with a staggering 70% decrease, no one was inclined to purchase property. Previously coveted land, once hailed as the Land King, had turned into worthless plots, unsold even at rock-bottom prices. Diamonds had plummeted by 99%, while gold and silver fared slightly better, dropping by 70%. In this tumultuous time, the most valuable commodities were, of course, spirit stones and spiritual fruits, along with the treasures of nature. Unbeknownst to Jiang Feng, his casual actions had triggered another significant decline in housing prices across the Great Xia. However, even if he had not noticed, others would inevitably catch on within a day or two. The sheer number of people following him and engaging in online discussions caused the news of Blue Star's expansion to ignite the internet. Not only were the people of the Great Xia focused on him, but there were also eyes from abroad, including the Lighthouse Nation, the Eagle Empire, the Cherry Blossom Empire, and Kangaroo Country. These four nations were ever watchful, harboring ambitions to obliterate the Great Xia and dominate the world. Although the Great Xia had recently seen the emergence of beast kings, it remained comparatively tranquil. Their discontent had escalated into anger. The president of the Lighthouse Nation was the first to extend an invitation to the Great Xia, proposing that their evolutionaries visit for an exchange. The Great Xia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs promptly declined, citing a lack of time. Subsequently, the Lighthouse Nation, the Eagle Empire, the Cherry Blossom Empire, and India reiterated their requests, expressing a desire for their evolutionaries to engage in friendly competition with those of the Great Xia. This time, the Great Xia had no reasonable grounds to refuse. Another denial would invite scorn from all. It was not just these four nations. Over 200 countries worldwide declared their intent to send their finest evolutionaries to participate. Even the beleaguered Kangaroo Country planned to dispatch evolutionaries to the Great Xia for the competition and exchange, clearly seeking to humiliate the Great Xia in their final moments before potential annihilation. Rumors circulated online that Kangaroo Country was mobilizing 30,000-ton cargo ships to transport its elite to the Eagle Empire and the Lighthouse Nation. Those remaining in Kangaroo Country were primarily immigrants, many of whom were originally from the Great Xia. The discussions online reflected a mix of skepticism and bravado. Kangaroo Country is already finished. They think they can regain their dignity in the Great Xia? That's a pipe dream. How many formidable evolutionaries does the Great Xia possess? Who knows? But I believe our evolutionaries are the strongest. I heard the evolutionaries from the Lighthouse Nation are also quite formidable, especially one named Dogson. He is terrifying. Standing 2 meters tall, weighing over 500 pounds, capable of lifting the front end of a 20-ton truck, his strength certainly exceeds 10 tons. Don't worry. Just look at my brother who. He could knock him down with a single slap. Still, we need Lion Brother to take action. His terrifying strength can overturn moving vehicles. Come on, you can't just talk about who and Lion. Can't you see this as a contest among humans? Besides human competitions, there are also contests among evolved beasts. Didn't you know? The Lighthouse Nation has several gorillas, the Eagle Empire boasts golden eagles, and Kangaroo Country has the Kangaroo King. I wonder if they can match our Golden Eagle King from the plateau. Undoubtedly, they cannot. Our plateau's Golden Eagle King has a wingspan exceeding 10 meters and feasts on giant pythons over 10 meters long as if they were mere snacks. It's truly terrifying. That 30-meter-long Python King is fearsome as well, but unfortunately, it has a taste for human flesh. The Lion King Carla also consumes humans. Do you think human flesh could aid their evolution? Perhaps. However, less than an hour later, all posts regarding evolved beasts consuming humans were swiftly censored. In Kyoto, at the Special Affairs Office, Director Zheng Long observed a video featuring a large pot filled with glistening white meat. The most horrifying aspect was that this white meat bore human fingernails. The director had already uncovered several incidents of evolutionaries being gunned down. These were ordinary individuals who, after consuming spiritual fruits, evolved by sheer luck, only to be killed for their flesh to aid others' evolution. Zheng Long narrowed his eyes and, after a lengthy pause, stated, Notify the combat division. Eliminate them all. Leave no one behind. In critical moments, it was imperative to strike fear into the hearts of those ambitious individuals in the Great Xia. Even if chaos engulfed the Great Xia, these threats had to be neutralized first. Yes, Director. Zheng Long's expression darkened, tinged with regret. It was infuriating that these empires still eyed the Great Xia covetously, driven by the rapid and terrifying evolution of marine creatures, seemingly intent on seizing the Great Xia and fleeing to its highlands. Zheng Long muttered to himself, "The territory of the Great Xia is meant solely for its people. Any who dare to invade shall be pursued, no matter how far." In Source City, Luo Anqi, riding Jiang Feng, continued pursuing the thieves, having turned off her live broadcast. "Panda, that lighthouse nation is openly challenging our Great Xia, even planning to send evolutionaries and evolved gorillas to confront us." Luo Anqi exclaimed angrily. "Panda, you don't know what a gorilla is, do you? It's like an upgraded version of a monkey, quite massive and incredibly strong." Assuming Jiang Feng was unaware of what a gorilla was, Luo Anqi made the comparison to monkeys. Jiang Feng chuckled at her naivety. Gorillas and monkeys were entirely different species. Such a large gorilla dares to challenge the Great Xia's evolved beasts, that is courting death. However, he was uncertain about the strength comparison among evolutionaries. "Panda, the Lighthouse Nation's evolutionist dogson is already a second-tier evolutionist, with strength exceeding 10 tons. He's utterly terrifying. While my strength is merely 300 pounds, quite lacking," Luo Anqi said with self-deprecation. "That's because you're useless. If you were stronger, I would provide you with more spirit stones and spiritual fruits," Jiang Feng retorted mockingly. "That Lu Shi seems quite capable. Perhaps I should cultivate her further. She might even help me gain more followers." Jiang Feng's mind concocted a plan to eradicate the poaching gangs, and upon returning, he would train Lu Shi to become a second-tier evolutionist. As for himself, he could become a second-tier evolutionist at any moment, but he preferred to grow further before evolving, waiting for his body to reach its limits first. Just as Jiang Feng drew closer to the Fox-Wolf mercenary corps, the Lu family in Source City began their preparations. Chapter 31. Like slaughtering chickens and dogs, the current head of the Lu family, Lu Fan, aged 56, has long passed the pinnacle of his life. His body is no longer as strong as it once was, yet the world has entered a new era, offering him a glimmer of hope for a resurgence. The head of the family, the Tiger King, has entered the encirclement. Once ensnared, its demise is inevitable. A faint smile graces Lu Fan's lips, excitement coursing through him. The tiger is a treasure trove, particularly its whip, and this is an evolved Tiger King. Should they succeed in its slaughter, the Lu family would gain a significant number of evolved beings. Where is Xian now? Head, the eldest young master, is currently positioned on the Tiger King's path. He is fully prepared to strike it down in one fell swoop. Excellent. Prepare yourselves. I wish to witness the demise of this Tiger King with my own eyes. Yes. Head. Lu Fan, alongside his aged father, presides over the Lu family, their gaze fixed on the large screen displaying their kin, all awaiting the moment to skin and eviscerate the Tiger King, consuming its flesh and drinking its blood to become evolved beings. At this moment, Jiang Feng carries Luo Anqi into Source City. The population of Source City is sparse, and its facilities are antiquated. The rebar on the bridges over the river is exposed. Jiang Feng gazes at the forest across the river, a smile creeping across his face. His keen sense of smell enables him to track scents over great distances, and he can distinctly detect the presence of humans within, even spotting someone aiming a sniper rifle at him. Such audacity. In the Great Xia, firearms are prohibited. Yet these poaching mercenaries dare to carry sniper rifles into the realm due to the cataclysmic changes in the world. Daily, many humans fall prey to evolved beasts. Otherwise, they could not venture into the Great Xia with firearms, nor could they even carry handguns or spears. These weapons are of no concern to him. The only threat lies in the bombs concealed beneath the bridge. He catches a whiff of gunpowder. Although the ceiling is impeccable and the scent faint, it is nonetheless discernible to him. It must be a remote-controlled bomb. It cannot harm me, but the foolish overseers are certain to meet their demise. Jiang Feng can hardly contain his eagerness for bloodshed. He is a tiger, inherently fierce, though he has long suppressed this nature. He believes that appropriately releasing his ferocity will invigorate both body and spirit. With a flick of his tail, he sets the overseer down in strides, neither hurried nor slow, toward the 100-meter-wide bridge. The Tiger King approaches. Everyone prepare. Since it has arrived, let us first set off some fireworks. It shouldn't explode into a bloody mess. Should it? Lu Xian, the eldest son of the Lu family, appears remarkably at ease. He is a first-tier evolved being, possessing strength exceeding 1 ton. Confronting a first-tier evolved beast should pose little challenge, especially after all the preparations made. Not at all. While this Tiger King may not rival the Lion King, it is likely not far off. The Lion King survived multiple rocket impacts. This Tiger King should emerge with severe injuries, but not be obliterated. Good. Lu Xian is reassured. Both his father and grandfather are counting on this Tiger King to evolve, and he himself is eager to experience the taste of tiger meat. As anticipation mounts, they await the Tiger King to enter the 10-meter radius of the remote-controlled bomb before triggering the explosion. A slight smile appears on Jiang Feng's lips. He has already pinpointed the bomb's location and accelerates rapidly. In a mere 3 seconds, Jiang Feng reaches his peak speed, exceeding 60 meters per second, akin to a fierce gale. His acceleration is so swift that it nearly rivals that of a high-speed train. Quick, detonate the bomb. Lu Xian cries out, fear creeping into his voice. The tiger's speed surpasses his wildest imagination, akin to a whirlwind. He had never considered that a tiger could move so quickly. Boom. The remote-controlled bomb detonates beneath the bridge, unleashing a brilliant flash of light, accompanied by a deafening roar. The bridge is shattered into countless pieces, debris raining down into the water and sending plumes of spray soaring 8 meters high. Thick smoke billows, obscuring the view of what transpired on the bridge, leaving the fate of the Tiger King, Pangda, shrouded in uncertainty. Pangda, Pangda, Luo Anqi cries out in terror. Panic grips her as she realizes Jiang Feng had set her down because he had sensed the bomb's presence on the bridge. Her eyes redden with frustration, feeling utterly powerless. That sensation fills her with profound self-loathing. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupts, a cacophony of bullets illuminating the scene, jolting Luo Anqi. Eldest young master, retreat. This beast is indomitable. The guards of the Lu family urge. Lu Xian stands frozen, paralyzed by fear. He too is a first-tier evolved being. Yet he feels leagues away from the Tiger King Pangda. The remote-control bomb failed to inflict even a scratch, and sniper rifles, machine guns, none are effective. How can it be so powerful? He observes in disbelief as the Tiger King weaves effortlessly through the hail of bullets, evading them with supernatural agility. It is terrifying. Flee. We must escape, or we are doomed. In the Lu family's hall, former head Lu Ji and current head Lu Fan transition from calmness to panic. They could never have anticipated that such elaborate preparations would be utterly futile against the Tiger King Pangda. Such an arrangement could not even be breached by an elite infantry battalion. Slick with blood, they witnessed the vice-captain of the Fox-Wolf Mercenary Corps fall victim to Pang Da's claws, his throat slashed with ease. Then, another follows. Quickly, send reinforcements to Xian. 5 million for each. Yes, head. The steward begins to rally the semi-evolved beings recruited by the Lu family, promising each a reward of 5 million. The semi-evolved beings are elated. Merely slaying a tiger could earn them such a fortune, an unexpected windfall. Previously, they earned only 3,000 to 4,000 a month. But after their bodies strengthened, they secured positions as guards for the Lu family, earning 50,000 monthly. Now, 5 million for hunting a tiger is nothing short of astonishing. With their newly crafted spears in hand, a dozen semi-evolved beings board a bus, setting off. On the streets of Source City, a sports car speeds recklessly, crashing through numerous street stalls. Lu Xian, now terrified, feels fortunate to be driving a sports car and positioned at the rear. Otherwise, he would have met his end. The speed, strength, and reflexes of this tiger exceed his imagination. A single swipe can claim the life of a mercenary. The Fox-Wolf mercenaries are elite warriors, seasoned in localized conflicts. Upon my return, I must gather all forces to slay this Tiger King. Its flesh will surely be extraordinary. Lu Xian accelerates away towards the Lu family. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng trails leisurely behind. He has committed the scent of the fleeing individual to memory, following closely. Perhaps he can eliminate the forces behind this flight as well. Just moments ago, he had dispatched over 20 armed individuals with ease. It was all too simple. Even armed with sniper rifles, handguns, and machine guns, they posed no threat. He can react within a tenth of a second, and even without evasion. Bullets cannot pierce his skin. He possesses a body as resilient as bronze, impervious to even the sharpest blades. Ah, a tiger. Run, run. The tiger is on the streets. At the sight of Jiang Feng, men, women, and children alike flee in a frenzy, some stumbling and falling in their haste. Hey, don't run. I don't eat people. Jiang Feng exclaims in exasperation. Regrettably, no one understands the language of tigers. Am I truly that terrifying? As he continues his pursuit, a toddler, barely 2 years old, stumbles into the intersection, heading toward the other side. Simultaneously, a large truck comes barreling in from the diagonal, its brakes screeching against the pavement. Jiang Feng possessed remarkably keen eyesight. Even at a distance of 50 or 60 meters, he could see with astonishing clarity. With a swift motion, he accelerated, akin to a bolt of lightning, lunging towards the young boy. Goodness, that tiger intends to devour the child. The onlookers in the nearby shops were filled with terror, rendered helpless as they could only watch in horror. Chapter 32, The Slide Tackle and the Rescue. Jiang Feng once again showcased the essence of speed. Like wind from a tiger and clouds from a dragon, he dashed to a crossroads 60 meters away in a mere 2 seconds, executing a slide tackle that brought a 2-year-old boy safely into his mouth. Bang! A truck collided with Jiang Feng. He soared through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, landing on his back, while the boy remained unharmed in his mouth, though slightly startled. The little boy began to wail, his tiny hands flailing around in Jiang Feng's mouth. Hastily, Jiang Feng released the child onto the ground. The truck came to a halt, and its driver, stunned, realized he had nearly hit a small boy without even having time to brake. At that perilous moment, a terrifying tiger had appeared, swallowing the child whole. Initially, he feared the tiger intended to consume the boy, but to his astonishment, the tiger spat the child out onto the ground, granting him a sigh of relief. Onlookers were equally bewildered, their attention fixated on the tiger, oblivious to the approaching truck until it skidded to a stop, revealing its imminent collision with the boy. Fortunately, the tiger had whisked the child away. No, not merely whisked him away, but saved him. What a miraculous scene. Truly extraordinary. Such wonders are rarely witnessed in a lifetime. Xiaoxing, a young woman, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed towards the 2-year-old boy, disregarding Jiang Feng entirely. She embraced the child and fled to the side of the road in a frenzy. Jiang Feng watched her carry the boy away, muttering to himself, "Not even a word of thanks, how frustrating." Unperturbed, he approached the truck and shouted at the driver before departing. The driver, drenched in sweat, felt the oppressive heat of the day intensify. It was as if a sudden rain had fallen, not just from his forehead, but all over. Only after Jiang Feng had left did the driver regain his composure. What a terrifying tiger. Its head was so large it could have swallowed me whole. Jiang Feng continued his pursuit of the individual in the sports car, determined to confront him. There would be no mercy for those who dared ambush him. Glancing at his status panel, host, Jiang Feng level, first stage evolved beast. True love fans, 12, 536 lottery draws, 14. 032, black iron treasure chest, storage, 1 drop of white tiger essence blood. His true love fans were increasing, with genuine support swelling to over 600,000. He expanded his storage slots by 80, instantly witnessing the disappearance of 8,000 black iron treasure chests, while his storage slots surged from 120 to 200. He engaged in 100 consecutive draws, then 200. As he chased, he continued to draw, filling his inventory to the brim. Why so much rubbish? Jiang Feng lamented, as diamonds, gold, and silver cluttered his finds, alongside imperial jade, glass jade, and old pit jade, none of which held any spiritual essence. Claiming his prizes, Jiang Feng cast aside the natural diamonds and imperial jades into the bushes. Wow, did anyone capture the tiger saving the boy? A young man exclaimed, bursting into laughter. What? You got it on video? Send it to me first. I'll give you 500 yuan. 500? Dream on. It's 5,000 at least. The young man scoffed. You must be out of your mind. For just a video, you expect 5,000? Not even a fool would pay that. The restaurant owner berated him. Unfazed, the young man proclaimed loudly, I just recorded the entire incident of the tiger saving the boy. Anyone interested? 5,000, and I'll let you post it first. After an hour, I'll upload mine. What? The complete video of the tiger saving the boy for 5,000? I'm in. A middle-aged man in the passenger seat of a luxury car shouted. With a smug glance at the restaurant owner, the young man transferred the video to the affluent driver. He had effortlessly earned 5,000 yuan. Despite the devaluation of the Xia currency, where vegetable and meat prices soared, real estate prices had plummeted. He mused that with a few more days of luck, he could easily afford a house. What a delightful change. Previously, one would toil for a century without sustenance to afford a home. Now, a mere 10 days of work could secure one outright. With excitement bubbling within him, the young man pursued the direction Jiang Feng had taken, convinced that capturing more footage of the tiger would yield further profits. Could that be the Tiger King, Pander? He pondered. Isn't Pander in Huai City? What is he doing here? Wow, why is the Tiger King Pander in our Yuan city? To save someone? Save someone. As if. He has no deity. How could he predict that boy would be hit by a car? It seems like he is chasing someone. A group of witnesses to Jiang Feng's heroic act engaged in animated discussion. Ah, my true love fans are increasing again. Splendid. Jiang Feng reveled in the moment. Indeed. Rescuing a child brought him more fans, and the likes were accumulating in abundance. He speculated that once the video of his heroic deed hit the internet, he could gain thousands, if not tens of thousands, of true love fans, equating to countless black iron treasure chests. As he arrived at his destination, Jiang Feng smiled. Observing the grand estate atop a hill in the distance, he decelerated. Perched upon a hill less than 100 meters high stood a sprawling estate, the Liu family. With a history spanning over a century, their family's wealth was incalculable. Shipping, electronics, and pharmaceuticals had filled their coffers. The Liu family, however, refrained from going public with their most lucrative businesses, instead branding their less profitable enterprises as high-tech innovations to take them public. Subsequently, they profited immensely from these ventures, raking in billions annually without any legal repercussions, an artful strategy indeed. Dad, that tiger is coming after us. It's terrifying, Lu Xian exclaimed, his voice a mix of excitement and fear. Lu Fan's expression turned grave as he surveyed the scene through a drone, witnessing the Tiger King Panda's formidable prowess, effortlessly traversing the landscape as if it were nothing. The tiger was now headed straight for the Liu estate. Activate the modified humans, they must come at once. Lu Fan commanded, urgency in his tone. Yes, Dad. Let the modified humans deal with this beast. Lu Xian wholeheartedly agreed, lacking the courage to confront the Tiger King himself. With Lu Fan's orders, the vast machinery of the Liu family estate sprang to life. Covering the entire mountain, the estate spanned over 600 acres, equipped with cutting-edge technology and extreme security measures. Yet, in the face of the impending terror that was the Tiger King Panda, the Liu family felt a palpable fear. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Feng approached, exuding an aura of dominance, with his black and yellow-striped tattoos commanding respect. Roaring with fury, Jiang Feng charged towards the estate. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted as countless bullets filled the air, closing in on Jiang Feng. Chapter 33. Who gave you the courage? Countless bullets rained down upon Jiang Feng, transforming the area into a lethal zone. No one could evade these projectiles. Not even Jiang Feng himself. Yet, there was no need for him to evade. The bullets from handguns and rifles posed no threat to him. Only those fired from high-caliber firearms could harm him. With a body forged of copper and iron, he stood invincible. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Feng deftly evaded the bullets from 3 sniper rifles, maneuvering through the woods with agility. What would be a daunting ascent for an ordinary person was merely a stroll for him. The beast feared bullets, for they could be lethal. Lu Xian, the eldest son of the Liu family, shouted in desperation, his fear palpable. Despite the Liu family's security being well-armed and prepared, an unsettling sense of vulnerability lingered. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng descended from the steep mountain into the Liu family's estate. In an instant, he dispatched 2 armed guards. Those who wielded weapons were destined to perish, for firearms were prohibited in the Great Xia, rendering their actions illegal. The true time for Jiang Feng to unleash his prowess had arrived as he entered the estate, the familiar scent guiding him toward the man fleeing in a sports car. He could strike, and death would ensue. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire persisted, sniper rifles still aimed at him. Yet, Jiang Feng entered the landscaped garden as though it were an unguarded land, effortlessly eliminating one armed individual after another. In a matter of minutes, he had slain every assailant. Sparing the servants, those mere workers, for he too had once been a laborer, he would not trouble those who toiled for a living. In the courtyard, the 3 generations of the Liu family watched in horror as their fallen kin littered the estate. These individuals were half-evolved beings, nurtured by the Liu family. And now they lay lifeless before them. The terror was palpable. The strength of this Tiger King was unfathomable, rivaling that of the Lion King, Kara. Lu Xian seethed with rage, cursing the ever-inquisitive one. Lu Fan, the current head of the Liu family, regarded the situation with grim determination. His most potent trump card was nearly at hand. Slaying this Tiger King would ensure their family's supremacy in the Great Xia. Let us retreat to the basement, he commanded. We shall have the modified humans eliminate this beast. The 3 generations, along with the women of the family, descended into the estate's underground. The heavy copper door ceiling shut behind them. A shroud of death enveloped the Liu villa. After dispatching all who dared to attack him, Jiang Feng entered the courtyard. Catching a whiff of something familiar that quickly vanished, he noticed the copper door set into the ground. With a forceful strike, he slammed his palm against it, causing it to tremble violently. Yet, only a paw print appeared on the surface, with no signs of cracking. Damn it, they've fortified this underground fortress. Even with all my strength, I cannot breach this door, Jiang Feng thought. a sense of urgency creeping in. He was a tiger who preferred a laid-back existence. Occasional bouts of rage were acceptable, but constant conflict was a burden. Curse it, I have evolved to the second stage. I will shatter this door to pieces. He made his way to the living room, sprawling on a couch made of an unfamiliar material, relishing the comfort as he prepared for his evolution. He claimed 10 pounds of spirit stones, 3 crimson fruits, a century-old wild ginseng, and a cleansing elixir. Treasures flowed into his being, one after another. The system excelled in allowing him to receive these gifts exactly where he desired. Jiang Feng's aura intensified, stirring a gentle breeze. Dark, oily spots appeared on his fur as his sinews and skin underwent a gradual refining process. His strength steadily ascended, and he estimated that with one more evolution, he could withstand the bullets from sniper rifles. He felt as though his flesh was tougher than iron, a most advantageous circumstance. Ah, my loyal followers have reached 18,000. Splendid. Could it be that my act of saving the child has garnered attention? Jiang Feng mused, pleased with the outcome. His decision to rescue the child was motivated by a desire for followers and fortune, though he would have done so regardless. He was a compassionate tiger king. Meanwhile, on the streets of Source City, Luo Anqi searched for Yi Feng. What? A great tiger saved a child and headed northwest? Thank you, she exclaimed. Grateful for the information, she pursued Jiang Feng while reporting the situation to Tian Feng, the director of the Provincial Security Bureau. I have learned that Panda has gone to the Liu family. Do not enter for now. Wait below until Panda departs, then escort him back to the zoo. Tian Feng instructed. Not entering. But Panda is going to kill. Luo Anqi replied, astonished. The previous horrific scene had left her shaken. She had always believed that the panda she cared for would not harm anyone. However, after the detonations, Panda had erupted in fury, killing many with a single swipe. Terrifying. Yet, the thought of her beloved panda, whom she had raised and who had carried her for 2 days, quelled her fear, leaving only concern. Do not interfere. Tian Feng stated bluntly. Remote-controlled explosives, sniper rifles, machine guns, and more. This has crossed the line for our nation. Let the Tiger King Panda eradicate this vile family. Understood. Director Tian, Luo Anqi responded, hanging up, surprised by Tian Feng's intentions. She noted the absence of any Security Bureau activity in Source City. Though she was not intimately familiar with the Liu family, the audacity to target a national treasure like the giant panda was tantamount to courting disaster. As she neared the Liu estate, 3 kilometers away, Luo Anqi opened her phone, activating the camera and directing it toward the Liu family villa. The clarity was remarkable, indeed. Domestic phones provided excellent utility, allowing her to see clearly even from a distance. She observed the estate, though much of it was obscured by trees, leaving her uncertain of the events within. With Tian Feng's instruction to wait, she remained in her position. Meanwhile, within the Liu family hall, Jiang Feng's aura surged. And most astonishingly, his physique had grown larger, reaching a height of 4.5 meters, with limbs that had become thick and elongated. His tail had also transformed, gaining strength and robustness. Just a bit more. I need to gather 10 pounds of spirit stones. A powerful warmth surged within him, flowing throughout his body. Roar. A beastly roar echoed from the entrance. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed as he beheld the creature outside, a being that was once human but had now taken on a feral form. Its limbs resembling those of a lion, clad in a suit of steel armor that radiated a fierce aura. Such flamboyance, Jiang Feng regarded the modified human with disdain. The creature, infused with lion genes and enhanced through spirit stones, was now a force more formidable than a first-stage evolved being. To be scorned was intolerable. With a swift motion, the modified human lunged at Jiang Feng. How dare you attack me, the king? Who gave you the audacity? Jiang Feng's enormous eyes narrowed, and he raised one colossal paw in response. Chapter 34. The Second-Order Tiger King with a resounding clap. Jiang Feng sent the grotesque creature before him, hurtling away. Why must one forsake their humanity and resort to becoming a hybrid? Ah, do your parents even know? Jiang Feng lamented, filled with a sense of disappointment. You have incited my wrath, Tiger King. I shall tear you to shreds. Roared the genetically modified beast from the Liu clan, infused with lion genes. As it lunged at Jiang Feng once more. I offered you a chance to flee, yet you squandered it. Initially, Jiang Feng felt a modicum of sympathy for the modified being, but its lack of gratitude left no room for mercy. Swoosh. This time, Jiang Feng held nothing back. Though he had not fully evolved into a second-order beast, his strength had already surged by at least 30%. A head flew through the air. The modified lion of the Liu clan obliterated in an instant. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the remaining 3 modified beings. The modified lion was the most formidable among them, boasting a strength exceeding 5 tons and impervious to blades and bullets. Yet now, it had been effortlessly dispatched by this tiger. Flee! In an instant, the 3 modified beings scattered in panic. Yet could they truly escape? Jiang Feng stirred. Although still in the throes of evolution, he was more than capable of taking lives. Whoosh! Swoosh! Without the slightest surprise, the 3 modified beings were swiftly eliminated. Jiang Feng returned to the couch in the hall, resuming his repose. He collected 10 pounds of spiritual stones, feeling a powerful warmth surge through him, refining his muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs. A wave of comfort washed over him as he glanced at the surveillance, grinning widely. He kept the monitors running to alert those hiding within the copper doors of his presence. In the basement, illuminated by harsh lights, the Liu clan's 3rd generation was gathered. Witnessing Jiang Feng effortlessly slay their meticulously cultivated modified being filled them with an overwhelming sense of dread. Father, grandfather, this Tiger King is terrifying. We must call the authorities and have them deal with it. Lu Xian shouted in terror. As a first-order evolver, he was aware that, barring unforeseen circumstances, individuals like him could live to the age of 120. He was unwilling to meet his demise now. He aspired to become a second-order evolver. Lu Fan's expression darkened. He had drastically underestimated the strength of this Sioux tiger. The Tiger King, Pangda, should rank higher than 10th among evolved beasts, perhaps even 4th or 3rd. Do not fear. It is merely a beast. It will leave shortly. We cannot alert the authorities yet. If they discover our Liu family's firearms, it would spell disaster, Lu Fan insisted, unwilling to make the call. Once the authorities were involved, the Liu family would be finished, their vast wealth potentially seized by the state. Lu Xian sensed that the Tiger King would not leave easily and noted with alarm that the beast had grown larger, indicating its evolution into a second-order beast. Let us hope that this tiger completes its evolution swiftly and departs, Lu Xian thought to himself. Outside the Liu family estate, Luo Anqi anxiously awaited updates, reporting to Tian Feng at the Jiangnan Provincial Security Bureau every hour. In Kyoto, the director of the Special Affairs Office, Zhang Long, was also monitoring the situation at the Liu family in Yuanqing. He observed as the Tiger King, Pangda, effortlessly dispatched 4 modified beings. Did these prominent families truly believe that the chaos in Daxia would allow them to conduct human experiments with impunity? Their audacity was astounding. Countries such as Kangaroo Nation, Lighthouse Nation, Eagle Empire, and Cherry Blossom Nation sought to invade the highlands of Daxia. It seemed the situation was indeed dire. However, Daxia had prepared in advance. It was time to teach those 4 empires a lesson. Although Zheng Long remained stationed in Kyoto, he was acutely aware of global events, not merely through computer screens but also in printed form. This was a precaution against potential disruptions to the magnetic field of Blue Star that might render devices inoperable. Director. A young man rushed into Zheng Long's office, urgency etched on his face. What is the matter? Zheng Long inquired. Director, several countries in equatorial Africa have fallen. Every day, tens of thousands perish at the hands of evolved beasts such as lions, cheetahs, hyenas, and wild dogs, alongside venomous snakes and other creatures. The evolution of these beasts is terrifying. One leading elephant has reached a height of 7 to 8 meters and weighs over 20 tons. Zheng Long's eyes narrowed. He had anticipated this scenario. Equatorial Africa, rich in resources, was teeming with wildlife. However, the inhabitants were lazy, filthy, and complacent, often indulging in zero-cost shopping. Their lack of technological advancement rendered them powerless against the evolved beasts. Now, as they fell prey to these creatures, the beasts would only evolve further, endangering neighboring nations. Though Daxia was not close to equatorial Africa, vigilance was essential. I understand. Relay this information to the higher-ups, Zheng Long commanded. We must accelerate our efforts. That Tiger King Pangda has somehow acquired Zhu fruit. I need Xi's assistance to procure some. A smile crept across his face as he pondered this. Back at the Liu family in Yuansheng, Jiang Feng rose, stretching his limbs. The cacophony of cracking joints filled the air. He felt an overwhelming surge of power, immense, incredibly immense. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Feng let out a thunderous roar that echoed in all directions. 3 kilometers away, Luo Anqi heard the tiger's roar and was taken aback. Pangda has grown stronger. Has it become a second-order evolved beast, the king of beasts? After the roar, Jiang Feng twisted his neck, a habitual motion, and flashed a grin as he approached the copper door in the courtyard. With his newfound strength, he believed he could shatter the door. In the Liu family's basement, Lu Xian watched in horror as Jiang Feng's figure appeared on the monitor. Father, grandfather, This beast cannot possibly intend to break through the copper door. Lu Fan trembled slightly, forcing himself to maintain composure. A beast is just a beast. It is foolish to think it could breach the copper door. Even with 100 years, it would be futile. The Lu family's patriarch, Lu Ji, chimed in, "Xin'er, do not worry. This copper door has undergone numerous manufacturing processes. Even a rocket launcher could not breach it. For this beast to think it could break through is but a delusion." Listening to his father and grandfather, Lu Xian felt a slight easing of his anxiety, yet the fear of the formidable tiger lingered in his heart, having left him utterly terrified. Jiang Feng stood once more before the copper door, gently tapping it with his claws, assessing its thickness and sturdiness. It was indeed thick and robust. He raised his paw, channeling all his strength, then struck the copper door with force. The collision produced an unparalleled, thunderous sound, a veritable clap of thunder that reverberated through the air. In the basement, several individuals collapsed in terror at the noise. Jiang Feng gazed at the dented copper door, marveling at its resilience and remarkable toughness. Nevertheless, he had a plan, his claws. He was unwilling to waste time within this poaching clan. Extending his claws, he raked them against the dented door. Ryup! His claws embedded deeply into the copper door. Ryup! Jiang Feng dragged his claws, etching a deep mark into the surface. With just a few more strikes, he could breach the door. Jiang Feng opened his mouth wide, letting out another resounding roar before striking with fervor. In the basement, the Lu clan's third generation watched in terror as the copper door warped before their eyes. Quick, quick, quick. Call the authorities. Have them send security to eliminate this beast. Lu Fan, who had previously insisted against calling for help, now shouted in panic. Yes, yes. Call for help. Lu Xian also trembled as he took out his phone, beginning to dial the emergency number. Bang. The door warped once more, shaking violently. Chapter 35. Returning home to rest. Hello. Is this the Security Bureau? I am Lu Xian from the Lu family. We are under attack by a mad tiger. Please send someone immediately. Lu Xian shouted frantically over the phone, his voice laced with sheer terror. What? The Lu family is being attacked by a mad tiger? This must be a joke. The young security officer on the other end of the line responded skeptically. It's true. Hurry. This mad tiger is about to break into our basement. Please, come quickly. Lu Xian was on the brink of hysteria. All right, we'll send someone over, the officer replied, albeit reluctantly. Come quickly. If you don't, it will be too late. Ah, Lu Xian cried out in fear, sensing something was amiss. The operator immediately reported to his superior. Director Zhang of the Yuanqing Security Bureau, upon hearing the report, nonchalantly instructed, forget about it, Li Gang. Just take a patrol car for a joyride and come back. If you encounter a mutated beast, don't intervene. Bullets cannot kill them. Li Gang, surprised but compliant, nodded. Understood, Director. In the Lu family courtyard, Jiang Feng struck the copper door with tremendous force, creating a gaping hole. Upon seeing the terrified occupants within, he grinned and pushed further. The copper door creaked and groaned under Jiang Feng's formidable strength, ultimately tearing apart. Inside the opulent basement, the Lu family's descendants were paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. Jiang Feng's keen nose detected the acrid scent of urine. How disgusting, he thought. Having torn a substantial opening in the copper door, he stepped inside. There were 10 women, 4 children, and 3 men, a youth, a middle-aged man, and an elderly man. Please spare us, Great Tiger. It was my grandfather and father who acted. They sought to become evolved beings and sent the Foxwolf mercenary group to the Qingshan Wildlife Park to hunt pandas. I had no part in it, Lu Xian pleaded. His father Lu Fan and grandfather Lu Ji visibly pale, their fear palpable. Lu Fan, aware of the intelligence of mutated beasts, quickly added, Great Tiger, spare us. The Lu family can provide you with meat, and we can even offer you a tigress. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng silenced the middle-aged man who incessantly mentioned the tigress. How bothersome. A stronger waft of urine filled the air. Jiang Feng wasted no time and disposed of the elderly and the youth. As for the women and children, he left them untouched. For he was not a mindless killer, but a tiger with principles. With a swift leap, Jiang Feng exited the estate and sprinted down the mountain. 3 kilometers down the slope, Luo Anqi spotted a yellow figure charging down the hill and hurried towards it. Panda! Panda! She shouted. Hearing her voice, Jiang Feng dashed over. Luo Anqi embraced Jiang Feng's large head, overwhelmed with excitement. She had been so worried. Although Jiang Feng was powerful, the Lu family was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, she sensed something was off. Her arms could not fully encircle Jiang Feng's neck, and he seemed taller. Panda, have you evolved again? Of course. Jiang Feng replied proudly with a howl. Wow, you're now a second-tier evolved beast. How impressive. When will I become a second-tier evolved being? Luo Anqi lamented. Even though you are somewhat lacking, with me, Panda, you'll become a second-tier evolved being in no time. Jiang Feng held back. However, despite her familiarity with Jiang Feng, she could not comprehend the tiger's language. All right, Panda, let's head back. It's been several days, and they still want to move your large stone. Luo Anqi said with a smile. What? They want to move my large stone? Absolutely not. Jiang Feng exclaimed, agitated. That stone was smooth and rounded. He had slept on it for over a year, and it was the most comfortable spot, especially in this sweltering weather. Seeing Jiang Feng's distress, Luo Anqi quickly reassured him. Don't worry, the director has saved it for you. You need to hurry back. Of course, he wanted to return, where he could gain followers and have people to cater to him daily. Life would be so comfortable. With a howl, Jiang Feng lifted Luo Anqi onto his back and sprinted towards the zoo. Though the distance was daunting, it would only take him a day, at full speed. He could cover it in 2 to 3 hours. His current speed far surpassed his previous capabilities, enabling him to outrun a high-speed train. As they traveled, Luo Anqi began grooming Jiang Feng's fur, noticing some scars. Fortunately, the wounds were shallow, merely embedded in his skin, which made her heart ache for him. Panda. When we return, I'll prepare beef for you, she promised. With a drool-inducing howl, Jiang Feng expressed his delight. Beef was his favorite. You won't believe it. But the price of beef has skyrocketed. It used to be 50 yuan per gene, but now it's 100. The housing market in Jiangxing has also plummeted. A 120 square meter apartment is now only 800,000 yuan, whereas it used to be 8 million. Luo Anqi laughed. Initially, one would think that real estate moguls would suffer losses, but they aren't affected at all. The banks and investors are the ones suffering. My family has also taken a massive hit, with our assets shrinking from trillions to mere hundreds of billions, and even then, they're worth less than scrap. Yet, everyone is in the same boat. The devaluation of the internet has been even more rapid. Listening to Luo Anqi discuss real estate, Jiang Feng couldn't help but grin. He despised those real estate developers who inflated prices. In his previous life, he worked tirelessly for a single apartment, only to pass away prematurely. It was a tragic fate. In this life, he vowed to embrace a life of leisure. That was the way to prosperity. Carrying Luo Anqi, Jiang Feng soon arrived at the riverbank. Many vehicles crawled across the bridge, moving at a snail's pace. The traffic at both ends of the bridge was heavily congested, as if the drivers wanted to cross but were too hesitant. What was happening? As Jiang Feng took a few steps forward, he felt the bridge tremble slightly. It was indeed shaking, and the tremors grew more intense. Luo Anqi noticed too, observing that some gravel on the bridge was visibly vibrating. What is wrong with this bridge? Is it going to collapse? She exclaimed. This was a critical bridge over the river. If it fell, the only way to cross would be by boat or plane. This was no trivial matter. Previously, they had noticed fine cracks on the bridge. If it were to collapse, it would not come as a surprise. Hey, move it up front. A burly tattooed man shouted at the vehicles ahead. They can't move. Everything is completely blocked. Why aren't you moving? I'll knock you out. The burly man exited his vehicle, but the moment he felt the bridge shaking beneath him, he panicked. He hurried back to his car and rammed it into the vehicle ahead. Bang! The SUV collided with the smaller car, pushing it onto the sidewalk. The occupants of the smaller vehicle screamed in terror. Yet the chaos wasn't over. The burly man struck again, crashing the smaller car against the guardrail. The impact nearly sent it tumbling into the river below. Although the guardrail was sturdy, the bridge's instability caused it to loosen, failing to restrain the car. The SUV then surged forward, targeting the vehicle in front. Watching this unfold from the bridgehead, Jiang Feng felt anger swell within him. He clearly saw that the driver of the SUV was a massive man. Good, he relished the challenge. If the man wanted to leave, he could simply exit and walk. But he chose to ram into the cars ahead instead. That was an affront Jiang Feng could not tolerate. Suddenly, the bridge trembled violently, causing the small car lodged against the railing to shift outward once more, perilously close to plunging into the great river below. The river breeze stirred, swift as the wind, rapid as lightning. Chapter 36. The bridge collapsed with a resounding rip. Jiang Feng's claws latched onto the small vehicle teetering on the brink of plummeting into the great river. And with a gentle yet forceful tug, he pulled the car back onto the bridge. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Jiang Feng. A tiger! Exclaimed a little girl excitedly, shattering the stillness. It's truly a tiger. How can it be so large, longer than the car itself? Am I dreaming? A tiger has come to the bridge. The notion of a tiger saving a family filled the air with astonishment and disbelief. eagerly anticipating a surge of admiration. Jiang Feng was met only with shock. If only this invincible luck system could transform into a shock system, I could harvest millions of shock points from this moment. He mused. His gaze shifted to the SUV that had collided with the vehicles ahead. Quite bold, indeed. The burly man driving the SUV, upon spotting the colossal tiger, was gripped by terror, desperately attempting to flee the bridge, sensing imminent danger. Without uttering a word, Jiang Feng dashed to the rear of the SUV and, mirroring the driver's actions, crashed into the vehicle, propelling it off the bridge. Bang! The SUV careened onto the sidewalk. In quick succession, Jiang Feng struck again. Bang! The vehicle smashed through the loose guardrail, plummeting into the abyss below. From a height of dozens of meters, the sight was exhilarating. Yet the occupants plummeting were anything but pleased. A cacophony of terrified screams echoed, followed by the thunderous splash of the SUV as it vanished into the depths. Jiang Feng let out a victorious roar, reveling in the moment. Lo Anqi, still on the bridge, was taken aback by the scene. Soon, she noticed the bridge shaking violently. Everyone, get out of your cars. The bridge is going to collapse, she cried as she sprinted toward Jiang Feng. Sensing the tremors, Jiang Feng, more attuned to the bridge's peril than any human, concluded that it would fracture in mere minutes. He dashed towards his caretaker, swiftly coiling his tail around her and hoisting her onto his back, racing toward the opposite bank. There was no time to linger. Hurry! The bridge is about to fall. Lo Anqi shouted from Jiang Feng's back, urging everyone to escape. The crowd, still bewildered by the stunning beauty riding a tiger, finally grasped the urgency of the situation. I know who she is. It's Lo Anqi from the Qingshan Wildlife Park. That must be the Tiger King, Panda. Panic ensued as people rushed to abandon their beloved vehicles. Some frantically dialed for help, while others sprinted across the sidewalk, feeling the bridge tremble beneath them. Jiang Feng, despite the chaos, maintained his pace, aware that his caretaker still needed to communicate. Such foolish humans, he thought. Do they not realize the futility of clinging to their cars? Are they truly that valuable? Unbeknownst to him, vehicles were indeed precious, with prices skyrocketing, surpassing even the cost of a house. The bridge creaked ominously. Jiang Feng felt a pang of concern, not for himself, but for his caretaker. He hastened his pace, determined to reach the safety of the riverbank before the structure gave way. The bridge trembled violently, the fixed cables loosening, threatening to crash down at any moment. We must move quickly. The bridge is collapsing. As fear gripped everyone, they were forced to abandon their cherished cars and run towards safety. With the increasing crowd, Jiang Feng's speed began to wane unless he forcibly cleared a path. In a desperate leap, Jiang Feng bounded atop the vehicles, navigating through the chaos. Lo Anqi clung tightly to his fur, terrified of being thrown off. Just as they neared the center of the bridge, a child's cries pierced through the din. Jiang Feng hesitated momentarily, yet his priority remained his caretaker. Boss Panda, there's a little girl over there. Bring her with us, Lo Anqi urged, spotting a toddler wailing in a nearby car. In a swift motion, Jiang Feng leaped across the road, forcefully tearing the door off the luxurious vehicle to rescue the child. Careful not to shatter the glass and harm her. The adults had made a grave error, fleeing and neglecting the child. With a gentle claw, he scooped the frightened toddler up, carrying her alongside his caretaker as they continued toward the riverbank. Though he was untroubled by his own safety, knowing he was impervious to harm, Jiang Feng's concern lay with his frail caretaker. Lo Anqi exhaled in relief upon seeing Jiang Feng securely holding the little girl. Yet, in the next moment, the sound of cracking echoed ominously. The center of the bridge began to collapse, with vehicles tumbling into the depths of the river. Help! Help! Some people, still trapped inside their vehicles, cried out for rescue, but no one could come to their aid. As the bridge crumbled, the darker aspects of human nature emerged. Some individuals, in a frenzy, shoved others aside, racing towards safety. The bridge fell like a line of dominoes, collapsing swiftly. Jiang Feng felt the vehicle beneath him begin to slide. Help! Let go of me! The frantic cries of those being pulled down echoed as they kicked and struggled against their captors. Soon, they too were plunged into the river. Those fortunate enough to land in the water emerged unscathed, while others met a grim fate, crushed by debris. Blood flowed in the river as Jiang Feng, agile and quick, leaped from stone to stone, evading danger. However, his triumph was short-lived. With a deafening crash, the lengthy bridge completely succumbed to gravity, plunging into the river. To shield the little girl and his caretaker from debris, Jiang Feng leaped sideways into the river. Boom! The thunderous roar of the bridge collapsing reverberated, sending towering waves into the air. Jiang Feng found himself plunging into the river, amidst the chaos and despair. Chapter 37. Sovereign of the Waters, also a delicacy fortunately. It was the hottest summer, for had it been winter, a significant number of those who fell into the water would have perished from the cold. Those who had yet to exit their vehicles sank into the depths of the mighty river along with them. Meanwhile, those who managed to escape the vehicles floated on the surface. However, the non-swimmers thrashed in a frenzy, ultimately succumbing to the river's embrace. Jiang Feng, too, was submerged. Yet he swiftly tossed the little girl he had rescued to his companion on his back, who, thankfully, could swim and did not flail about aimlessly. Luo Anqi clutched the child tightly, grasping Jiang Feng's fur as they swam towards the shore. Jiang Feng relished the refreshing bath. Suddenly, a series of blood-curdling screams echoed from the river, piercing the air with their agony. When Jiang Feng turned to look, he was met with the horrifying sight of many being attacked by unknown creatures lurking beneath the water's surface. The terror of the unknown gripped him. He feared for his companion's safety and hastened his strokes. Luo Anqi, equally terrified, realized they were still several miles from the shore, though powerful on land. She wondered if the tiger would prove ineffective in the water. She too began to paddle vigorously, lifting the small child above her. With a colossal splash, a wave surged towards Jiang Feng, its force splitting the water in two. Jiang Feng sensed the oncoming threat. Damn it. Did they think a tiger would be subdued so easily? Not only was I the king of beasts on land, but I would reign supreme in the water as well. He ceased swimming and charged directly towards the creature that attacked. Luo Anqi gasped in horror, fearing Jiang Feng might not be a match for the immense beast. A thunderous crash erupted as Jiang Feng vanished beneath the surface, a torrent of water swirling in his wake. Beneath the murky depths, Jiang Feng landed a powerful blow on the creature's gaping maw, sinking his claws deep into its flesh. The massive beast struggled to escape his grip, but to no avail. It dove deeper into the water, yet Jiang Feng would not relent. With great effort, he pulled the creature closer, tearing at its skin with his claws. He then clamped his jaws around its head. With a resounding crack, he shattered its skull and dragged it back to the surface. Luo Anqi, initially horrified to see Jiang Feng pulled under, was astonished when he emerged moments later, his maw clenching a massive crocodile, its size dwarfing his own. Bravo, fat panda. Jiang Feng raised his head, basking in his triumph. He was the king of beasts on land and remained so in the water. The crocodile was merely a dish on his menu. No crocodile dared to assault Jiang Feng or Luo Anqi again. Within 6 minutes, he had dragged the crocodile, along with his companion and the little girl, to the shore. In the water, only a few had made it to safety. Others either sank to the riverbed or fell prey to crocodiles and other carnivorous beasts. It was a scene of utter devastation, akin to hell on earth. Feeling somewhat hungry, Jiang Feng tore into the crocodile's hide before feasting on its flesh in front of the onlookers. Those who dared to attack him were courting death. The crocodile measured a staggering 8 meters in length, far outweighing him, yet its combat prowess paled in comparison. On the riverbank, many stared in terror as Jiang Feng devoured the crocodile, some scurrying away in fright, while others, bolder, remained in their vehicles, filming the spectacle. Fear not. This is our gentle fat panda from the zoo. If you like, feel free to touch him, Luo Anqi called out. With those sharp teeth, dragging a crocodile from the water, how can he be gentle? An elderly woman trembled, her voice shaking. This tiger is enormous, far larger than a lion. It's the Tiger King, Fat Panda. Miss Anqi, I'm your fan. A high school girl shouted excitedly. Luo Anqi waved, attempting to reassure the crowd of Jiang Feng's gentle nature. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was voraciously consuming the 1-ton crocodile, which had fully evolved into a first-tier beast, its meat extraordinarily delectable. He devoured over 100 pounds effortlessly, feeling quite satiated. With a sudden rip, Jiang Feng offered a piece of meat to Luo Anqi. She, still holding the little girl and searching for her mother, was enticed by the delicious aroma. Recognizing it as the meat of an evolved beast, worth a staggering 5,000 yuan per pound, she eagerly accepted it. Fat Panda, please wait a moment. I need to find the child's mother, she said. Jiang Feng paid her no mind, continuing to gorge himself. His appetite was insatiable. Having gone days without meat, especially during his evolution, where he had subsisted on spirit stones and fruits, he needed protein. Delight filled him as he savored the fresh blood, his appearance becoming rather fearsome. Having consumed a little over 100 pounds of the crocodile, he left plenty behind. The onlookers fixated on the crocodile's carcass, their minds racing with thoughts of its value. This was no ordinary beast. It had become an evolved creature. The skin alone was worth a fortune. Potentially 30 million yuan for a complete hide, with the meat and bones fetching upwards of 80 million. Once the Tiger King departs, we must act swiftly. Yes, boss. Many awaited Jiang Feng's departure to seize the opportunity. Luo Anqi called out, urging people to approach, but no one dared. Frustrated, she watched as the sound of sirens approached. Safety personnel arriving at the riverbank. Clear the area, clear the area, they shouted, rushing to the scene. However, the moment they arrived, they froze in terror at the sight of a 4-meter-long striped tiger beneath them. Fear gripped them. They yearned to draw their weapons, yet their bodies betrayed them. Fear not. This is Fat Panda from Qingshan Zoo. He's very gentle, Luo Anqi called out loudly. Seeing her, the safety personnel relaxed, having recognized her from videos. Hello. Are you Miss Luo? This is the Tiger King, Fat Panda from Qingshan Wildlife Park. One of the officers exclaimed excitedly. The others set down their boats, ready to assist. Yet, on the river, there were no survivors left. Those who had made it were safe, while those who had not were beyond salvation. Indeed, you needn't go in. It's far too dangerous down there with so many crocodiles and other unknown creatures, and there are no survivors left, Luo Anqi explained hastily. What do you mean, no survivors? You wretch. My daughter is in that car. Why did you safety officers arrive so late? Go rescue my daughter. A middle-aged woman berated Luo Anqi, demanding the officers to rescue her child. Luo Anqi's anger flared. Diving in now would be akin to courting death. While they had boats, a mere bump from a crocodile could spell disaster. Calm down, ma'am, Luo Anqi urged. Don't you dare tell me to calm down. That is my daughter. My daughter. The woman cried, collapsing to the ground, sobbing and shouting. The little girl in Luo Anqi's arms burst into tears, frightened by the commotion. Jiang Feng's temper flared. How dare that old woman insult his companion? He resolved to teach her a lesson. With a fierce roar, Jiang Feng unleashed a torrent of terror upon the elderly woman, an aura of dread enveloping her. The old woman rolled her eyes back in shock, her limbs losing all strength as she collapsed onto the grass, fainting from fright. Humph! Jiang Feng let out a couple of huffs. The security personnel, sensing imminent danger, instinctively drew their weapons. Stay calm, the panda won't bite. Luo Anqi quickly reassured, wrapping her arms around Jiang Feng. Suddenly, the small toddler, not yet 2 years old, reached out with tiny hands and grasped Jiang Feng's large ears. At that moment, the security team breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes shifting towards the discarded carcass of the evolved beast, the crocodile. They couldn't help but swallow hard. Such a creature was indeed a remarkable prize. Luo Anqi noticed it as well and broke into a smile. Chapter 38. I have arrived. Why are you running? Jiang Feng, carrying his caretaker on his back and adorned with 200 pounds of crocodile meat, hurried towards the Qingshan Wildlife Park. The other parts of the crocodile were entrusted to the local security personnel, along with the little adorable child. Panda, we will be back at the zoo soon. Are you excited? Luo Anqi said with a smile while brushing Jiang Feng's fur. Excited. Jiang Feng let out a joyful howl. Of course, he was thrilled. Having been away for several days, he missed his little brothers dearly, especially the 2 injured national treasures. He hoped they were all right. He also felt a strong sense of nostalgia for the large stone where he had spent over a year sleeping, as he was quite particular about his resting places. However, an occasional outing was quite pleasant, akin to indulging in a hearty meal, and when he eventually grew tired of beef, he would come to the river to catch a crocodile for a change. He checked his status panel. Host, Jiang Feng level, 2nd tier evolution Beast King, True Love fans, 18. 666 genuine likes, 1 million lottery chances, 12, 305 black iron treasure chests, storage slots, 200 storage, 1 drop of white tiger essence blood. Not bad, not bad. He mused, noticing the increase in his True Love fans and especially the remarkable growth in genuine likes. The genuine likes had surged. With 100 likes redeemable for a black iron treasure chest, it was quite exhilarating. Jiang Feng refrained from opening the treasure chests for now, as he wished to accumulate more before using them, especially since he sensed that once he became more powerful, the treasures within the black iron chest would no longer suffice, necessitating the need for higher-grade bronze chests. With his caretaker and the heavy load of crocodile meat, Jiang Feng returned to the zoo. The moment he arrived, 31 tigers roared with excitement and rushed towards him. Lu Shi and Jiang Yutong appeared. One was wise and ethereal, while the other was flawless, both being stunning beauties. Anqi, you're finally back. If you didn't return soon, she and I would go mad, Jiang Yutong exclaimed. The 4 days had been nerve-wracking with the tigers' constant roars, and she was grateful that Adam and Tuanzi were there to keep an eye on things. Otherwise, she feared the tigers might escape the zoo. Lu Shi sighed in relief as well. She had only just arrived at the Qingshan Wildlife Park and had already encountered poachers, feeling quite unfamiliar with the big tigers. As a first-tier combat-type evolver, she was no match for even a first-tier evolved beast, let alone the tigers. All right, it's all good now, Luo Anqi reassured. Patting Daonzi, Adam, and the other tigers, Jiang Feng distributed the crocodile meat among his younger brothers before lounging on the large stone. Comfortable, he sighed, but soon found it somewhat cramped. His rear end was touching the ground. Growing larger has its downsides. I'll make do, he thought helplessly. After lying there for 3 hours, 3 caretakers arrived. Luo Anqi had refreshed herself, looking invigorated after a long, hot summer without a bath. Panda, how about a wash? Yutong. And I can help scrub you down, she said cheerfully. Scrub down? Jiang Feng perked up. He merely wished to clean himself after days of running around. With the remnants of crocodile blood still on him, he descended from the stone and followed Luo Anqi toward the artificial waterfall. Generally, he wouldn't venture out as he might frighten the visitors, but with his caretaker leading the way, it would be fine. Luo Anqi, Lu Shi, and Jiang Yutong each held a large brush, ready to give Jiang Feng a proper wash while attracting more visitors. The number of tourists at the zoo was steadily increasing, mainly drawn by the Tiger King, Panda. As Jiang Feng approached the artificial waterfall, he took a big gulp of water, splashing it around before spitting it out. Mommy, the big tiger is rinsing its mouth. A little boy exclaimed excitedly from afar. No way, a big tiger can't rinse its mouth. That's nonsense. Really, Mommy, look. The crowd suddenly noticed the enormous tiger by the waterfall. Reactions varied, with some in terror and others in excitement shouting, Panda! Panda! Jiang Feng felt elated as his true love fans increased yet again. He waved his paw to greet the visitors. He had emerged from the enclosure, unnoticed by the foolish humans just moments before. Wow, the big tiger waved. Does it want to eat my cookies? A little girl shouted. It doesn't want your cookies. It wants to eat you. Her father teased. The big tiger is so cute, it wouldn't eat me. The little girl pouted. Others around her laughed and called out. Panda, come here. I'll treat you to some meat. A young man shouted loudly, and his equally exuberant friend echoed, Panda, come here. I'll treat you to meat too. With 3 beautiful caretakers present, the young men were emboldened to shout across the pond. Upon hearing them, Jiang Feng responded with a playful howl. Are you inviting me? I'm coming over. He started moving, making his way through the water toward the young man. Yikes! The big tiger is coming. Run! 2 young men exclaimed, scrambling away in panic. Others followed suit, fleeing in terror, while a few children were left crying in confusion. Overwhelmed by the adults' reactions, Jiang Feng bared his teeth, feeling disappointed that he had scared them off just as they had offered him meat. Come back, Panda. I'll help you wash. Jiang Yutong called out. All visitors, please refrain from offering meat to Panda. He understands. If you have beef ready, that's fine. But if not, please don't say such things. Luo Anqi chimed in, stifling her laughter. As Jiang Feng turned to return, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. The presence of the Tiger King was indeed daunting, and his movement exuded an aura that made it hard to breathe. All right, Miss Anqi. Next time I'll bring some beef. Many young men shouted eagerly. This is the Tiger King Panda. So massive. Can our country's gorillas overpower him? A dark-haired boy from the Daxia nation whispered. Don't worry. Our gorillas are plentiful. 3 are already second-tier evolved beasts, and there are over 10 first-tier evolved beasts. The strength of those second-tier evolved beasts exceeds 20 tons, easily overpowering this tiger, another boy reassured quietly. That's good. This time, we must achieve great success and earn rewards from above. Then we can obtain evolution agents and become gene evolvers. The 2 Daxia boys continued to capture Jiang Feng from different angles, while Jiang Feng, in turn, lay comfortably in the pond, relishing the attention from his 3 caretakers. Emitting soft, contented sounds. Chapter 39. Instilling patriotism in the tiger for a week. Jiang Feng expended several hundred pounds of spirit stones and dozens of crimson fruits to facilitate the evolution of all 23 non-evolved tigers. Consequently, all 32 formidable tigers in the Tiger Park transformed into evolved beasts. Both Tuanzi and Yuanzi successfully evolved into second-tier evolved beast kings. The actions of the Pangda, Lighthouse Empire, Divine Eagle Empire, Kangaroo Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation were egregious, openly proclaiming that our great Xia lacked formidable evolved beings and beasts. Luo Anqi, in a fit of indignation, pointed to the news on her phone, sharing it with Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng lay quietly, disinterested in the complaints of his caretaker. The Great Xia had always been overly benevolent. The Kangaroo Nation, which had previously profited tens of trillions from Great Xia each year, not only failed to uphold their end but also repeatedly criticized Great Xia, courting disaster. This time, They even brought their kangaroo king to challenge the evolved beasts of Great Xia. The fauna in Great Xia was already scarce, with evolved beasts being even rarer, consisting solely of the Golden Eagle King, the Python King, and the Lion King Carla, while the rest were inconsequential. Among these three, the Golden Eagle King was out of the question, and both the Lion King Carla and the Python King were known to be man-eaters, their whereabouts currently unknown. As for the Tiger King Pangda, few were aware of its true prowess. Although it had slain a crocodile in water, that crocodile was hardly formidable. Pangda, is quite the lively creature, and the Golden Eagle is incredibly powerful. Would you care to take a look? It's right in Modu, quite nearby. Luo Anqi remarked with a smile. Jiang Feng, resembling a soft-bodied creature, lounged on a large stone, uninterested in the proposition, preferring sleep over such excursions. Luo Anqi felt helpless. As this mission had been assigned to her by superiors, it was imperative that Pangda visit Modu to intimidate those scheming Western powers. Pangda, there are numerous evolved beasts there that you have never encountered, from various corners of the globe, including the colossal lions of Equatorial Continent. Reputedly raised by a native tribe and borrowed by the Lighthouse Nation to confront our Great Xia tigers, just like you. Luo Anqi began to show Jiang Feng images of the Equatorial Lion King. Jiang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. A lion daring to challenge a tiger? I shall not let it go unpunished. He roared, his voice echoing with ferocity. Success! Luo Anqi exclaimed with joy. Director, it worked. Arrange for transportation. I will take Pangda to Modu immediately. All right, I will make the arrangements now. Within 2 hours, 2 opulent luxury RVs arrived. Their doors wide enough for Jiang Feng to enter comfortably. How splendid! Jiang Feng marveled at the extravagance of the vehicle. He had never experienced such luxury in his previous life, yet here he was, relishing it as a tiger. Accompanying Jiang Feng was Tuanzi, while Yuanzi remained at the Tiger Park to manage the 29 first-tier evolved beasts. Lu Shi attended to Jiang Feng, while Luo Anqi catered to Tuanzi. Lu Shi began grooming Jiang Feng's fur with a brush. Jiang Feng reclined comfortably in the RV, gazing out at the scenery. Having just returned, he was to embark on another journey, but the pampering made it enjoyable. His large tail swayed, reflecting his contentment. If only he could have enjoyed such treatment in his past life. Nonetheless, this existence was proving quite gratifying. Pangda, foreign forces seek to overwhelm our Great Xia. You must assist when the time comes. The Golden Eagle is truly fearsome, Lu Shi remarked as she groomed Jiang Feng's fur. Deep down, she harbored concerns about the Lighthouse Nation's formidable Golden Eagle, not to mention the terrifying strength of their Douglas. The Lighthouse Nation was, after all, the most powerful country in the world, far ahead in genetic research compared to others. Recently, a unique gas had emerged in the atmosphere, dubbed spiritual energy by experts, which the Lighthouse Nation had long been studying, outpacing other nations. Moreover, the Lighthouse Nation boasted an abundance of animals, including countless terrifying pythons. Although they posed significant challenges, they also expedited breakthroughs in genetic technology. The first-tier evolved Golden Eagle was indeed terrifying, having killed a first-tier evolved wolf with a single punch. Lu Shi, being a first-tier evolved being herself, knew she stood no chance against the first-tier evolved Golden Eagle, and she had heard rumors of second-tier evolved Golden Eagles, leaving her to wonder just how formidable they could be. Jiang Feng listened to his caretaker's words, curling his lip in disdain. While he outwardly appeared unimpressed, he remained acutely aware. He resolved to grow even stronger. For others, the pursuit of strength was fraught with challenges. For him, it was a relatively straightforward endeavor. He consumed 3 crimson fruits, and in an instant, a powerful warmth surged through his body. After a quarter of an hour, he absorbed it fully. The more powerful he became, the less effective the crimson fruits became, much like the spirit stones, yet they remained adequate for his needs. Lu Shi, perplexed, since Jiang Feng's increased strength but could not fathom the reason behind it. Pangda, many rural areas in our Great Xia can no longer accommodate residents, especially remote mountain villages that have been decimated. Do you remember Lion King Carla? This vicious lion has claimed numerous lives, Lu Shi lamented. Once upon a time, a single person with a handgun could take down a lion. Now, an entire special forces battalion had been deployed, only to be utterly annihilated. This revelation shocked everyone. The state had the means to eliminate Lion King Carla, yet the cost was deemed excessive. A single lion was not worth such a price. Furthermore, Lion King Carla was exceptionally cunning, vanishing into the mountains immediately after each village attack, leaving no trace. Lu Shi gradually conveyed to Jiang Feng the situation in Great Xia and the world. Ever since Jiang Feng had saved lives on several occasions, The Special Affairs Department had begun extensive research into him, believing he could comprehend the language of Great Xia and attempting to instill a sense of loyalty toward the nation. Now, Lu Shi began subtly influencing Jiang Feng's views. That foul lion has begun to slaughter again. How dare it disregard Pongda? Once we attend the Evolved Beast Exchange Conference, I shall deal with you. Jiang Feng thought furiously. A single lion had claimed so many lives. He wondered how many of those victims might have become his true fans. True fans were not merely those who provided him with a black iron treasure chest. Their acknowledgement and admiration could transform into fortune, allowing him to exchange it for treasure chests. His reasoning was simple. The more people in Great Xia, the greater the potential for true fans, and thus, the greater the number of accolades. This was all about fortune. His fate had been intertwined with that of Great Xia since the moment the system descended upon him. Once the matter was settled, he would hunt down that foul lion. Jiang Feng let out a fierce growl. Lu Shi, having only served Jiang Feng for 7 days, could not comprehend the meaning behind his growl. She continued to groom him while imparting notions of patriotism. Instilling patriotism in a tiger was indeed a historic first. Chapter 40. World Evolution Beast Rankings in the City of Magic. Jiang Feng arrived for the very first time. However, the once vibrant metropolis had lost much of its former splendor. Many buildings leaned precariously, teetering on the brink of collapse. Some structures had even developed cracks in their foundations while their rooftops remained intact. This phenomenon was a testament to the expansion of Blue Star, a truly remarkable sight. From the fissures in the foundations sprouted blades of grass, some already towering over human height. In just a few days, the transformation was astonishing. Fewer people roamed the streets. But it affected Jiang Feng little. He continued to eat and drink as usual. Lo Anxi and Lu Shi guided Jiang Feng and Tuanzi into a university. The students no longer engaged in traditional studies. Instead, they delved into the knowledge of evolution. Panda and Tuanzi, this is Magic University. And the exchange competition will take place here on the playground in 3 days, broadcast live to the entire world, Lo Anxi announced to Jiang Feng and Tuanzi. Her voice filled with enthusiasm. Jiang Feng's heart raced at the thought of competing at a university level with global exposure. He saw it as an opportunity for fortune and began to strategize on how to seize his luck. As Lo Anxi and Lu Shi familiarized Jiang Feng and Tuanzi with the surroundings, a male student on the other side of an 8-meter-high barbed wire fence suddenly shouted, "Wow! What a huge tiger! Is that Senior Anxi? She looks so beautiful." Lo Anxi smiled faintly, but offered no reply. Another student called out, "Senior Anxi, I'm your little junior. Is that massive tiger the king panda? How much does it weigh?" Lo Anxi chuckled. "Indeed, this is the king panda, weighing 524 kilograms. And this is the king Tuanzi, weighing 421 kilograms." She led the 2 colossal tigers toward the fence. The dormitories at Magic University were now uninhabitable. The government had erected metal housing on the ground. This once again showcased the remarkable speed of the Daxia nation. As Jiang Feng approached the barbed wire, a group of university students recoiled in fear. He waited in vain for someone to express genuine admiration, only to be met with astonished faces. What is wrong with them? Don't they like me? Jiang Feng thought, irked. King Panda is immense, far larger than King Kara the lion, one boy remarked. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the beasts, an unmistakable testament to their superior life forms. I wonder about King Panda's strength. The Universal Guide ranks Panda at the 10th position, but I believe it's closer to 5th, another boy speculated. I think it's higher, just look at its size. It surpasses Kara, a rugged-looking boy added. Not really. Although King Panda is gigantic, it has few battle records, only one notable incident where it killed a crocodile in the river. ID estimated strength is around the 10th rank. A 20-something girl shared her thoughts. You all may not know, but the recently updated rankings placed King Panda at 12th. A girl with a phone chimed in. What? 12th? How is that possible? The rugged boy exclaimed in disbelief. He was already a semi-evolved being and had assumed King Panda was formidable. After all, it had never lost to any evolution beast. This is due to the emergence of 2 terrifying poisonous creatures, a 3-meter-long centipede and a 12-meter-long king cobra, which occupy the 4th and 5th ranks. I find the data from the Universal Guide quite reasonable, the girl explained. Jiang Feng, upon hearing this, felt an urge to lash out. How could his beast be ranked 12th? Get that lion King Kara over here. I'll flatten him if I have to. He fumed internally. Being placed 12th was a significant blow to his pride. Lo Anxi, too, felt a pang of discomfort, knowing Jiang Feng's true strength. When Lion King Kara encountered him, it fled in fear. It was infuriating that weaker evolution beasts ranked higher than the strong ones. Lo Anqi chose not to argue, aware that revealing Panda's true power could attract unwanted attention before the crucial moment arrived. Look, the Universal Guide has also produced a World Evolution Beast ranking, excluding marine evolution beasts, the girl exclaimed, prompting a flurry of activity as students, along with Lo Anqi and Lu Shi, checked their phones. The first is Iron King number 1 from Lighthouse Nation, followed by Iron King number 2, then number 3, the Daxia Golden Eagle King at 4th, and the God Eagle King from the God Eagle Empire at 5th, with the White Bear King at 6th. To the dismay of the rugged boy, King Panda had not even made the top 100 of the world rankings. That's not surprising. Panda is too bulky and lacks combat prowess. Many evolution beasts are yet to be accounted for. Within the primal forest of Blue Star, countless fearsome creatures exist. If all were included, Panda might not even make it into the top 1,000, a girl with freckles proclaimed haughtily. Not even 1,000? Come to land and test it. Let us see who Panda fears. Jiang Feng retorted, indignant. On land, he felt invincible against any evolution beast, even in water. As long as the creature was not over 30 or 40 meters long, he would dare to confront it. Did they genuinely believe size equated to a lack of combat efficacy? He shot a disdainful glance at the freckled girl. Well, isn't that Dogson from Lighthouse Nation and his evolution beast, Iron King? They've arrived. Dogson is so handsome. The girl with freckles squealed excitedly. Her fervor was echoed by nearly all the girls present, while the boys remained relatively indifferent, with only a few expressing excitement. Jiang Feng did not turn back. He sensed two powerful presences, though they still fell short in comparison to his own. Lo Anqi felt a surge of panic as she observed the towering figures before her. Though she was a top-tier first-level evolutionist, she felt significantly inferior to the duo across from her, the palpable pressure rendering her unsettled. Lu Shi fared slightly better, yet instinctive fear still gripped her. Noticing the trepidation from the two caretakers and Taonzi's low growl, Jiang Feng turned around. Damn, these two are tall, he exclaimed, having to look up at a man around 9 meters tall, his features exuding an undeniable strength, with muscles like stones piled upon one another. Beside him stood a gorilla, even more terrifying, towering over 5 meters and radiating an aura of raw ferocity, as if ready to strike at any moment. This was Dogson from Lighthouse Nation and his pet, Iron King number 3, ranked 3rd in the world, a truly formidable presence. Ladies, would you care to join me for a meal? Dogson inquired in halting Daxia, his face adorned with a friendly smile. Wow, Mr. Dogson is inviting Senior Anqi to dinner. I wish he would invite me instead. The freckled girl gushed with envy. Yes, Senior Anqi, may I accompany you? Another girl with a mole on her nose pleaded earnestly. Lo Anqi met Dogson's gaze, coolly responding, I'm sorry, Mr. Dogson, but I have prior commitments. Perhaps another time. A flicker of greed flashed in Dogson's eyes. Such a beautiful Daxia girl was indeed a rare find. He is a coach from the Lighthouse Nation, who, over the span of 6 years, has befriended numerous young women from the Great Xia. In fact, many of these young ladies have actively pursued him, even offering to spend money on him, which has endeared him greatly to them. Now, having evolved to the second stage, he has proactively sought to visit Great Xia, hoping to forge relationships with female evolvers from this land. As anticipated, upon his arrival, he was approached by many young women eager to take pictures with him. At that moment, he encountered 2 exceptionally beautiful women from Great Xia, reaffirming his belief that he had come to the right place. Ladies, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Dagson, a second-stage evolver and currently the vice president of the Evolver Association of the Lighthouse Nation. He introduced himself with a charming smile. Wow, Mr. Dagson is now a second-stage evolver, exclaimed a female senior. Senior, Mr. Dagson has invited you to dinner. You must accept. A chorus of young women urged Luo Anqi. I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now, Luo Anqi replied, clearly uninterested in dining with Dagson. 2 lovely ladies, Dagson began again, but was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Feng's furious roar. The violent aura radiating from him left Dagson, the second-stage evolver from the Lighthouse Nation, momentarily stunned. Dagson's complexion turned pale as he sensed an ominous presence looming over him. Roar. Jin Gang number 3, Dagson's pet, pounded its chest and prepared to attack Jiang Feng. Jin Gang, do not act impulsively, Dagson quickly intervened, restraining his pet. Luo Anqi also held back Jiang Feng, concerned about the impending conflict. Why is this tiger so ferocious? Always ready to attack? If Mr. Dagson is provoked, it could end badly, remarked a girl with freckles, frowning. Indeed, look how furious Jin Gang is. With its immense strength, a single punch could break that tiger's spine, added a girl with a mole on her nose, indignantly. The boys furrowed their brows but remained silent, harboring disdain for Daxon. Clearly, Luo Anchi had rejected his invitation, yet he persisted. Lu Shi, beside Luo Anchi, tightly gripped her companion, sensing a terrifying power emanating from it, indicating a desire to attack. Since you are occupied, I shall return tomorrow to extend my invitation once more. Daxon maintained his amiable demeanor before departing with Jean Gangnell. 3. Senior, why not seize such a splendid opportunity? Mr. Daxon is from the Lighthouse Nation and holds the position of vice president in the Evolver Association, one girl lamented. Indeed, Senior, if you were to take advantage of this, you might just become Mr. Daxon's girlfriend, added the girl with the mole, expressing her frustration. Jiang Feng suddenly roared, his menacing aura enveloping the two girls with freckles and moles. How despicable, how intolerable. He seethed. Are men from the Lighthouse Nation truly so appealing? What about the rugged men from Great Xia? Jiang Feng's enraged bellow startled the two girls, causing them to collapse in fear, their faces drained of color, a yellow liquid escaping them. While the others were taken aback, they were not overly frightened. After all, it was merely a tiger's roar, a commonplace occurrence. What a pathetic display, Luo Anchi thought, initially intending to reprimand the two younger students. But Jiang Feng had preemptively taught them a lesson, relieving her of the need to intervene. Well done, Luo Anchi whispered appreciatively in Jiang Feng's ear as the two of them, along with their tiger companions, exited the competition arena. Chapter 41. The Great Xia. The domain of the Great Xia people. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Jiang Feng enjoyed attentive service and witnessed countless evolved beasts nurtured by humanity. Many were remarkably formidable, with the most powerful being the 3 gorillas from the Lighthouse Nation, followed closely by several lion kings from the equatorial continent. Although these lion kings appeared strong, their intelligence paled in comparison to that of the lion king, Kara. Jiang Feng found it curious why Kara possessed such high intelligence. Indeed, if it were not so, it would have been slaughtered long ago. Additionally, there were the kangaroo king from Kangaroo Country, the polar bear king from the White Bear Nation, and the king cobra from the Land of the Three. All the powerful nations capable of reaching Great Xia dispatched evolved beings and beasts to this place. Jiang Feng observed the evolved beasts cultivated in Great Xia, such as the true Mastiff King and the Tiger King Dashan. This Tiger King was not from his Qingshan Zoo, but from another zoo. Yet, it fell short when compared to him, even failing to match up to Tuanzi. Jiang Feng greeted the Tiger King Dashan cordially, offering, iron. Would you like to come with me? I guarantee you will become a second-tier evolved beast. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, the Tiger King Dashan immediately retreated, growling lowly in response. I am giving you a chance. Why not seize it? Jiang Feng sighed helplessly, recognizing the tiger's foolishness. At that moment, the host began to announce the commencement of the competition. The arena was divided into sections for the evolved beings and their beasts. The first event was the contest among evolved beings. Thousands of spectators, alongside hundreds of evolved beasts, quietly watched the competition unfold in the center of the arena. The first match featured evolved beings from the brother nation of Great Xia against those from the Land of the Three. The cameras broadcasted from various angles, allowing nearly everyone in the world to witness this event. This was likely the final global live broadcast for humanity, as the Blue Star underwent rapid transformations. The essence of Qi became increasingly dense, more than 30 times so compared to 3 months prior. The expansion of Blue Star also intensified gravitational forces. Most of the satellites in the sky had ceased functioning, and the last few were on the verge of losing their effectiveness. Even the underwater cables had been affected. It would not be long before humanity returned to a state reminiscent of over a century ago, where nations could only remain aware of their internal affairs, making it exceedingly difficult to intervene in other countries. The presence of numerous empires here was aimed at the plateau, the roof of Blue Star, should any issues arise. That place would serve as the final refuge. The pressures exerted by various empires on Great Xia were aimed at securing access to the plateau. Those above were aware, and those below had begun to speculate. Now, it remained to be seen which nations evolved beings and beasts were the strongest. In this contest, the use of firearms was prohibited. Only cold weapons were permitted. The duel commenced. The brother nation utilized spears, while the representatives from the Land of the Three wielded long lances. The clash began with a resounding thud. Jiang Feng found the encounter tedious. Both participants were merely first-tier evolved beings, lacking any semblance of strength. Even without having evolved himself, he could easily defeat them. It was uninteresting. He received a pound of spiritual stones and began to absorb the essence of Qi, refining his body. He relished the sensation of becoming stronger. It was invigorating. Though Jiang Feng was uninterested in the duel, The spectators were captivated, particularly the multitude of enthusiastic online viewers. In the live stream, two individuals were present, the host and a rotund man fanning himself. The host inquired, "Dajin, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Dajin, with a slight smile, replied, "The contestant from the land of the three possesses greater strength. He should secure victory within a minute." The host nodded in agreement. "Dajin, you claim the contestant from the land of the three will win in a minute? Surely, you jest." "What jest? He will win in a minute. Just look." The contestant from the land of the three is completely dominating his opponent. However, a minute passed, and the viewers erupted in laughter. "Dajin, did you not say the contestant from the land of the three would win in a minute? Dajin truly is Dajin." The comments filled with mockery. The host felt a flush of embarrassment, hastily asking, "Dajin, why has the contestant from the land of the three not yet claimed victory?" Dajin remained unfazed, calmly stating, "It is because the contestant from the land of the three is showing mercy. Otherwise, the contestant from the brother nation would not last a minute." "Mercy? That contestant from the land of the three seems eager to eliminate the contestant from the Iron Brother Nation. Dajin, you are quite something." "Of course, I am." One must wonder why he was invited. Dajin glanced at the barrage of comments, but paid them no mind. He had grown accustomed to the scrutiny. 10 minutes later, the contestant from the Iron Brother Nation finally succumbed, collapsing onto the ground. At this moment, the evolved being from the land of the three displayed a fierce glint in his eyes, aiming to finish off his opponent. The evolved being from the land of the three was declared the victor as the referee rushed forward to stop him. In the live stream, Dajin fanned himself, adopting an air of superiority. "See, I told you, the evolved being from the land of the three is stronger. Had he not shown mercy, he would have won much sooner, perhaps even without needing a minute." Impressive. Indeed, in Dajin's eyes, the land of the three is quite appealing. But not just the land of the three. The comments section erupted in disdain. The host felt thoroughly awkward. He had not anticipated Dajin's character, yet the commentary must continue. The competition proceeded, round after round. Zhang Feng found it exceedingly dull. Watching these matches felt akin to observing children brawl, decent technique, yet lacking in strength. With no participant exceeding 10 tons. The contest persisted throughout the day, ultimately concluding without a heavyweight contender entering the fray. "Panda, what do you think of the martial prowess of humanity?" Luo Anqi inquired, grasping Zhang Feng's ear. "Pathetic," Zhang Feng replied candidly, his eyes glaring ahead like twin copper bells. He had responded. It was now up to her to comprehend. He even offered her a glance, urging her to interpret it. Of course, Luo Anqi could not decipher it. But she perceived the disdain in Zhang Feng's eyes, a clear contempt emanating from the Tiger King. Luo Anqi couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that the panda she had nurtured since childhood was growing increasingly astute. "Hee, panda, today's contestants hail from weaker nations. Tomorrow, the evolved beings from the Lighthouse Nation and the other top 10 powers will compete, and the day after will feature the evolved beasts battles. You must show some spirit then." "Naturally, I aim to gain more followers," Zhang Feng replied with a playful growl. He was already itching to showcase his prowess. While he might be laid back, he was ready to rise to the occasion when necessary. The two of them, along with the two tigers, prepared to return for some rest. However, they found themselves obstructed by two individuals accompanied by two gorillas. Lu Shi's expression darkened upon encountering this Douglas, and a wave of revulsion surged within her. Especially towards the man beside Douglas, Edward. Both were scoundrels, and she was acutely aware of their misdeeds. Everything they had done had long been investigated by the intelligence personnel of the Special Affairs Bureau. Furthermore, these two were in service to the Lighthouse Nation's parliament. Acting as pawns for the capital tycoons, their ascension to second-tier evolved beings was a direct result of the Lighthouse Nation's financial machinations. Some pharmaceutical companies in the Lighthouse Nation wielded formidable power, capable of influencing military bases in other countries. Yet, now, with the expansion of the world, those military bases had become mere FAAs. "Two beautiful ladies, do you have time tonight?" "This is my good brother, Edward," Douglas said with a broad smile. Edward was a handsome man, yet only about 35 years old. He did not appear as robust as Douglas, but within him lay boundless strength, accompanied by the explosive muscle of the gorilla beside him, a veritable demon of muscularity. "Not available," Lu Shi flatly rejected. "The beautiful lady, what is your intent?" "Both Douglas and I can assist you." Edward is struggling to contain his overwhelming impulses. These two women are simply enchanting. Lu Shi, with a frosty demeanor, had no inclination to engage with them. "Hey, what do you two want?" A young evolutionist approached, his voice sharp and commanding. Edward cast a disdainful glance at the approaching evolutionist, stating, "I have invited this lovely lady to dinner. This lady has clearly declined your invitation. You should leave. The young evolutionist rebuked him angrily. Speak with more courtesy, or you shall regret it. Edward, a second-tier evolutionist from the Lighthouse Nation, replied nonchalantly. This is our Great Xia. The young evolutionist's expression changed. This was indeed Great Xia, not a place for the citizens of other empires to run rampant. In Great Xia, our words hold sway. This lady has stated she is unavailable. You two should leave at once. This is our Great Xia, not the Lighthouse Nation. Another young evolutionist shouted sternly. Edward and Douglas's expressions darkened. They hailed from the Lighthouse Nation, who regarded themselves as the pinnacle of civilization. The audacity of the Xia people to bark at them was tantamount to courting disaster. With a resounding thud, Edward, a second-tier evolutionist from the Lighthouse Nation, struck out. One punch sent the young evolutionist flying. However, Edward did not unleash his full might, fearing he might inadvertently frighten the beautiful Xia woman. In her presence, he felt compelled to exhibit a softer demeanor. The young evolutionist quickly regained his footing, furiously pointing at Edward. He attempted to advance, but was halted by his companion. Lin Song, be cautious. You are not his match, another female classmate interjected, shielding him from the powerful Lighthouse Nation evolutionist. Lin Song's face was flushed abnormally. He had sustained internal injuries. The girl blocking Lin Song's path glared at the two Lighthouse Nation strongmen, seething with rage. You two are going too far. This is Great Xia, not your Lighthouse Nation. Huh, I was merely jesting, Edward chuckled, a look of contempt etched upon his face. The female student understood that she was no match for the two Lighthouse Nation individuals, but with her classmates present, she felt emboldened. You may leave now. Nearby, Jiang Feng eyed the two Lighthouse Nation men, wishing he could sweat them down. However, such an action could incite a war. He decided to bide his time, planning to eliminate them all later. Lo Anchi's eyes glinted with menace. It was audacious for these Lighthouse Nation individuals to behave so insolently in their Great Xia. Seeking death, she thought, pulling Panda along as they walked away, disregarding the two from the Lighthouse Nation entirely. At this juncture, there was no need to maintain appearances. The Fayade had been torn away. In the arena, no mercy would be shown. Panda, when the competition begins, make sure to teach these foreigners a lesson. Jiang Feng remarked. Teach them a lesson? Just eliminate them outright. However, no one understood the language of the tiger. Chapter 42. The strength of evolvers on the second day of the global evolver competition, the main event commenced. The first match featured Andre from the White Bear Nation facing off against Dagson from the Lighthouse Nation. Excitement permeated the atmosphere as over 10 billion viewers tuned in to the live broadcast. However, many residents of smaller nations were unable to access the stream due to the absence of satellite signals in their countries. Even in the 10 most developed countries worldwide, the broadcast experienced significant lag. Numerous spectators resorted to watching recorded footage from the previous day, unable to catch the live action. Andre from the White Bear Nation is destined to win. I bet Dagson from the Lighthouse Nation will triumph. Sisters, I believe Dagson will win. Do you support me? We support Dagson. Dagson will decisively defeat Andre. In the live chat, over 70% of the audience expressed their support for Dagson. Lily commented, if Dagson wins, I shall bear him a child. This unexpected remark caught attention, prompting someone to reply to Lily, if Andre wins. Will you bear him a child? Lily retorted, get lost. Andre looks like a bear. Not even a ghost would want him. The viewers watching the live stream flooded the chat with dog emojis. The match commenced. True to their reputation as the strongest evolvers from the world's most powerful nations, both fighters engaged in close combat from the outset. Neither employed cold weapons. Instead, they fought like human-shaped nuclear missiles, their punches cracking the cement beneath them. The sound of their blows echoed like thunder, while their powerful legs shattered the air with each kick. Though their moves lacked intricate techniques, each strike radiated sheer force, embodying the pinnacle of strength, terrifying power. Boom. The ground trembled, debris scattering in all directions. Andre, the mightiest warrior of the White Bear Nation and a second-tier evolver, wielded over 20 tons of force in each fist. This time, he aimed to utterly defeat Dagson from the Lighthouse Nation, and he also sought to conquer Edward, the second-ranked fighter, and Williams, the first. Dagson, however, was not ready to concede. Like a raging bear, Andre charged at Dagson with ferocity. I concede. Dagson quaked with fear. As merely a fitness instructor, he appeared muscular and formidable, but his presence paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of Andre. The sheer ferocity of Andre's attacks had instilled genuine fear in him. If he did not concede, he risked serious injury. Pathetic lighthouse citizens, conceding without even being injured. How disgraceful. Lily shot back. No matter how pathetic, they are still superior to you. Dagson is wise. He knows that continuing would lead to injury. His ability to adapt surpasses that of you keyboard warriors. A chorus of disgust echoed in response, yet Lily remained unfazed, firmly believing that the men from the Lighthouse Nation were far superior to those from the Xian Nation. The second match featured Su Wei, an evolver from the Xian Nation, against Arthur from the Eagle Nation. Do you know our Xian Nation's evolver, Su Wei? I don't recognize him. I've heard of him. He seems to be a military instructor. Military instructor. Su Wei the war god will surely triumph. Su Wei the war god will emerge victorious. The Xian Nation's broadcast was filled with declarations of Su Wei's imminent victory, though some comments acknowledged Arthur's strength. Jiang Feng couldn't help but glance over. To his surprise, he detected something peculiar about Arthur from the Eagle Empire. It seemed like a dagger or short sword, exuding immense power. If Arthur wielded that weapon, Su Wei would undoubtedly face defeat, despite his superior prowess. As a national treasure of the Xian Nation, Jiang Feng naturally supported his homeland, which shared his features of black hair and yellow skin, reminiscent of his previous life. The match began. Su Wei's eyes were sharp as a hawk. At merely 30 years of age, he was at the pinnacle of his life. Having trained in the unique martial arts of the Xian Nation and mastered ancient breathing techniques that granted him an advantage over evolvers from other nations. However, he had not injected gene enhancers, rendering his physicality inferior to Arthur's. Concede, or I shall force you to your knees, taunted Arthur, the foremost evolver of the Eagle Empire, who had already undergone 3 injections of the gene enhancer. His physique had reached its ultimate form. Yet he yearned for a 4th injection, which remained elusive as neither the Eagle nor Lighthouse Nations had developed a more potent enhancer, leaving him in a quandary. Witnessing the steady rise of the Xian Nation's evolvers fueled his anger. Curse it, Su Wei the war god, eliminate this white devil. White devil dares to be arrogant in our Xian Nation. Do they think we are still the same as a century and a half ago? Damn it. White devil still believes their nation is the sun never sets empire. Today, let them understand the insignificance of the Eagle Empire. The official Xian Nation broadcast was inundated with curses. Luo Anqi and Lu Shi were equally furious, in front of the entire world. Arthur dared to humiliate a Xia evolver. This was tantamount to courting death. Su Wei's expression grew cold. Although typically composed, he was now seething with anger. With a swift motion, Su Wei launched the first attack, wielding a spear slightly shorter than those used by the evolvers from the A3 Nation. Arthur smirked, knowing that everything unfolded according to his plan as he brandished a long sword. The two engaged in combat. Clang. Despite not being particularly imposing, Su Wei moved with the grace of a leopard, his strikes fluid and powerful. He parried Arthur's sword with his spear and thrust toward Arthur's right shoulder. With a rip, his spear tore through Arthur's clothing, leaving a gash on his shoulder. Wow, as expected of our Xia Su god, impressive. Our god is invincible. Eliminate this white devil. The Xian Nation erupted in cheers. Jiang Feng, lying low, couldn't help but sigh. Su Wei possessed extraordinary strength and combat experience that exceeded his expectations, demonstrating remarkable agility. Yet, he was too merciful. Had it been him, he would have driven the spear through Arthur's throat. Perhaps due to some hesitation, Su Wei held back from delivering a fatal blow. Regret would soon follow. Jiang Feng awaited Arthur to reveal his hidden weapon. This blue star harbored many mysteries. Perhaps it was indeed not as simple as he thought. The previously ineffective breathing techniques had found new life with the resurgence of spiritual energy. Perhaps evolvers had once existed in this world, but with the fading of spiritual energy, they had either devolved or departed from Blue Star. Jiang Feng could perceive all, but others could not. The diligent servants, Luo Anqi and Lu Shi, were exhilarated. Lu Shi had already reached the pinnacle of the first tier, her strength surpassing that of Luo Anqi, who was also a first-tier evolver. She recognized that instructor Su Wei's strength far surpassed that of Arthur, who had not earned his prowess through rigorous training, but was a hastily developed evolver with a stiff body, several tiers below Su Wei. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes, yet Su Wei had already inflicted 7 wounds on Arthur. Had he truly fought to the death, Arthur would have perished. Arthur, concede. Su Wei stated coolly. Arthur gasped for breath. As a hastily developed evolver, his combat capability paled in comparison to those who had trained diligently. Concede? Arthur's hand drifted to his back. Indeed. Su Wei let out a faint smile. This King Arthur was no match for him. Very well, concede. You may receive my sword first. Suddenly, an endless stream of white light erupted from a short sword, resembling a chopstick, in King Arthur's hand, shooting towards Su Wei with great intensity. Su Wei's pupils contracted. He wished to retreat, but it was too late. With a swift motion, blood was splattered. Chapter 43. The Despicable King Arthur. Jiang Feng to the rescue. With a resounding thud, a figure crashed heavily onto the dilapidated concrete floor. Su Wei, the war god of the Great Xia, had been sent flying by an unexpected burst of sword energy. Ha ha ha, the yellow-skinned monkey is indeed just a yellow-skinned monkey, utterly incapable. What war god? This is an utter disgrace to the title. Only the super-evolved beings of the Eagle Empire and the Lighthouse Empire are worthy of such a designation. King Arthur jeered, mocking Great Xia while simultaneously boasting about himself and his patron, the Lighthouse Nation. Everyone was left in a state of shock by this sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, it seemed that the war god Su Wei was poised for victory. How could King Arthur unleash an overwhelming burst of white light, sending Su Wei flying, leaving his fate uncertain? This is despicable. This is a high-tech product. We clearly stated that high-tech devices were forbidden in this contest. Such treachery from the Eagle Empire. Over a century ago, they corroded our Great Xia with their wipey technology, causing the degradation of our genes and earning us the title of the sick man of Asia. It took us more than 100 years to rise again. And now they wish to employ these vile tactics to defeat us? Dream on. Exactly, the despicable Eagle Empire. The crowd erupted in furious condemnation. In a special base beneath the University of Magic City, numerous official evolutionists from Great Xia had gathered. What is this? High-tech? An evolutionist from Great Xia exclaimed in anger. It's not high-tech, it's the sword's nature. It appears to be the legendary sword in the stone, a researcher responded. He had studied the histories of various nations and was well-versed in their ancient artifacts. He recognized immediately that the short sword in King Arthur's hand was indeed the fabled sword in the stone. Damn, they brought the sword in the stone to a competition. I wonder how Su Wei is faring. The evolutionists of Great Xia were eager to intervene, but knew they were the military's strongest and could not expose themselves until the last moment. It's uncertain. The sword's energy is terrifying. Su Wei might end up a cripple or even worse, the researcher lamented. Damn it, when we encounter the Eagle Empire's people, we must not hold back. The onlookers outside the arena echoed their anger. Everyone, this sword is not some high-tech device. It is merely a cold weapon. As for that sword light, do not mistake it for a laser. It is the legendary sword energy, King Arthur boasted, explaining to the crowd. It was then that the audience realized that this sword was indeed the legendary sword in the stone. Terrifying. An artifact had emerged. The Great Xia war god Su Wei was already being carried away. Jiang Feng narrowed his large copper bell-like eyes, sensing that Su Wei was in danger. He wondered if the humans could save him, but he knew he could. He possessed the Great Rejuvenation Pill and the Cleansing Marrow Pill. Anchi, this Su Wei is my instructor. I must see him, Lu Shi said anxiously. Very well, Shi, go ahead, Luo Anchi nodded. Lu Shi rose and made her way toward the medical room, with Jiang Feng following closely behind. Fat Panda, where are you going? Luo Anchi grabbed Jiang Feng's tail. To save him, Jiang Feng replied succinctly, trailing behind the caretaker Lu Shi. Luo Anchi did not understand tiger language, but as long as Lu Shi was watching Jiang Feng, she felt reassured. The medical room was hastily constructed in a corner of the university. Lu Shi hurried into the medical room, with Jiang Feng close behind. The arena was filled with evolutionists, and the crowd did not fear the evolutionary beasts. They were merely a bit startled upon seeing Jiang Feng. Shi, you're here. A woman greeted Lu Shi, but upon noticing Jiang Feng behind her, she couldn't help but tremble, akin to an ordinary person encountering a common tiger. Xiaowan, how is the instructor? Lu Shi immediately inquired. The prognosis is not optimistic. The instructor's internal organs are damaged. Fortunately, he is a second-tier evolutionist with exceptional physical resilience. We have been ordered to prepare a genetic enhancer, the woman responded. What? A genetic enhancer? The instructor would never agree to that. Lu Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Genetic enhancers were meant for those evolutionists deemed to have no future. Someone of instructor Su Wei's caliber would never resort to such measures. This is the only way to save the instructor. Otherwise, he will be rendered a cripple and may even face life-threatening risks. Lu Shi was frantic and attempted to enter, but was blocked. Shi, this is the medical room. Entry is not permitted without authorization. Jiang Feng was irritated. He found the situation tedious and proceeded toward the medical room, with Lu Shi following closely. A row of first-tier evolutionists watched Jiang Feng, their legs trembling in fear. Although they were significantly stronger than ordinary people, compared to Jiang Feng, they felt utterly insignificant. However, their duty was to guard the area and prevent any unauthorized personnel from entering. Stop right there. A first-tier evolutionist shouted at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was surprised. This evolutionist from Great Xia had quite a bit of nerve. He did not halt but continued toward the medical room. The hearts of a dozen first-tier evolutionists raced as they remained resolute in their mission, though fear gripped them. Jiang Feng squeezed through the crowd without aggression, and Lu Shi hurriedly followed. A group of evolutionists was drenched in sweat. It was summer, and they felt as if they had taken a refreshing shower. Zhang Yuan, Lu Guang, are you all right? One evolutionist called out. The two men felt as if they were dreaming. The immense figure that passed between them exuded boundless strength, a sensation beyond ordinary experience. Do not obstruct the Tiger King Fat Panda. Let him do as he pleases. The leading evolutionist received orders from above. Understood, Director. Jiang Feng entered the medical facility, but he did not recognize any of the equipment. The medical staff nearly fainted upon seeing a massive tiger enter. Do not be afraid. This is Fat Panda from Qinshan Zoo. He is quite gentle. Lu Shi imitated Luo Anqi's tone. This is Fat Panda? Why is he so enormous? A medical staff member exclaimed in astonishment. Foolish humans, I shall grow even larger. Jiang Feng scoffed internally. He approached the individual lying on the bed, whose essence was dwindling, threatening to render him a useless shell. If action were not taken promptly, it would be too late. Jiang Feng moved toward the medical staff. They screamed in unison, some turning pale and trembling violently. Fat Panda, what are you doing? Lu Shi rushed forward to grab Jiang Feng. Roaring, Jiang Feng startled the medical personnel, sending them fleeing from the medical room. Only then did Jiang Feng approach the bed, shielding his caretaker's view with his massive form. He swiftly retrieved 2 scarlet fruits, 2 great rejuvenation pills, and 2 cleansing marrow pills, placing them in his paws before covering the mouth of the great Xia war god Su Wei. Now, no one would know he possessed the pills. Fat Panda. Lu Shi panicked, fearing Jiang Feng intended to harm instructor Su Wei. However, the next moment, Jiang Feng made no further moves. With a powerful inhalation, Su Wei's breathing intensified. Lu Shi was filled with delight, realizing Jiang Feng was there to save him. Fat Panda, what did you do? Foolish caretaker, why should I divulge that to you? Jiang Feng retorted, then exited the medical room, eager to witness the ongoing competition, wondering if a super-evolved being with strength exceeding 20 tons would emerge. Though his power had never been quantified, he was certain it far surpassed 20 tons, and his claws were harder than diamond. None could rival him. To him, the 3-headed, second-tier Vajra was merely a matter of a single claw. Life is solitary, and it is difficult to find a worthy opponent. Perhaps it is best to remain at ease, yet he still needs to take action. Chapter 44. The Duel of the Tiger King. In the span of 2 days, the global competition among human evolvers came to a dramatic conclusion, captivating over 10 billion spectators worldwide. The astonishing strength of humanity was on full display, with participants able to shatter concrete with a single punch and pulverize cement pillars with a mere kick. Their speed was nothing short of spectral, leaving the audience in awe. As the rankings were unveiled, they revealed 1. Williams from the Lighthouse Nation 2. Edward from the Lighthouse Nation 3. Andre from the White Bear Nation 4. Yu Yun from the Great Xia 5. King Arthur from the Eagle Empire 6. Musashi from the Cherry Blossom Nation 7. Dogson from the Lighthouse Nation 8. Ichiro Kozumi from the Cherry Blossom Nation 9. Henry from the Romantic Nation. In the live broadcast room, a jubilant commentator exclaimed, "See, I told you so." Williams and Edward from the Lighthouse Nation are formidable. One secured first place, while the other claimed second. And look, Dogson achieved 7th, truly the world's strongest nation. The host's expression darkened, yet the commentator's words rang true. The Lighthouse Nation was undeniably powerful, alongside the formidable samurai from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Your father won. Why are you so joyful? Why not return to your father's country? Someone quipped. If it weren't for King Arthur of the Eagle Empire, our god of war would have utterly defeated Williams and Edward of the Lighthouse Nation, another retorted. Tomorrow, our great Xia's evolution beasts will trounce those from the Lighthouse Nation, proclaimed a voice. Lily interjected, Fool. The Lighthouse Nation has 3 King Kongs that could easily overpower the evolution beasts of the Great Xia. Are you even from the Great Xia? Someone challenged. She definitely isn't. I've seen her comments before. She practically worships her foreign father. Another scoffed. Absolutely not a citizen of the Great Xia, they agreed. Lily declared, who would want to be a weakling from the Great Xia? I shall be a citizen of the Lighthouse Nation. Tomorrow, I shall witness the mighty King Kong overpower the evolution beast of the Great Xia. Foolish. You have no idea how powerful our Great Xia tiger is. The Tiger King, Panda, exceeds 4.5 meters in height and possesses immense strength. With a single paw, he could crush that chimpanzee. Lily retorted angrily. That tiger is merely a dog. the mighty King Kong could effortlessly break its spine with a casual swipe. Her words sparked public outrage, and countless individuals began to chastise her, inundating her with messages. The human competition lasted 3 days, and the results were as expected. However, whether any nations harbored hidden super evolvers remained a mystery to outsiders. Today, the battles of the evolution beasts commenced, starting with smaller nations before culminating with the larger powers. Jiang Feng, aware that he had no part in today's events, leaned against the window, quietly observing the fierce battles of the evolution beasts in the arena. The contests involving evolution beasts were far more complex than those of humans, as not all evolution beasts obeyed human commands. In the opening match, an elephant from the White Elephant Nation faced off against a lion from a small nation in equatorial Africa. Jiang Feng felt a flicker of interest. He had always admired elephants, though this one appeared to be a newly evolved, first-tier beast, relatively weak despite its massive size. The lion, on the other hand, was a magnificent creature, its golden mane imposing and awe-inspiring. In the broadcast studio, opinions flew. Brothers, which do you think is stronger, the lion or the elephant? The elephant? Of course. Its size means it could crush that lion with a single step. The lion is fearsome. Just look at that massive mouth. It's terrifying. Surely, the lion is superior. This elephant just evolved, while that lion has been an evolution beast for 10 days. In a world where spiritual energy became increasingly potent daily, even a day's head start provided a significant advantage. As the audience continued to debate, the lion launched its attack, ferocious and swift. Its sharp claws and fearsome jaws terrified the elephant, which turned and fled. The lion seized the opportunity, leaping onto the elephant, slashing its neck with its claws. Blood gushing forth. Then, with a swift bite, it claimed the life of the elephant. The audience was stunned. They had not anticipated such a quick resolution. The people of the White Elephant Nation appeared ghostly pale, as if mourning a great loss. Their hopes for the elephant had been dashed in an instant, leaving them to reckon with the lion's terrifying prowess. That lion is truly formidable, someone remarked. Lily chimed in, of course, the lion is powerful. It would easily defeat that tattooed dog tiger. Shut your mouth. The tattooed one is superior. The lion cannot possibly compare to the king of beasts. The lion is indeed impressive. It is a first-tier evolution beast, while our tiger king Dashin is also a first-tier king. It's hard to tell who is stronger. Dashin isn't that impressive. It's Panda, the tiger king, who is truly powerful. Just its sheer size could crush a lion. Lily insisted. The tattooed one can't defeat the lion, and Panda is just a fat pig. What use is that? The lion is superior. I stand by my words. Who agrees? Who disagrees? I agree. I agree. I agree. A chorus of agreement rang out, asserting that the lion would triumph over the tattooed one. Lily, enraged, rallied her friends to counter the argument. Tattooed beasts cannot defeat the lion. Who stands with me? I oppose. I oppose. I oppose. Once again, she was met with unanimous dissent. Frustrated, she resorted to flooding the chat with her own messages. In the lounge, Jiang Feng lay languidly on the bed, enjoying a massage while watching the lion battle other evolution beasts. The scene was brutal. The elephant from the White Elephant Nation was viciously torn apart and devoured by the lion. This lion had made its way onto Jiang Feng's hit list. Should they meet, he would strike it down in a single blow. Why? Simply because he loved elephants, and witnessing the lion kill one compelled him to seek vengeance. The battles of the evolution beasts continued. In the 8th match, the Tiger King Dashin from the Great Xia faced off against King Kong No. 5 from the Lighthouse Nation. Jiang Feng's spirits lifted. Though Dashin hesitated to be his subordinate, he was still a compatriot, and Jiang Feng wished for him to ascend to the rank of second-tier evolution beast king. Under Jiang Feng's watchful gaze, Tiger King Dashin charged at the gorilla. The tiger descended with unstoppable ferocity. King Kong No. 5, a peak first-tier evolution beast with over 5 tons of strength, capable of tearing apart lions and tigers, roared in fury and pounded its chest as it charged at Tiger King Dashin. The clash was thunderous. Dashin took a punch to the head, but his claws left horrific gashes on the gorilla's chest, blood pouring forth. Dazed, Dashin stumbled, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Yet, after a few breaths, he regained his senses and let out a long howl. This time, he refrained from recklessly attacking King Kong No. 5. Instead, he waited for the gorilla to bleed. The 3 super evolvers from the Lighthouse Nation grew solemn. This tiger is clever. It's waiting for King Kong No. 5 to bleed. If it bleeds excessively, it will inevitably lose, Edward observed. Letting King Kong No. 5 take the initiative? Impossible. That tiger is far too fast for him to catch, another noted. This tiger is cunning, William suggested. Let King Kong number 3 exert its pressure, allowing King Kong number 5 to attack. Agreed, Dogson concurred. Soon, Dogson led King Kong No. 3 closer to the arena, commanding it to unleash its terrifying aura. Suddenly, Tiger King Dashin felt an overwhelming pressure. As he hesitated, King Kong number 5 lunged at him. Boom. King Kong number 5 landed another punch on the distracted Tiger King Dashin, intent on tearing him apart. At that moment, the formidable King Kong 5 felt an overwhelming aura pressing down upon it, rendering it nearly immobile. Jiang Feng, filled with rage, enveloped the black gorilla King Kong 5 with his fierce and malevolent energy from over 100 meters away. The individuals from the Lighthouse Nation had resorted to underhanded tactics, and they could not blame him for retaliating. The Tiger King Dashin, having been struck with a powerful blow and sustaining greater injuries, observed that the great ape stood frozen in terror, recognizing this as an opportunity. In an instant, he struck, with a swift motion. The Tiger King Dashin's claw slashed across the chest of the gorilla, followed by a bite aimed at its throat. King Kong 5 attempted to counterattack, but to no avail. However, just as King Kong 5 was on the brink of succumbing to the jaws of the Tiger King Dashin, an even more fearsome gorilla descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the Tiger King. Chapter 45. The instant kill of the super-evolved beast, King Kong No. 3. With a fierce roar, Jiang Feng shattered the glass and charged towards the descending gorilla. The spectators were left in awe at this spectacle. Just as the Tiger King Dashin of the Great Xia was on the verge of defeating the Lighthouse Nation's King Kong number 5, a more terrifying King Kong appeared, seemingly intent on ending Dashin's life. In the next moment, a massive tiger, exceeding 5 meters in height and surpassing the gorilla in size, burst forth. This scene was terrifying. With a resounding thud, King Kong number 3 struck Dashin at the waist, a crack echoing as the tiger's spine shattered under the force. Dashin let out a mournful cry, feeling the essence of life ebbing away. He was on the brink of death. Jiang Feng, filled with fury, found himself a distance away. Within just 3 breaths, his kin had been rendered incapacitated. His wrath ignited. In an instant, Jiang Feng's speed surpassed all expectations. King Kong No. 3 let out an enraged roar, pounding its chest in preparation to attack Jiang Feng. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng's claws sliced through King Kong number 3's left arm, sending a spray of blood and a massive limb flying. Unfinished, Jiang Feng moved again at high speed, leaving a yellow afterimage, and another arm was severed. Kill that tiger, howled Dogson. King Kong number 3 was his pride and joy, raised since childhood. His current status was due to King Kong No. 3 successfully undergoing the experiments and receiving 3 doses of the genetic enhancer. If King Kong number 3 were to perish, Dogson's position as vice president of the Lighthouse Nation's Evolver Association would surely be at stake. He could not allow that to happen. As Dogson's voice echoed, all present were stunned. In mere moments, as the Tiger King Dashin approached victory over King Kong number 5, King Kong number 3 suddenly intervened, shattering Dashin's spine, followed by the emergence of the massive tiger. The entire sequence unfolded within the span of just a few breaths, leaving the super-evolved beings unable to react. Unbelievable. Look at that. The Tiger King has struck. How terrifying. On the battlefield, Jiang Feng held nothing back, delivering a final, powerful claw strike that severed the head of the second-tier peak evolved beast, King Kong number 3. It was over. The once mighty King Kong No. 3 of the Lighthouse Nation had been slain by the Tiger King Dashin. Like the wind, Jiang Feng swiftly dispatched King Kong number 5. Then opened his jaws to grasp Dashin, hoping to see if he could render aid. While this movement could potentially cause further injury, he had no alternative. He could not possibly reveal his medicinal pills before the multitude. To do so would invite a horde of humanity seeking to seize his secrets. Jiang Feng vanished from sight. Clutching Tiger King Dashin, Luo Anqi and Lu Shi, in a rush, followed suit, pursuing him closely. The super-evolved beings from the Lighthouse Nation appeared, their fury palpable as they beheld the lifeless forms of their 2 King Kongs. How dare anyone kill their evolved beasts? This was tantamount to seeking death. Great Xia. Your tiger ambushed our King Kong number 3 and killed both King Kong number 3 and King Kong number 5. You must pay for this with blood. The Lighthouse Nation's diplomatic personnel shouted furiously at the leader of the Great Xia diplomatic team. The leader, equally enraged, retorted sharply. Why did your evolved beast suddenly attack and kill Tiger King Dashin? If not for your King Kong number 3's intent to slay King Kong number 5, would it have acted? The Lighthouse Nation's diplomats roared in rage, like a mad lion. The leader of the Great Xia diplomacy countered, if you do not kill that tiger, you will come to regret it. The Lighthouse Nation issued a direct threat. The leader of the Great Xia scoffed. dismissing the notion that Great Xia could be divided as it was over a century ago. Such thoughts were mere delusions. Regret? Huh. He laughed, leaving the diplomats of the lighthouse nation in utter fury. Despite their anger, they were in Great Xia and could do nothing but storm away from the arena. Wow, the diplomatic leader is so imposing. This is our Great Xia's diplomatic leader. Absolutely admirable. The lighthouse nation dares to threaten us? Huh, our diplomatic leader is formidable. And Tiger King Dashin is even more so. In mere moments, he dispatched the super-evolved beast King Kong number 3, igniting our passions. Dashin is the best. Dashin is number 1 in Great Xia and the world. In the online sphere, discussions erupted, praising the Great Xia diplomatic leader while vehemently criticizing the lighthouse nation. In a secluded grove, Jiang Feng exerted his utmost to save Tiger King Dashin. With a severely fractured spine and life hanging by a thread, Dashin would have perished long ago if not for Jiang Feng administering Zhu Guo into Huan Dan mid-crisis. With a single draw, he activated 100 consecutive pulls. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn 12 pounds of spirit stones, 3 Zhu Guo, 8 tails of gold, 3 pounds of silver, 1 Huan Dan, and 1 dogtail grass. Expanding your storage by 100 slots. Ding! Congratulations, host. Expansion successful, consuming 10,000 black iron treasure chests. Jiang Feng surveyed his now 300 storage slots and silently willed for another 100 consecutive pulls. With only 10,000 black iron treasure chests remaining, he was uncertain if the Huan Dan could heal Dashin, but he vowed to use any good fortune he could acquire on his kin. However, the contents of the black iron chests were still low-quality spirit stones, inferior pills, and even useless stones. He exchanged for 100 bronze treasure chests and drew from them all. Ding! Exchange successful, draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3 pounds of mid-grade spirit stones, 2 bone forging pills, 5 essence cultivation pills, and 1 dragon tiger breathing technique. Jiang Feng was overjoyed, having drawn 76 items from the 100 bronze chests, including a potentially trainable breathing technique and 2 bone forging pills, perfect for healing his brother Dashin. System, you are remarkable. Jiang Feng praised the system. Ding! Thank you for the compliment, host. I will continue to work hard. The system responded. Jiang Feng encouraged it further. Jiang Feng fed one of the bone-forging pills to Dashin and patiently awaited the outcome. Host, Jiang Feng level. Second tier evolved Beast King True Love fans, 22. 666 genuine praise, 2. 65 million draw chances, 9. 250 black iron chests, storage slots, 300 stored. 1 drop of white tiger essence blood. Genuine fans were hard to come by, but genuine praise surged. Had Jiang Feng not silenced the notification sound, he would have received updates on who praised him around the clock. Dashin, Dashin. Jiang Feng heard the voice of his caretaker. Roar. I am here. Jiang Feng responded. Luo Anqi and Lu Shi quickly approached him, guided by the little one who instinctively knew Jiang Feng's location. Dashin, how is he? Luo Anqi inquired anxiously upon reaching Jiang Feng. She had a fondness for tigers. Although Dashin was not her own, she felt deep concern for him. Jiang Feng sensed the healing process in Dashin's bones and replied, he will be fine. Though Luo Anqi could not understand the tiger's language, she could perceive Jiang Feng's emotions and understood that there was no major issue. That's great news. Lu Shi stood in astonishment. Jiang Feng had saved her instructor in the medical room, and now he was saving Dashin, who had been on the brink of death. The entire situation was utterly incredible. Chapter 46. Frightened away after a day's time, the body of the Tiger King Dashin had improved considerably. He could manage to walk, albeit not engage in strenuous activity. Jiang Feng was delighted and patted the little tiger's head, saying, stick with me, and once you fully recover, I shall elevate you to a Tier 2 evolved beast. The Tiger King Dashin agreed with a howl. Under the guidance of caretaker Lu Shi, the 3 giant tigers made their way toward the Magic City University. Lu Shi and Luo Anqi were still engrossed in their phones, though the connection was rather sluggish. Today is your turn, Fata. Teach that bunch of evolved beasts a lesson, Luo Anqi said indignantly. Of course, Jiang Feng replied. The day before, a Tier 2 evolved beast, King Kong number 3, had audaciously attacked his companion, Dashin. Although he had dispatched 2 King Kongs, his anger was still not assuaged. The other 2 King Kongs deserved to be dealt with as well. Soon, the 3 tigers and the 2 girls arrived at the viewing stands of the competition arena. The contest had commenced, yet to their astonishment, the evolved beings from Lighthouse Country and the King Kongs were nowhere to be found. Even the evolved beings from the Eagle Empire, Cherry Blossom Country, Kangaroo Country, an equatorial continent, had vanished without a trace. Luo Anqi and Lu Shi exchanged puzzled glances, as did the rest of the spectators. Just when impatience began to set in, a tall figure ascended the stage. Yesterday, your evolved beasts, the tigers, ambushed King Kong No. 3 and killed him, in addition to slaying King Kong No. 5. Yet you remained indifferent, even threatening our participants. All our competitors have received threats to their lives and have departed last night. We shall not let this matter rest, the tall figure declared before hastily exiting the stage. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks, utterly speechless. They had witnessed the entire sequence of events the day before and understood precisely what had transpired. With the evolved beings and competitors from these countries having departed, how could the competition possibly continue? Jiang Feng was incensed. He still harbored intentions of eliminating the remaining 2 King Kongs, only to find that the Lighthouse country participants had long since fled. Was he to traverse the ocean to slay the King Kongs? A laid-back tiger like him would never entertain such a notion. Moreover, the ocean concealed many terrifying evolved beasts, including colossal creatures exceeding 100 meters in length. A small creature like him, should he fall into the sea, would undoubtedly meet his demise. Of course, if a similarly ranked evolved beast were to come ashore, he would dare to confront it, regardless of its size. Could it be they were frightened off by Fat Da, fearing he would eliminate the other 2 King Kongs? Absolutely. Fat Da dispatched King Kong No. 3 in an instant. Even if King Kong No. 1 were to enter, he would not be Fat Da's match. Fat Da is magnificent. Fat Da is magnificent. Fat Da is magnificent. Fat Da, I want to bear you little monkeys. Get lost. You foot-scratching brute. Forget about little monkeys, little tiger cubs would be preferable. The official live stream exploded with comments, the barrage so dense it was nearly indecipherable. Even in the absence of over a dozen countries, the competition continued. Fewer participants mattered little. As long as there were competitors, the contest would carry on. And the departure of those participants was, in fact, advantageous. However, Jiang Feng chose not to compete. The remaining evolved beasts were of little consequence, unworthy of his attention. He observed the scroll of true love fans on the panel, elated to discover that the departure of Lighthouse Country had unexpectedly increased his fan base. He resolved not to open the black iron treasure chest, but to exchange everything for bronze treasure chests instead. However, this required even more true love fans and heartfelt likes. He pondered why his true love fans were so few, but it appeared they could click on heartfelt likes multiple times a day. It seemed that true love fans were not easily garnered. His first true love fan was a little girl named Zhou Xiaoming, the very one who had helped him activate the system. He wondered how she was faring now. Having lazily watched the final bout, Jiang Feng chose not to participate. The remaining competitors were utterly ineffectual, lacking even a single Tier 2 evolved beast. Was it time to go home? Jiang Feng nudged his 2 caretakers playfully. He preferred to remain idle. Fat Da, I never anticipated that because you eliminated King Kong No. 3 yesterday, you would frighten off these empires. You are truly formidable. Look, that DY streamer immediately adjusted your ranking, placing you second on the Great Xia leaderboard. Luo Anqi exclaimed joyfully. What? Second? Why not first? Jiang Feng frowned, displeased. Second place would surely yield fewer followers than first. Noticing the confusion in Jiang Feng's eyes, Luo Anqi chuckled. That's because the Golden Eagle King has evolved again, becoming a Tier 3 evolved beast, with wings spanning over 15 meters. It's terrifying, and being a flying evolved beast makes it an undeniably powerful presence. You rank just below it, but above Lion King Kara and Python King. A Tier 3 evolved beast so swiftly? Jiang Feng mused. He thought that evolving into a Tier 3 evolved beast would be effortless for him, and in an actual confrontation, he, as a Tier 2 evolved beast king, would not fear the so-called Tier 3 Golden Eagle King. Jiang Feng was well aware of his own strength. His might could penetrate steel plates, and his claws were razor-sharp. He wondered where Lion King Kara was. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng could neither speak nor write. The script of this world was entirely different from that of his past life. Communicating with his caretakers was a challenge. Even if he could write, they might mistake him for a monster. Hello, Miss Luo. Miss Lu. A person clad in black work attire intercepted the trio of tigers and their companions. Luo Anqi did not recognize this individual, but Lu Shi did. He was from the same department. Anqi, this is Xiao Song from the Special Affairs Handling Office. Let us proceed. All right, Luo Anqi nodded. Fat Da, Tuanzi, Dashin, follow closely. Luo Anqi was not concerned about Jiang Feng and Tuanzi. Her primary worry was Dashin being taken away. After all, Dashin belonged to the Kyoto Wild Animal Park. But Jiang Feng had forcibly taken him under his wing, preventing the park staff from reclaiming Dashin. It was quite domineering of him. akin to adding a large tiger to their Qingshan Wild Animal Park. The two girls and the three tigers followed the man through a series of twists and turns. Entering an old estate, Jiang Feng, with his wide, bright eyes, scanned the surroundings and detected numerous powerful presences, even managing to identify some of them. Was this perhaps an evolution base? So many evolved beings were present, and one particularly formidable presence exceeded even that of Williams from Lighthouse Country. What a remarkable concealment. This was still the Magic City, and one could only wonder how many super-evolved beings lay hidden in Kyoto. Jiang Feng realized he had underestimated humanity. He must grow stronger to deter those with ulterior motives from targeting him and the Tiger Clan. Chapter 47. The Brutality of Lion King Kara in the Central Eastern Region. Lion King Kara, accompanied by a pride of lions, mercilessly slaughtered an entire town, resulting in the loss of thousands of lives, and continued its ominous march southwest. Both Lu Anqi and Lu Shi were taken aback, hardly believing their ears. A lion could be so terrifying? Were the security personnel and the military truly powerless against this beast? Lu Anqi recalled how the sniper rifle wielded by Pander seemed ineffective. Even if this lion was not as formidable as Pander, it was still exceedingly powerful and cunning, without satellite surveillance. They were truly at a loss regarding how to handle this lion. As Jiang Feng listened to the words of the personnel from the Special Affairs Office, he felt as though he were listening to a rumor. A mere lion possessing such prowess? Were it not for its cunning, it would have long since met its demise. Is it true? Look, exclaimed the staff as they began to play a video. Lu Anqi and Lu Shi watched alongside three great tigers. Under the setting sun, three Chinese rural dogs were leisurely wandering through an alley, and the streets were still bustling with people. Suddenly, a dozen horrific creatures erupted from the alley, swiftly killing the three dogs. What followed was a scene of sheer terror as these shadowy figures charged towards the people on the street. A gruesome spectacle unfolded. The monstrous beasts were revealed to be male lions, grotesque in appearance, their manes having evolved to a golden hue that seemed divine, yet their blood-stained jaws rendered them terrifying. Like demons sprung from the depths of hell, wreaking havoc upon humanity. The video was silent, yet the expressions of the people, mouths agape in terror, conveyed their sheer horror. Many were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Jiang Feng's eyes widened as he fixated on one particular one-eyed lion. It was Lion King Kara. It stood motionless as if a mountain, unyielding and immovable, leading a dozen male lions in the slaughter of humanity. It then opened its massive jaws as if summoning something. Moments later, dozens of lionesses emerged from the alley, beginning to feast upon the humans slain by the male lions. It was a sight too horrific to behold. In this era, humanity was being devoured by lions, not just one, but hundreds, even thousands. Jiang Feng observed that even the lionesses were significantly larger than humans, all having undergone evolution. Lion King Kara had led its pride to full evolution. Now, it had grown more intelligent, allowing the male lions to eliminate any humans posing a threat to the lionesses before permitting the lionesses to partake in the feast. This behavior was a complete reversal of typical lion pride dynamics. Usually, lionesses would hunt while males reaped the rewards. Under Lion King Kara's command, the males hunted while the females consumed, with some lionesses also killing humans. Jiang Feng scrutinized the scene further. He noticed that the lions targeted children first, then adolescents and young adults, leaving those in their 40s and 50s untouched, merely slaying them. It was too gruesome. Lu Anqi and Lu Shi had not finished watching the video when their stomachs churned. Chief Wu, why have we not eliminated these brutal lions yet? Lu Shi questioned, incredulous. She could not fathom why the forces of Daxia were unable to deal with these lions. This Lion King is exceedingly cunning. It only operates at dusk, vanishing into the night after about half an hour, hiding in the deep mountains during the day. It is well aware of human behavior and our weaponry. Chief Wu Tian of the Special Affairs Office explained. He continued, essentially, we cannot find its traces during the day, and the mountainous terrain is already difficult to navigate. To make matters worse, the satellites are no longer effective, rendering us unable to track the pride. Are planes also unable to locate the pride in the mountains? Lu Shi inquired. Occasionally, we might catch a glimpse, but it's of no use. Once spotted, the pride flees under Lion King Kara's command, Wu Tian replied. What about the evolved beings? We also have second-tier evolved beings in Daxia. Can they not defeat Lion King Kara? Lu Anqi asked. Wu Tian forced a bitter smile. In terms of evolution, humanity truly pales in comparison to animals. Do you think Su Weiqiang is strong? He countered. Of course he is strong. He could shatter a pillar half a meter thick with a single punch. He is truly superhuman, Lu Anqi affirmed. But do you think he could defeat Tiger King Pander? No. Could he defeat this Tiger King Tuanzi? Wu Tian pressed. Lu Anqi shook her head. The war god Suwei would undoubtedly be defeated by Pander and would last no more than a few rounds against Tiger King Tuanzi. The disparity between humanity and such apex beasts was insurmountable. She had witnessed Pander pierce the head of a 1-ton crocodile with a single paw. The head of a second-tier evolved being was certainly not more robust than a crocodile's. A single swipe from Pander would be fatal. Precisely. That is the reason. Lion King Kara has reached the pinnacle of second-tier evolved beast kings, rivaling the Python King. We have organized numerous evolved beings to encircle it, but to no avail. We merely killed a few lionesses and lions. Ultimately, during our retreat, we were ambushed by Lion King Kara, resulting in the annihilation of our evolved beings, an enormous loss that Daxia cannot afford. The Lighthouse Nation, Kangaroo Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation have also encountered terrifying evolved beasts. Yet their leaders are indifferent to the lives of their citizens, leading to their evolved beings becoming exceedingly powerful and numerous. For now, Daxia can only establish safe zones. Safe zones. Lu Anqi and Lu Shi comprehended the severity of the situation. They hadn't anticipated it to be so dire. Chief Wu, is this still classified information? Lu Shi could not help but ask. Indeed, it is classified. However, you two are different. The higher-ups intend for you both to care for these 32 tigers. No, 33 tigers. Subsequently, the state will send all other tigers in captivity to the Qingshan Wildlife Park. All the tigers? Lu Anqi was astonished. Yes, all the tigers. As for those that have evolved and escaped, we are powerless to retrieve them. Lu Anqi's heart leaped with joy. She had always adored tigers and pandas. The prospect of all the tigers being sent over was simply delightful. Thank you, Chief Wu. Lu Anqi expressed her gratitude. Wu Tian found it amusing. The caretakers at all the zoos were terrified of the tigers, which were growing larger and more menacing. Yet this young girl's eyes sparkled with delight at the thought of them. It was a perfect solution to the crisis faced by the other zoos. Previously, there had been suggestions to exterminate all the tigers to prevent them from becoming like Lion King Kara and consuming humans. However, the Qingshan Wildlife Park managed its affairs exceptionally well. The tigers not only posed no threat to humans, but even assisted in safeguarding the area. Aside from the incident with Lion King Kara attacking humans at Meteor Park, no further evolved beast attacks had occurred near the wildlife park. Their efforts to establish a safe zone also required an entity of unparalleled strength to deter other evolved beasts. Humanity possesses super-evolved beings, but in comparison to Tiger King Pander, they fall woefully short. Xiaoluo, Xiaolu. The purpose of bringing you here is to have you take Tiger King Pander to the Central Eastern region to eliminate Lion King Kara, Wu Tian declared solemnly. Will Pander be willing to go and confront Lion King Kara? Lu Anqi pondered. Knowing Pander's lazy disposition, it preferred to lounge on the large stones, embodying the very essence of a laid-back tiger. Pander, this Lion King Kara is consuming humans. Shall I take you to vanquish it? Lu Anqi inquired. Tugging at Zhang Feng's ear, Zhang Feng readily agreed. Lion King Kara had been ruthlessly slaughtering his future true love fans and needed to be eradicated swiftly. However, let us return to the Qingshan Zoo. Zhang Feng posed his question. What does panda mean? Wu Tian did not comprehend Zhang Feng's intent. Had it not been for Luo Anqi and Lu Shi's presence, he would have felt too intimidated to speak. It was quite terrifying, with a length nearing 5 meters. That colossal bronze bell could instill fear to the very core of one's being. I am also at a loss. Luo Anqi blushed slightly, for she too was unfamiliar with the language of tigers. Panda, what do you intend to do? How foolish not to know this. Of course. We are returning to the zoo, Zhang Feng exclaimed with a howl. He wished to return and enhance the abilities of his subordinates. You intend to return to the zoo? Luo Anqi had a moment of clarity. Oh woo. Luo Anqi breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the zoo meant she could also take Dashin and Tuanzi with her. Captain Wu had mentioned that they would be sending more tigers to the Qingshan Zoo. It remained to be seen how many tigers would arrive this time. Chapter 48. The Acceleration of Change in Heaven and Earth. 2 recreational vehicles, carrying 3 majestic tigers, departed from the bustling metropolis. Zhang Feng pondered to himself, truly astonished by the dire situation that had unfolded in the Great Xia. It was not only the Lion King Carla's massacre. There were other evolved beasts that posed a threat to humanity as well. Among the most terrifying were the rats. Before the emergence of spiritual energy, rats were already a nuisance, their reproductive capabilities seemingly endless and impossible to eradicate. Now, with the advent of spiritual energy, these rodents had mutated, gaining the ability to burrow and consume the precious spirit stones hidden underground. Rats, snakes, and various venomous insects inflicted greater casualties than Carla. Yet the havoc wrought by Carla was unparalleled and must be swiftly addressed, Jiang Feng mused. A sense of crisis enveloped him. Carla surely harbored significant secrets. While he himself was unafraid, he worried for his future beloved fans, individuals who could potentially enhance his fortune. With a population of 2.4 billion, Great Xia boasted few large predators, yet even so, the losses were considerable. The Lighthouse Nation and Kangaroo Country would likely bear the brunt of the disaster. He chuckled to himself. Beside Jiang Feng was the Tiger King, Dashan. This evolved beast king, a first-tier entity, far surpassed ordinary evolved beasts in strength. Capable of dispatching foes with ease. Formerly a wild tiger, Dashan had inadvertently entered human territory, eventually finding himself in a zoo where he underwent evolution. Jiang Feng contemplated whether to elevate Dashan to a second-tier evolved beast. Glancing at the caretaker, Luo Anqi, he discreetly placed 3 zhu fruits into Dashan's gaping maw. Soon enough, Dashan began to transform, exuding an aura of immense power that continued to rise. By heavens, Dashan is on the verge of evolving into a second-tier evolved beast king. Luo Anqi exclaimed in delight. The more evolution progressed, the more intelligent the creature became. Before his first evolution, Dashan had roared at humans, but after evolving once, he exhibited remarkable cleverness, presenting a promising potential. Now, as he approached his second evolution, one could only wonder if he would become even more astute. 3 zhu fruits seemed insufficient. Thus, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity while Luo Anqi was on the phone to procure 3 more zhu fruits, which he fed to his tiger companion. Meanwhile, he himself continually consumed spirit stones, steadily increasing his own strength, and before long, he would ascend to a third-tier evolved beast. The disparity in strength among evolved beasts was vast. Some first-tier evolved beasts could not even contend with an average human, while the apex evolved beasts, akin to tigers, lions, and grizzly bears, were incredibly formidable. The top-tier warrior of Great Xia, Su Wei, and another yet-to-emerge super-evolved entity would be unable to withstand a single swipe from him. As Dashan underwent his evolution, countless snakes, ants, and venomous insects fled from the 1-meter-high shrubs lining the road. These small creatures possessed an acute sense of danger, driven by the instinctual pressure of bloodlines. The 2 recreational vehicles continued their journey. My goodness, why are the trees growing so tall here? And what about the grass? Luo Anqi exclaimed in astonishment. In just 5 days, the grass along the roadside had surged to 2 meters in height, and the trees had grown several meters. In this span of 7 days, the flora had flourished more than it had in the previous 2 or 3 years combined. During this time, no one dared venture into the park. No one knew if venomous snakes lurked within the thickets. A bite from an evolved cobra would be certain death. Jiang Feng observed the changes outside. The transformation was staggering. His keen eyes detected numerous evolved beasts hidden among the shrubs, including venomous snakes, ants, wasps, spiders, and centipedes. He wondered if he could withstand the venom of an evolved snake. Soon, however, he ceased to worry, for the snake could not pierce his skin. His hide was as tough as bronze. Once he underwent his 3rd evolution, his skin would become even more resilient. Host, Jiang Feng level. Second-tier evolved beast king true fans, 28, 666 genuine likes, 3, 15 million draw chances, 11. 202, black iron treasure chest, storage slots, 300 storage. 1 drop of white tiger blood. His true fan count was increasing rapidly, especially as these fans liked his posts multiple times each day. This was all a manifestation of fortune. He had no idea how to quantify a single like. He was too lazy to ponder it further. It was a mental strain. He could simply lay back and draw from his luck. In a haze, Jiang Feng drifted off to sleep within the recreational vehicle, feeling quite comfortable. Time passed, and he was suddenly roused by the long howl of Tuanzi. Opening his large copper-ringed eyes, he realized that the caretaker and Dashan had vanished, and the door of the vehicle stood ajar. What was going on? Jiang Feng stepped out of the vehicle, greeted by the setting sun. Ahead, Tuanzi and Dashan were being led by 2 caretakers. Fat Dash, come here. Luo Anqi called out loudly. Jiang Feng sauntered over lazily. Luo Anqi pulled him to a dip in the ground. Fat Dash. Tuanzi discovered an egg here and wants to eat it. Jiang Feng gazed at the egg before him, which was the size of a child's head, with over 30 eggs emitting a faint aura of spiritual energy. This must be a snake egg, he mused, astonished by their size and number. The pungent odor wafting from them was unmistakably that of a python. Such a large quantity of python eggs indicated the presence of a truly massive serpent. Jiang Feng stepped closer to the thicket, and in an instant, his keen eyes narrowed. There were jade pendants, gold necklaces, and other remnants of digested human remains. The massive python had devoured humans and then laid its eggs here. A man-eating python. Gazing at these giant eggs, he felt it would be unwise to consume them directly. However, since the python had feasted on humans, it was only fitting that it devour these eggs instead. Jiang Feng handed a snake egg to Tuanzi, who gobbled it down. Tuanzi, not to be outdone, devoured another. The two second-tier tiger kings began a contest to consume the snake eggs. Luo Anqi and Lu Shi stood in shock. How could Fat Dash eat without hesitation, even unaware of what kind of egg it was? If it were an egg from a terrifying evolved beast, they would be inviting great trouble. Yet, considering that Fat Dash, Tuanzi, and Dashin were all kings among second-tier evolved beasts, there was little cause for concern. In just 2 minutes, all the snake eggs had been consumed by the two giant tigers. Jiang Feng refrained from eating. These snake eggs held no value for him. And the thought of consuming eggs from a man-eating python was rather off-putting. Instead, he continued to consume spirit stones. His digestive system was extraordinarily robust. Anything ingested was fully processed, leaving only waste. We should head back now, Jiang Feng declared, turning back toward the vehicle. Lu Shi and Luo Anqi followed suit. Soon, the vehicle roared back to life. Fat Dash, are these bird eggs, snake eggs, or perhaps turtle eggs? You 3 gluttons have consumed them. Won't their mother come looking for you? Luo Anqi teased, tugging at Jiang Feng's ear. If she comes, it'll just be a feast for me. Jiang Feng replied with a chuckle. He truly feared nothing. There were no evolved beasts that could intimidate him. He had already 1 foot in the realm of third-tier evolved beasts, and within a day, he would fully evolve into a true third-tier evolved beast. As the king of all beasts, ordinary third-tier evolved beasts would be swiftly eliminated by him, even if the Lion King Carla evolved to third tier. It would be like a mere dish to him. He was invincible. He claimed 2 pounds of spirit stones and continued absorbing them. Less than 5 minutes after the 2 recreational vehicles departed, a terrifying giant python emerged from the nest of snake eggs. The python was stout, with a flattened snout, a brownish coat, a head adorned with arrow-like brown markings, a yellow back covered in irregular brown cloud-like spots, and a white underbelly. It spiraled its body, emitting a hissing sound, while its triangular, inverted eyes radiated an intensely vengeful glare. Subsequently, the colossal python lunged towards the 2 caravans in pursuit.